Introducing a completely redesigned experience that you can sense. And that senses you. The new Dell Latitude laptops bring your work closer to you.
Creativity is in the air. Instax Mini Link 2 smartphone printer.
Introducing a completely redesigned experience that you can sense. And that senses you. The new Dell Latitude laptops bring your work closer to you.
Creativity is in the air. Instax Mini Link 2 smartphone printer.
Introducing a completely redesigned experience that you can sense. And that senses you. The new Dell Latitude laptops bring your work closer to you.
Creativity is in the air. Instax Mini Link 2 smartphone printer.
Ready or not, this is do or die, do or die. So
Introducing a completely redesigned experience that you can sense. And that senses you. The new Dell Latitude laptops bring your work closer to you.
Creativity is in the air. Instax Mini Link 2 smartphone printer.
Introducing a completely redesigned experience that you can sense. And that senses you. The new Dell Latitude laptops bring your work closer to you.
That was sick.
Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu Savings or Special Financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
Alpha.
Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu Savings or Special Financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
Alpha. Good morning, everyone. Woo! All right. Okay, welcome to Build Day 2. I'm David Brommer. I'm your host here in the Build stage. Welcome to Build. Thank you for coming. I see some amazing faces here in the crowd. It's so good to see everyone. Yesterday was amazing. It was incredible, and I think today's going to be just as incredible. Shortly, we're going to have the B&H CEO address everybody. He's a pretty amazing guy. He blew me away over the past couple of years working with him, so you're going to be wowed by him. And then there's this YouTuber guy named Casey Neistat, I believe. He's going to be coming, so it's going to be pretty crazy. And let's go over a couple of housekeeping things for everybody. We can get onto the screen. And we did say our welcome to Build. And pulling from the feed on the computer is going to happen in a minute. There we are. Okay, so before we start, I always like to do this little ritual. Cameras are very important to all of us, right? We all love our cameras. Like, do we sleep with our cameras? Do we we fondle them? We go through the menus when we don't need to. It's amazing. So, real quick, I just want to hear who shoots with a Nikon camera. Give a shout out. All right. Who shoots with a Canon camera? Let's have a shout out. I'm going to give Nikon another chance. Nikon. Okay, who shoots with an Olympus camera? That's not bad. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Not bad. Who shoots with a Sony camera? All right, I'm not going to go any further. It's clear. Sony wins. Okay, so good job, Sony. All right, let's just talk quickly about what we got going on here. We got the stages. We've got photo walks. We've got the Build Challenge. The Build Challenge, I'm very personal about this. It's a beautiful rule set. Takes place on the alleyway when you come out of the elevators. The Build Challenge is a series of camera bag stuffing, tripod setup and mounting, and folder reflector folding competition. You win $50 gift cards. Totally fun. Go check it out. It's pretty amazing. We also have portfolio reviews. For those of you that want some feedback from some amazing portfolio reviewers. We've got reviewers from the New York Times. We've got gallerists. We've got everyone over at Portfolio Review. If you're a little unsure, just step over, talk to our team. They'll get you set up with a good reviewer. And I always say that like a reviewer in like 2 minutes could alter your entire career and change your art. So go check out the portfolio reviews. The expo down below us is off the hooks. Has anyone been down the expo? Right? It's crazy. So the sponsors there's all shooting opportunities, gear. It's incredible. Expo is going to close at 5 o'clock. We also got special pricing and deals. This is the best time of the whole year to buy equipment. So don't delay. You'll be able to write it off, use the Paybu card, save the tax. It's going to be amazing. Also check out the Build Museum. Build Museum has really cool history of B&H photo and important equipment over the years, and some personal collections from B&H employees, as well as collections from the camera manufacturers. You want to check that out. It's all happening here at the Build Expo. So quickly, I just want to show you guys, this is the creative production stage. We have 3 stages right outside of this room off of a hallway. Creative production stage has, I think, something that you guys, if you're here for Casey, probably interested in seeing other things going on that stage. Then we also have the optic stage, which is for the Outdoor Photography Travel Imaging Conference. This is all wildlife, outdoor stuff. We have legends, Frans, Lanting, Art Wolf are going to be speaking together. It's a rarity that you see those two on the stage at the same time. You definitely want to check out the optic stage. And then lastly, we have the depth of field stage, which is about professional photography. B&H wants to empower you. We want you to understand how to be a pro, how to have ethics, and shoot with the right gear, all purchased from us. But that's kind of the secret to success. So depth of field stage is about going into professional photography. Mark Mann's amazing. I'd go see Mark Mann. He's a celebrity portrait photographer. Go check him out. He's pretty incredible. Okay, so that's the stages here. We're going to have our CEO joining us very shortly, then Casey, and stick around for Brooke. Chris Kentis, I reviewed he's the director of Open Water. You guys, anyone see Open Water? Right, no? It's a shark movie. I just watched the preview again with the big screens and the sound. I cried. It's amazing. You got to definitely check it out. Sharks, we love them. Okay, then we've also got Frans Lanting as well. We have a great crew today. So real quickly, some product announcements. Sigma contemporary lenses. These are really well-made, high-performance lenses. They just released 2 new lenses. So you want to check them out in the Sigma booth. Also, we've got Shure. They actually have an SM7. It's the legendary microphone with a special edition with a B&H logo on it. I hear that's going to be worth money on eBay in a couple of years. Don't quote me on that. SanDisk Professionals, you guys shooting video, you're going to need raids. I'm a photo JPEG guy. I could take a thumb drive and be happy, but if you're really pro, you're gonna need something big. Nanlite, amazing, incredible LED lighting that is just revolutionizing the industry. Go check them out. They've got some new lights. It's like the power of the sun in the pocket of your pants. Wow, that should be quoted. Okay. ProGrade, Express cards. We need good memory cards, really important. More lighting equipment. LEDs have just blown out of the water. They're doing such amazing stuff with LEDs. Also, Lens Baby, one of the famous low-tech things you could slap onto a camera body and get a really neat look. It was used in the bell tower, I forgot the name of it, but Lens Baby, really great accessory to be a unique look. Low Pro, I use Low Pro bags. They're great bags. They slip on and off easy, and they're really not so expensive, but they're very well thought out. And then we got some Tangerine. This is matte box stuff. If you want to do creative stuff with your cameras, also good for hoods. Check that out. Super projector. Look at that, big brightness and a small form factor. Maybe you just want to bust out a projector in a club. Okay, all right, so that was our product announcements. Thank you so much. Once again, let's hear it for our sponsors who really support all this. It's a free event. Our sponsors rock. Go to the expo, tell them that you love us, and it's all good. I'm just gonna share one joke, some feedback I heard from one of the sponsors downstairs, one of the partners. They said, if one more person asked them where all the other camera stores are, he's going to smack him in the head. There's only one camera store you need to concern yourself with, and that's B&H Photo. So that's the answer there. But thank you so much. Everybody, let's give a warm welcome to our amazing CEO who has steered this company in directions unthought of. And I've been here 26 years. This guy's amazing. Menashe Horrowitz, please join us on the stage.
Thank you, David. Good morning, everybody. And David, no, I won't poke fun of you today because I did that yesterday already, so I won't do that again. But anyways, thanks for the introduction. And don't you ever do that brand applause again, because I'm going to have some answering for brands today. And so I got to do the cleanup afterwards. Good morning, everybody. My name is Casey Neistat. I'm watching all the faces and looks in this room. No, I will not take away even 3 minutes from Casey's time. So I put myself right before Casey, so I got some people in the room to thanks for coming to see Casey's presentation. But I promise you I'm more exciting. We'll send out a survey and we'll let you all vote afterwards. Anyways, I'm the CEO here of B&H Photo. It's my pleasure to welcome you over here to the second morning and second day of our Bild Expo. People ask me sometimes what my job is. And I say it's fairly easy. I get to take credit for everything B&H does right and get to find somebody to blame for everything that goes wrong. So for all of you who stood in a long line yesterday coming in to get registration, I have someone to blame. But seriously, I take responsibility for it, so I apologize to anybody who was in a long line over here. It was unintended, and yes, the participation yesterday was much more than we anticipated. So thank you very much for everybody for being here. Thank you. Bild, our name Bild, and I'm sure as all of you have read, is Bild in Yiddish is image. And I just want to highlight that for a moment. Image and Bild in Yiddish is more than just the word image. It's really about a full story. It's really about bringing a story to life. The word Bild is beyond picture, beyond image. It's really capturing a moment so people can relive that. It's really using that word as saying, how do we, bring a story to life, and that's the life of the story. So I think that really characterizes well what we all in this room do, and I thought that name was very fit for our audience and for the things in the craft that we do every single day. For that, we're grateful here at B&H to be partnering with the best creators the world has to offer. And it's truly an honor for us, for all of us at B&H, to be your partners and partners for all creators out there to help enable and help creation. The impact of our customers that have on this world is in so many ways, bringing out the stories of joy and happiness, occasionally, sometimes more than others, make people laugh, but also exposing unfortunate horror and tragedy. And many times, many times, bringing awareness to stories that otherwise would probably never find its place in history. Our best lessons in history are told when there's an ability to try to relive those stories. And there's no better way to relive those stories than imaging, whether it's video and obviously with audio. And I'm sure everyone can relate to this. The best stories that we relive, I remember as a kid growing up, having those old little, I'm forgetting what it's called, those little film, and you put it into a little device, and rewatching my parents' wedding again and again and again. And all these images and all these things in history help craft who we are. At Bild over here, at our Bild Expo, we've gathered 60 plus, maybe more than that, of the best speakers out there. Started yesterday and continuing today with myself, obviously. Everyone with their own remarkable story. You know, we aim to educate. Our goal is not only to enable, but to educate the next generation of creators, and educate and help empower the entire creative community. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or professional, B&H is always there at your side. Our goal is to be your best partner in any way possible to help you share and spread your story and the stories you're trying to capture. And ultimately, bring much needed light into this world, something that's much needed these days. 50 years ago when we started in 1973, and no, I'm not 50 years, I'm only turning 30 now, it was simple to us. It was be honest, treat your customers like you want to be treated. And 50 years later, I'm proud that the same principles remain. While much has changed over these 50 years, from 8mm to 8K, from analog to digital, from DSLR to mirrorless, and the list goes on and on and on and on. And what once took days, if not weeks, to capture, edit, spread, and only share it probably across the country, now takes minutes to capture and spread and viewed by millions and tens of millions of people across the world. Most things, I believe, still remain the same. Stories to be told, fortunate and unfortunate. And our mission remains exactly the same, to partner and support every single creator, and again, with honesty and integrity. I was walking this floor. I was walking this floor yesterday, and many people stopped me. You guys hear me? Okay. Stopped me, and realizing that I was the CEO, and came over. I felt like a rock star. Can I take a selfie with you? And B&H also has audio issues sometimes. It was all staged, by the way. It's written here, it's in my line. Walking the floor yesterday, and I said people stopped me. It was great to see, and at the end of the day, people stopped me, I heard you're the CEO of B&H Photo, you guys rock, you guys are amazing, and so on and so forth. And really, and I stop people and I always say, what's so amazing about us? And at the end of the day, really what we do is what I think every single brand should do. I don't think we do anything spectacular. I don't think we do anything special. We treat people the way we want to be treated. And that's the essence of it. Honesty, don't try to push, don't try to sell, but help. Be partners to the people that are customers. Thank you to all our partners over here, and especially I want to call out Videndum and Joby for making this next session with Casey happen. So thank you to all our partners, all our exhibitors, all our brands. Together, all our brands are partners to helping you, our audiences, help you in your craft. Around 20 years ago, there was a young man came to New York hoping to establish himself as a storyteller. He visited our store often, dreaming about all the gear he would own someday, probably watching our conveyor belts as well. When he came across a few dollars, you know where it went, and thank you. Then the thing came along called YouTube, and that started the world of storytelling like never before. Casey is one of the legends of YouTube. He started his channel in 2010 and grew his craft telling stories with emotion. Stories about life in New York, his day-to-day life, and incredible experiences. And by the way, I have a personal relationship with Casey. I'm happily married, thank God, for 24 years, but I bookmarked himself in case anything ever goes wrong. I go to his YouTube. So it's very personal for me. He told us to do what we can't and dedicated his success to anyone who ever told anyone with a dream that they can't. 13 years later, Casey's videos on YouTube have been viewed over 3.1 billion times. He has over 12.5 million subscribers, and he still shops at B&H, so thank you. Casey has shown us all the power of storytelling, the power of emotion, and shown us how it takes vision, craft, technique, and lots of hard work to get things done. We're very honored that Casey is joining us today here at B&H. I want to thank him for being a B&H customer for so many years, for allowing us to support him and help in whatever ways we can, but more, thank him for supporting and being a model for all aspiring creators out there. We love Casey's work and his story. Our dream, B&H's dream, is to help all of the Caseys out there find their passions, develop their skills, and achieve success doing what they love. And now, with 3 extra minutes, Casey, the mic is yours.
Neistat, come on. Let's go. He's picking out the green M&Ms. All right, let's hear it. Woo!
Hey, thanks a lot.
Yes.
What's up, guys? I think you're supposed to introduce me, but I'm going to introduce Paolo. Paolo is from Joby, and I don't know who this guy is. What's your name?
I'm Mike.
This is Mike. But Paolo here is from Joby.
Yeah.
And we worked together so much in the last couple years, and then our relationship has had such a big impact on why I'm here right now and my relationship with B&H, so it just felt appropriate for us to kind of do this talk together. But I also didn't know I was going to be getting such a gracious intro from B&H itself. So a word about B&H. We just had breakfast together, and I was talking about how, like, when I was younger, you would come to New York City so you could, like, go see Central Park, maybe see the Guggenheim, but it was B&H that I wanted to go to. It was like, of all the places to see in this city, there's no greater place to go to than B&H for filmmakers or camera people. And, you know, I think that I don't know much about how they run their business, but the idea that it's a candy store that's free, that also sells cameras, is just a brilliant model for, have you guys not been in the store? You know they have unlimited free candy there. In any event, B&H, thank you for having us up here, and this is a huge, huge honor. With that.
Fantastic. Just a few words for myself, because of course you don't know me, and let me express how big is a privilege to be on stage, one of the greatest creators of our time, and one of the nicest person I ever met, I have to say, since we became familiar, since we started to work with Joby campaign, and be on stage celebrating Build, this huge event for B&H. We reinvigorate the content creation world, and of course, the 50 years anniversary. So we start to get familiar with Casey, even if he has been using Joby, I think, for many years. So if you go to YouTube, his iconic images for GorillaPod inspire generator of filmmaker. But last year, we launched a new set of microphone. We entered the microphone market, and we were thinking, we should be partnered with to create a global campaign. And of course, Casey was a natural connection, because he pushed the boundary of creativity. He inspired a generation of video maker and filmmaker, but also he has this rebel spirit and this disruptive spirit, which is perfectly represent what Joby is and what Joby does. And he was so kind also to mentoring 4 winning creators out of the Joby campaign, where we got more than 5 million views and 80,000 entry of people for different parts of the world that they want to become the next Casey Neistat. It was so kind to host them in New York and open a studio, mentoring venue. I think one of the best rewards for those who became to inspire the next creator. So thank you again, Casey. And maybe we can start from when we left with the short video. And then the reason why I'm here is having a kind of conversation about his art of vlogging and of course the future of content creation. And then I meet myself. So I'm Italian, I love to speak you. I need to apologize on that.
Are we gonna watch that little video? Do it. It's funny, just one more note about Joby, and then we're not up here to like talk about products, but when like my agent was like, hey, this company has a new microphone for vloggers, and they might want to work with you, can we send it to you? The company's called Joby, and I was like, wait a minute. That's the company that makes that bendy thing that I use in every video I've ever made? And she was like, yeah, it's those people. I was like, yes, send them by. So it's so funny because my history with Joby and your product goes so much deeper than my like conscious awareness of the company, because that bendy thing was so integral. Like I remember vividly, it was like the 5th or 6th episode of the daily vlog, where like my initial strategy in making those videos was like anytime I was like running around, I'd use a point and shoot. Like remember the early days, 2014, like the Fun for Louie, Ben Brown days of vlogging, where it was always like this. And I was like, that was my plan, to use a point and shoot, but I was like, wait, Van, my brother, had that bendy tripod. I wonder if I could put that and then have the flip around. And I was like, I think this works. And I remember the shot exactly the first time I discovered that, and to think about the impact that that's had on vlogging, or whatever you'd call it now, which is kind of like first-person filmmaking. Like that weird shaped tripod, which is definitely not intended for that purpose, had such a huge impact on introducing like that entire genre of cinematography. Now, what are we up here to talk about?
Yeah, and I think probably it's very interesting, since you mentioned for the audience, maybe most of them know, but how did you start? And how do you see, the content creation industry change since you started?
Yeah, I mean, I think, if you came in here, maybe you know a little bit about my background, but my background is, I think I'm like, what do they say, like Gen X, ended in 1981, and then millennials started in 1982. And I was born in 1981, so I was like the oldest Gen Xer, the youngest millennial. So like if millennials are defined by being raised in like the internet era and social media and all of that, I'm like the oldest man with one foot in that swimming pool. And I say that because like 1998 was when Apple came out with iMovie 1.0. And that was when I was like, you know, I was like 16, 17 years old, and my brother Van bought the first iMac, and I was like, oh my goodness. And like that, iMovie 1.0 came with this like generic footage of like a dog getting a bath in a kiddie pool because it was so hard to import footage. They gave you footage so you could play with their editing software. And I just remember like Van and I, my brother and I, we didn't have a camera, just playing with that footage over and over and over and like putting music under it. I remember specifically, you couldn't lock the music in the timeline. You would just drop a song in and it would just start at the beginning and it's like, that's all we've got for you. And then like when I did get a camera, the hard drives were 10 gigs. It was the biggest hard drive you could get in an iMac. So you get like 7 to 8 minutes of footage. And if you guys want to hear some pain, the DV tapes then, DV tapes are what you recorded to. I had no money then, and DV tapes then were like $10 or $12. So like I don't really understand how to adjust for inflation, but that's like $1 million in 2020. So I only had like 2 DV tapes. So how I would back up is I would back up to VHS. So how I would edit something that was longer than 7 minutes is I would edit till I got to like the error message came up, this is out of hard drive space. Export to my DV tape, export from there to VHS, delete the entire edit file, delete everything, delete all the raw footage, import the leftover raw footage, and then try my best to export and then export again to VHS tape and have it line up. That was the pain that was trying to do what we do now on our cell phones in 1998. Like that was the hate. Distribution, anecdotally, when I couldn't upload to YouTube, I would get in my car and drive to my friend's house and hand them a VHS tape and be like, here's a video. Virality was like super hard to achieve back then. But the question was like how I got started. Like that was how I got started. And what's funny is I saw then that being the path to becoming like a regular filmmaker, like a film festival, a movie theater filmmaker. Because this world that I live in, that a lot of us live in, didn't exist. This wasn't an opportunity. This wasn't an option. So I thought that was the way to get there. And the irony is I did use that as a stepping stones and building little viral videos and little short videos and calling them fine art and showing them in museums because there was no other place to put them. Building splash pages before there was YouTube so I could share them online. Attaching like 36 by 24 resolution QuickTime files to an email and sending it because I didn't know how else to share videos. I was able to use those stepping stones ultimately to actually become a formal filmmaker and make movies that were in film festivals and shot on celluloid, like real film. And ultimately like took that to having a show on HBO. And the truth is like if that show on HBO, which I remember the year HBO bought that, was the same year that we premiered Daddy Longlegs, which is a movie I made with Josh and Benny Safdie. We premiered that at Cannes Film Festival. We premiered that at Sundance. We won all kinds of awards. We were on stage for winning that. It was the same year. HBO bought my show. Like I felt like I had achieved a tremendous amount of success, more than I could have imagined in the traditional like film world. And I kind of hated it. Like I hated the process. I loved making movies and I loved making that show, but like we gave this show to HBO that Van and I made on our own, just the two of us. And they like sat on it for 2 years and then they put it out at midnight on Friday nights. Imagine if you could only watch my YouTube videos at midnight on Friday night. And like that was the lack of agency. I felt completely out of control. Like we put our everything into making this content and the method of sharing it was just so misaligned. And that was really like, the question was how I got my start. That was really when I was just kind of like, I don't want to do this anymore. I just want to get back to being that kid with that iMac, making the videos that I liked and just figuring out what the best means of getting them to people was. So it was like after that I put my head down and just started focusing just on YouTube. And I know that we have a little video queued up, but it was, that was like the first video I made when I really sat down to focus on YouTube that kind of exploded and showed me the power of YouTube. Is a very iconic New York City video that we should watch right now.
I'm getting a ticket for riding my bike not in the bike lane. Can't believe you're busting my balls. I'm doing the world a favor riding my bike. It's pouring rain out here.
Doing the world a favor.
Yeah, look at this. Look at these assholes. Look at this guy. Double park right here in a bus lane. You're not giving him a ticket.
Mail it in, guilty, not guilty. Everything you need.
What's the fine?
You're a bicyclist, so it's anywhere from $10 up to $130, depending on your record. But it's a bicycle summit. The bicycle summit is for not riding in a bicycle lane.
You know,
Lower. The red light's coming.
so I got a ticket for not riding in the bike lane, but often there are obstructions that keep you from properly riding in the bike lane.
Listen up. As you've been hearing on our show and elsewhere, the police continue to crack down on biking infractions. As the number of bikers explodes throughout the city, ticketing is on the rise. Casey in Manhattan, you got a ticket this month?
Yeah, I got a ticket about 3 weeks ago for riding my bike not in the bike lane.
Not in the bike lane. Alex is holding up a sign that says, you could have just said it.
Oh, okay.
His sign says, not illegal.
Yeah.
I wish I'd known that before I paid the $50 ticket.
Well, so...
Great.
A real crowd pleaser, that video.
If I may ask, because you started your career as professional filmmakers, working in commercial ads and such, and then you moved to digital platform and building your own brand. Whereas sometimes the journey is vice versa, no? People, especially the young people, started directly for the digital platform and then evolved to professional filmmakers. Do you have a kind of view on that? Any recommended path?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's weird because of how much the industry has changed. So I always say, like, the greatest asset I have as a filmmaker is the fact that I never went to film school. Had I been taught the correct way, the traditional way to make videos, I wouldn't have been forced to go out with my buddy Oscar and a point-and-shoot camera and try to figure out how to crash into cop cars on my bicycle. If I had known how to make movies the proper way, Van and I would have never gone to Walmart and bought 2 of their cheapest cameras and turned that into a show that was on HBO. It was that lack of understanding of the right way to do things that forced us to find our own path, and I think that was a virtue. And I think what's happened now is people have something to look at, which instead of looking to like Kubrick or Spielberg to say that's what I want to be like, now people are looking at creators saying that's the world that I want to be in. So I think aspirationally there's been this gigantic, this seismic shift where, you know, formal filmmakers like me were starting to turn to YouTube. And now you're seeing YouTubers that just have incubated their talent so profoundly that they're able to reach out and go to new places. Bo Burnham with his movies and what he's done, he's a tremendous example of that. But I think that it's kind of a long way of saying that like everything now that you'd ever need access to be a great filmmaker is kind of at our fingertips. And I think that's an amazing thing. And my trajectory represents a world where that didn't exist, but now we live in a place where it's accessible to all.
And one thing that you mentioned, and also when we chat, is that apparently a couple of years ago it seems that the smartphone could potentially replace, you know, even the camera industry and such. But when we see there, also, you know, when we see the exhibition before, the camera industry and the camera market is now like more vivid than ever. So a lot of release a new camera, increasing capability, and the high-end market is pretty reinvigorated. So do you have a kind of view about how gear could help, you know, creators in evolving throughout the personal journey?
I think it's incredible. I think it's amazing. I think like the opportunities that we all have now to do whatever it is, whether you make wedding videos, whether you're a cook that wants to show people how to bake cakes online, or you do whatever the hell it is that I do, the tools that we have access to have made that so much easier. I felt like starting in my career was a battle. It was a battle doing all those exports ultimately to VHS. Like I had this square peg and I was trying to smash it into this round hole that didn't fit. And now I think that like, sure, if all you have is your cell phone, fantastic. You know, like, I don't know how big of YouTubers you guys are, but like Whistling Diesel is one of my favorite YouTubers. This guy does like 5, 10, 15 million views a video. He's still shooting on his phone. But then you have amazing filmmakers. I looked at people like Peter McKinnon or my brother Van, who they put so much energy into their cinematography. They're true cinematic virtuosos. And they're using gear that is very formal with precision lenses, and they're using filters, and they're color correcting. They're doing all this amazing, very like, I think technically heavy aspects to make their movies better. And they're also succeeding in that same space. So I think like how dynamic the space is an asset for all of us. But I think how accessible the equipment is like, we're seeing like, you know, if you wanted to be a writer, all you needed was a pen and paper. If you want to be a painter, all you needed is a canvas and some paint. But to be a filmmaker, you needed all this stuff that was inaccessible. And that has changed. We now have access to all of that stuff, even if for you, it just means a phone. And I think it's a wonderful thing.
And speaking about your career and how this has been evolved, you know, to better capability, I think, you know, Make It Count has been a video which has represented a kind of tipping point, you know,
yeah, I mean, I think that video uniquely represents a tipping point in my career. I think of that as like this gigantic inflection point. Like Bike Lanes is such a great video to watch because that was after my HBO show. And I made that video because I was mad at that cop, who, by the way, like 6 months after that video came out, I get a picture of my now wife, Kentis, with like that cop with this big grin, and he's got his arm around my wife, and she sends it, and I'm like, Kentis, what the hell's going on here? And she like sends me his number. In any event, he and I became friends. He's a great guy. He told me he gave me that ticket because he didn't want to get out of his car because it was raining. So he knew that I'd come over like a McDonald's drive-thru to his window to receive my ticket, unlike having to ticket those other cars where you'd have to get wet. But if Bike Lanes really illustrated the power, you know, I spent years making this HBO show, years getting it out to HBO, all of this marketing behind it, and nobody saw it. And then I make this silly little video, and you know, millions and millions of people see it. That showed me something about distribution. It was Make It Count that really, I think, really showed and illustrated the opportunity, the financial opportunity, the commercial opportunities in this space. We should watch it, right?
Man, you should watch it.
Let's watch it.
Absolutely.
Definitely make this flight, but we're cutting it close. So far the trip is off to a fairly irresponsible start.
And so it begins. We got to Paris, 17 degrees outside. The airport.
Yeah, welcome to Cairo.
All in all, very successful. We visited Tahrir Square. We rode horses. Our Max almost fell off of his.
Now commenced our descent.
We're in Johannesburg, South Africa right now. Just got to Zambia. Stuck in Nairobi. We're at the Vatican right now. We're leaving Rome. We're renting a car. The trouble is all of the street signs are written in squiggly lines. Back in Doha. Our flight board's 2 minutes ago. We're in Bangkok. We have a terrible taxi driver. Hey, Swanee. What's up? We forgot to eat today and I've got the shakes real bad. This is the gnarliest airplane food I've ever seen. Look at this wiener. Want me to take your picture? I like this. Yeah, so that, it makes more sense after watching it, explaining this, but that was, that was over 10 years ago now, and that was at a time when being a YouTuber, that wasn't a verb, it wasn't a thing back then. And what it meant to work with brands was to sort of direct TV commercials, which I did. Yeah. And I was always pitching to brands this idea, which makes sense now, but it seemed so insane back then to even say out loud, but it was instead of me directing your commercial that your agency came up with, let me just do something cool and then I'll put your name on it. And they're like, nah, bro. The world doesn't work like that. And I was like, well, okay. But Nike actually, they did. And the origin story of that video was years before that. Nike was doing a small event in the East Village and they were like, hey, will you make a little video for us? And I made this nothing of a video that was not a Nike commercial, it was not a branded commercial, no one saw it but the 30 people there that night. But from that moment on, whenever anybody asked me what I did for a living, I said, I make videos for Nike. And eventually that kind of manifested, and they reached out about this campaign, which was 3 videos, and it was 3 fairly traditional, great videos, great creative. They gave me a lot of control, but like, you know, we had crews and there were celebrities in them and athletes and stuff like that. And for the 3rd video, it was just like, it was kind of frustrating. We had actually burned most of the budget on the first 2 videos, and we're like, oh, we can't ask them for more money. And then Maxie and I came up with this idea where I just want to do a montage where I run across the frame, but I'm in all different locations. And it ultimately manifested as that. And Nike was like, it's not that they weren't cool with us making that, they just didn't know what the hell I was doing. And I remember like the Nike executive calls me, he's like, hey, that 3rd video is due in like 4 days, where are you? And I was like, here's the thing. I'm in Madagascar right now. But we made it, and they liked it, and they were like, Casey, there's no Nike in this. You're wearing a Patagonia jacket, you're not wearing our sneakers, and the fuel band is not even mentioned. And I was like, mail me one and I'll, but in any event, they liked the video, and they didn't know what to do with it. And they just were kind of like, we don't really know what this is, but we know it's good. So just put it on your YouTube channel, put it on your little website there, Casey, and if it does well, great. And if it doesn't do well, we're just gonna pretend it never happened. And it did really well. It was like their most watched video ever until their World Cup video 5 or 6 years later. And for me, like the greatest compliment I ever got about that video was actually met Mark Parker, the CEO of Nike, many years later, and he was like, you're the one that made that video. And he was like, I heard my assistant watching that, and I watched it over her shoulder, and I just went and sat at my desk and thought, I gotta get out more. And I was like, if I had that impact on that guy, we did it. But why that video is so relevant, and to answer your question, is that like, kind of before that, there was no working with brands like that. And I think what we've seen happen, and the opportunity that so many of us have had to embrace in myriad different ways, myriad different manifestations, is brands looking to leverage a style of creativity, an aesthetic, a look, a feel, an attitude, a brand that us creatives have invented on our own to help promote their own brand. And that's a big part of the reason why I wanted Paolo to join me here today, because I think that like, Joby is one of those unique brands that's such an honor to work with, because they're like, when they came to me, it wasn't like, here's all the talking points of our new microphone. They came to me and they're like, we want to show the community that we support them. We'd love for you to highlight some smaller creators, and we'd love for you to do it your way. And it's like that idea that that's how a brand could be so insightful and how they see the opportunity to reach their customers, I think is an incredible opportunity that we're still at the very, very earliest stages of, but one that will pay dividends sort of for all of us creatives that follow our own creative lead in this industry.
And I think one of the things that drive the immense reputation that you have is this level of integrity, because you put creativity first. No? Sometimes it might happen that the creators put, let me express in the way, platform first, so the platform is way more important than the creativity, or you have this terrific sense of cinematography, but you choose a very solid editorial line, being a YouTube long video format, whereas sometimes our creator jumping from platform to another and make something which is maybe it's valid from the moment, but they are not valid the moment after. So how do you see this dilemma, we see, between creativity in a way and expanding the reach, visibility of the platform, which again is one of the things that every creator needs to face?
I think it's tough, and I think it's tough for creators to navigate this. I call it the Mr. Beastification of YouTube, and it's a challenge. And I say that without any disparaging even considerations whatsoever towards Jimmy. I think Mr. Beast is brilliant. I think what he's done is genius. I think he's opened doors and done things on a platform that no one thought was possible. Just to elevate Mr. Beast a little bit further, I met with YouTube for years where they're writing checks when they were doing YouTube originals for millions and tens of millions of dollars because all they wanted to do was to create a channel, create a vehicle that could do 10, 20 million views per video. If someone were to say to them then that this kid in North Carolina is going to do it, but he's going to do 100 or 200 million views per video, and he doesn't need your money, he'll figure it out on his own, it was unfathomable. So what Jimmy has done is unbelievable. But I think the shock waves of that, what's happened behind that is something that I see as like, for me, it's a bit of a conflict in this space. There's this great quote that I saved, and I saved it like in my favorites folder so I could find it very quickly when I came up here so I wasn't fidgeting with my phone. It goes like this, ready? It's Rick Rubin. You guys know who Rick Rubin is, right? Come on. Greatest music producer of all time. This quote from him is, "The time for commercial considerations is after the work is complete." And that sentiment is religion for me. And what that means is the only kind of creative endeavors that I choose to do, what I love, the work that speaks to me the most, is the kind of work where you put your head down and you say, how can I tell the best story? What is this that I'm trying to communicate? How can I do that the best? And then once that's done, once you've achieved that, once the song is laid down, the video is done, your movie's complete, then you say, okay, how do we actually make money off of this? And that's what I believe in. That's what I subscribe to. That's what I do. That's why I do what I do. And when I refer to the conflict that is the Mr. Beastification, what he does is the opposite of that. What he does is the very opposite of that. He has a team of geniuses that break down his videos second by second to break down when was the peak engagement. Okay, when did we lose engagement? All right, what was happening in that moment? How do we get rid of that? It is this scientific approach to making videos that has worked when it comes to really garnering views and making this incredible business and industry that he has uniquely created. I commend him for that. But that's not why I'm in it at all. And I have such conflict with that because it's tough because I too want to make a living. Views matter. Like anybody who says like, I don't care what the views are. There's two kinds of people in this world, those who care about their views and liars. It hurts when you don't get the views, but at the end of the day, it is the work that you have to stand by. And it's funny because I looked this up and I went to print it out, but my printer's broken and I don't really know how to use printers. I'm 42, I've never had a printer that's worked my whole life. They just gave up on that technology. But I looked up all of the movies in the last 20, 30 years, it's on Wikipedia, that were the highest earners, highest box office earners of the year versus the movies that won the most Academy Awards. Zero correlation. Zero. Meaning that the movies that we appreciate for their artistic contributions to the universe never align with the movies that the most people show up and pay for to see. Like Transformers can make $1 zillion, that's great. It's not changing anyone's lives. It's not impacting you. So if that's what you're attracted to, and if that's why you're in it, God bless. And when I say that, I mean if views are your goals, if to be Mr. Beast and have the wealth and the amazing things that he's built and accomplished, that's why you're in it, then God bless. But that's not why I'm in it. And I don't understand that. And that's not for me. Why I'm in it is to make something that I think matters. When I listen to a song and it makes me cry, when I watch a movie and it makes me think, when I see a painting and it makes me want to get out of my chair and go make something, like that to me is the most beautiful, virtuous thing that you can do as a creative individual. And that's what I aspire towards. Don't always succeed, but that's what I aspire towards. And I think that is, that is that ultimate conflict. And to take it a little bit further, because I'll talk about this for a full hour, but like take it a little bit further, it's like the only metric we've ever had historically is like you've got your TV Nelson ratings or whatever they are, and you've got your movies, your box office, and how much they sell for and all that. Now we have the most granular data to break down what works and what doesn't work. This is like what Netflix uses to make their movies. I don't want to talk trash about their movies, but that's why all their movies suck, in a nice way. But you still have these individuals. You still have the Quentin Tarantinos out there. Like, you think Quentin Tarantino is like screen testing his movies to check which parts are the most engaging? Or do you think he's just giving everyone the middle finger until the movie's done and then folds his arms and is like, release it like that or never release it? Pretty sure it's the latter. And that's why we respect him. That's why his movies you'll watch over and over and over. That's why his movies make you want to go buy a camera and create yourself. And I think that there is still a huge opportunity for that in this space. Even if your numbers are less than something more sensational or something that's more calculated to get those views, it doesn't make them any less valuable or valid. And that is something that I can't overemphasize. I know that was just one of your 50 questions, and like I've just steamrolled this whole audience, but you're really getting to the core of it, Paolo, and asking me deep questions here. So sorry for using up all the time on that one.
And what, echoing what you say, what do you think is, because also hearing what we just heard from B&H, I think there's a company like B&H, like Joby, of course, that have a mission, a real clear purpose in empowering creators. So how do you think those brands could stand for creators, in your view?
I think that, it's funny, like in my early vlogs in 2015, 2016, when my whole life was just trying to turn out a video every single day, I had such a more intimate relationship with my hardware. And I made a lot of videos complaining about hardware not working the way that I uniquely wanted it to work. And the idea then that brands would start making products that are specific for the individual creator was a pipe dream. So when you talk about what brands can do to better elevate creators, I think that we're seeing that. We're seeing that manifested now. I think we're seeing like B&H doing this event is that. It's saying, how can we better make things for you? I primarily use Sony cameras and what Sony's doing to better service this community. I look at what Canon's doing. I used Canon historically. They make a great product. What Canon's doing to service this community. I look at smaller niche brands, like what Joby's doing. I think it's all amazing. And I think that the fact that they're doing that just makes it a little bit easier. It just removes a few of those obstacles that we all face trying to find our place in this industry.
One thing that we discussed also from a product standpoint, it's audio, because we start our collaboration with the audio pieces, with the sound. But normally, as filmmaker, we immediately think about images, we immediately think about the composition, editing, and such. But audio could really drive, an emotional connection. And you have a fantastic idea engaging Blind Surfer, which is basically one of the most awarded, field dubber in Hollywood. So how audio is entering in your creative process?
I think audio is hugely underappreciated, including by me, because it's a pain. Like if those little green bars are going like this, I'm like, got it. Compared to cinematography, which like you're checking your frame and you're making it perfect. I wish I understood audio better, because the truth is, watching a movie with the sound off is hard and it's not that interesting. But listening to a book on tape with no visuals at all can completely captivate you. So I do think audio is something that's super critical. I think that audio communicates just as much information as the visuals you're seeing. And audio is a huge problem for me. It was always a challenge for me. And only now are we starting to see the kinds of products that makes it really easy. Like this idea that you had a wireless lav mic that you just clip on, you don't have to think about, and it just speaks to your camera. Like, that's some crazy sci-fi stuff. That's like some Star Trek stuff that I couldn't, but like we all have this, like $100, you can go buy it downstairs. Like, it's amazing, this technology and what it's enabled us to do. But again, all of that just being, Paolo, like a furthering of making it easier for us to overcome the obstacles to tell the stories we want to tell.
And so I was checking the timeline, just to be mindful about timing, but I think we have time.
Did that just move?
It moved, yes, it moved.
They put more time on our clock?
Yeah, and and I think especially when we come to, this is the typical $1 million question. So when you come to young generation, the one we are really starting, which kind of advice you would like to give them? So.
Well, I'll give you the unfun advice first and then the romantic advice. The unfun advice is like the most undervalued aspect of success, no matter what you want to do in life, but certainly in this world, this kind of undefined landscape, the most undervalued aspect is patience. Patience is everything. Like, if you're starting today and you're like, I want to do this, if you're not prepared to do it for the next 10 years without any success, then don't start at all. You're wasting your time, because that's what it takes. And I think it's tough because the people that we see succeed, it seems like from afar they've succeeded overnight. And some of them have. Like, some people have gotten really lucky and they struck gold on their first swing. That's rare. For the vast majority, it's people who work in we talked about Mr. Beast before. Mr. Beast is a fantastic example. I mean, that guy talked into like his old compact PC with like a 480 line resolution webcam, because that's all he had for like 7 years, making videos that were terrible before he figured out how to do his thing that worked, which is counting to 1,000 on camera or something nonsensical like that. But it worked for him. He did it. He figured it out. So the unsexy advice is that just put your head down and keep going. Don't quit your day job. Don't YOLO this, because it's not going to work. You will fail. And if you're not prepared to fail, then like don't start at all. Instead, like, you know, you keep your job and keep earning that money so you can pursue your passion. And eventually, one will overtake the other if you're doing it right. But that eventuality, if you're really lucky, it might be a couple years. If you're not, it might be a decade or so. And if it takes you longer, it takes you longer. You should be prepared to dedicate everything to it. And I think that YouTube and social media has really messed up our perspective on that. There's this expectation that you should be able to explode, this expectation, because the barrier to entry is so low. You don't have to go to NYU film school anymore. You don't have to pay off those student loans. You don't have to have a film camera. You don't have to get into Sundance. You don't have to do any of that. You don't need an agent. Sorry, WME, I know you're here somewhere, but you don't need an agent. You don't need any of that. All of that infrastructure that was once needed, that once predicated success, any success at all, you don't need any of that. All you need is an internet connection, which if you're in this room, you have. So just because we can all jump in the swimming pool doesn't mean we're all going to swim. And I think that is really misunderstood, because no one wants to face that really ugly, disparaging truth. It's not fair, it's not easy, it's brutal, and it's a slog. And if you're willing to confront that, then you know, you can find success. There will be success there. That's the unfun part. I think the more romantic part, the thing that I love to talk about more, is just finding your voice. And that sounds like such a platitude or something you might read on a calendar with like a little kitten hanging off of a branch. But the truth is, it's like, if you're looking to others being like, that's what I want to do, you're not going to do it as good as them. You're just going to be another copycat. I think that's why that Mr. Beastification of YouTube bothers me so much. What Jimmy does is exceptional. But he's the guy with the flute walking through town like this. And behind him are 10,000 rats copying him. And they might get views, but none of them stand out. None of them matter. They're just copycats. They're copycats following the innovator. And to start in this space, if your start is like, what she's doing is successful, I want to do what she does, and I'll be successful, you failed. Like, if you get in line behind all the other sheep and think somehow you're going to stand out, you have failed. Instead, it's really just putting your head down, figuring out what your thing is. And like, the follow-up question is like, how do I do that? I don't know. Like, it's impossible. It's really hard to do. I find the best way to get there is just by doing work. Keep digging those ditches. Keep making those videos that are absolutely terrible, that are so bad you're embarrassed to show them to your mom. And just hide them. Don't delete them, because when you win that Academy Award, you're going to want to show them to people so you can all laugh at it. But keep doing it. And like, I know for me, that's how I figured it out. None of you have seen any of my really early work, and you never will. But it was doing that terrible work. Like, one of the first videos I made was like a birthday video for my son's mom, my baby mama. It was like 26 minutes long, and it used the entire soundtrack from Pulp Fiction. It's like her blowing out candles with like the same music that was over the scene of the terrible video. But like, that's how you find it. And like, if you want to stand out, which is the only way to succeed, then you have to do something no one else is doing. You have to be novel. And to do what somebody else is doing, the only way you can find that is like, what is it that turns you on? What is it that's exciting to you, and pushing that. Following will never, ever, ever, ever get you there. And then if you combine those two, That's kind of a bleak picture. I'm sorry, guys. There should be like a fluffier answer to that question, but that's the reality. You combine those two, patience, you never give up, that pursuit, that resistance, that tenacity, combined with like finding your own voice. If you put those two together, they will combust, they will explode. Just takes a little time.
Great. And I think before we play the last video, one curiosity, a little bit of Paige is New York. So you're back in New York. What does New York represent for you and for your creativity and inspiration?
First of all, I'm never leaving. I'm going to die in this city. I'm never leaving New York. I feel like a Judas for having to leave to realize that, but I'm never leaving New York City. And I think the reason why in its most abbreviated form is just like, you can't step outside in New York without a story hitting you in the face. Like, I could have made a movie about my ride up here this morning, about the coffee that we had before we walked in here. I could have made a movie about what it took to get from the loading dock at the Jacob Javits Center to this stage, because it's fascinating. There's a whole world down there. Like, this city is fascinating, and it's brutal. Like, there's no one, none of you have met someone who lives in New York and is like, I didn't know what to do after college, so I just got this great easy apartment in New York and I've got this little job, so I'm just gonna hang out here. Doesn't happen. You don't live here, you survive here. It is brutal here. That little apartment is $3,400 a month and it's 218 square feet with no toilet. Like, it is miserable here. But people who are here, they're here for a different reason. They're here because they want to be here, because they want this energy, they want that fight. And like the social Darwinism that is weeding out all the people that are unwilling to deal with all of that nonsense, the brutality that is living here, just leaves us with like those 8+ million people that float to the top and elect to be here. It is a city of fighters. Like, I'm on the subway with my 2 daughters, and there's a dude to the left of me, and he's on his way to go work at his job at Starbucks, and there's a woman to the right of me, and she's like a hedge fund manager at Goldman Sachs. We're all sitting on the subway together because it's the only way to get downtown. Like, that is magic. That doesn't exist anywhere. So, I mean, they'd have to reset the clock to a full hour for me to keep going about just how much I love this city. But when I left, I felt like I couldn't make videos that were honest because a part of me had died. So yeah, no, I dig it here.
I think before we close, we have the last video.
It's a great video to end on.
Yeah.
I don't think it needs much of a preface, except for I was given an assignment to make a video that celebrates what it means to be a creator. And that's what this video, should we walk off before? We'll walk off after so I can watch it. I haven't seen this one in years. It's a great video. Okay. To the haters, the doubters, my 7th grade vice principal. To everyone who's ever told anyone with a dream they can't. This video's for you. Keep your head down, follow the rules, do as you're told, play it safe. Wait your turn, ask permission, learn to compromise. This is terrible advice. If I were to write an autobiography, a book about my life, one title that would work would be Do What You Can't. Because that idea encapsulates everything I've ever done. Like when I wanted to move to New York City and my dad was like, you can't, you don't have any money. Or when I first said I wanted to make movies and it was, you can't, you didn't go to film school. I want to have a TV show, you can't, Casey, you're not pretty enough. And to go even further, like if I were to characterize what this new generation of content creators and filmmakers, what we all do on YouTube and everywhere else is we do what we can't. Oh my God. You can't be an action movie filmmaker, but you get your parkour friends to dress up like video game characters, jump off some buildings, and you can. Right, Devin?
Yes.
You can't have a talk show, but you have a webcam and you can.
What's up, you beautiful bastards? What?
This is my first YouTube video ever.
Next thing you know, you're interviewing the president.
I heard that you're going to be out of a job soon.
Well, maybe I'll start a YouTube show.
That's what I'm thinking.
You
can't fly around New York City on a magic carpet, but get your electric skateboard, some PVC pipe, a great outfit, give Jesse a call, and you can. What do you think?
This is gonna be so dope.
You don't need gear, you don't need trucks or a crane, you don't need some big expensive camera rig that never works. When you're a creator, you don't need someone in your ear telling you what you can and can't do.
I'm racing the subway!
What you can and can't say.
I accidentally did the shocker. Oh my God.
They call us gamers, influencers, internet famous.
What does that mean?
But we know something they don't. You can start a vlog or a makeup channel. Or travel around the world with a gigantic piano playing it in beautiful places for interested people. When you're a creator, all you need is your phone, an internet connection, and a good idea. A story you want to share, something you need to say.
Confidence is within yourself.
And then the rest is history. If you do it right, you get to quit the day job. Make friends from places you've never been. Meetups, collaborations.
It's just two boys and two video cameras.
A life moving so fast and so full, you won't even have time to process it. So to my fellow creators, I say, keep creating, keep doing the work.
Hey guys! Au galop sur la plage, moment désertique. Au galop sur la plage.
And never forget, you don't have to listen to anyone, because in this new world, no one knows anything.
Hi, haters.
The haters, the doubters are all drinking champagne in the top deck of the Titanic, and we are the f***ing iceberg.
80, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 172, 173, 174, 175, 176, 177, 178, 179, 180, 181, 182, 183,
Great. So, thank you so much. It was great.
Who bleeped out all the swears in that? Was that you guys? Thank you for doing that.
Thank you again, Casey.
Yeah.
It was really great.
Thank you, guys. This is fantastic. Great to be up here.
Thanks to all of you. Thanks to B&H for having us on stage. Really appreciate it. In a few minutes from now, Casey will stop at our booth, which is free. Alyssa, where are you? If my memory doesn't fail, we are going to give up for free some creators kit. You have an opportunity to meet Casey and we'll sign some product. Great pleasure. I really appreciate to be here. Fantastic presentation. Thanks, Casey. Appreciate it. Thanks to B&H again. It was great.
Thanks, guys.
Okay. It's kind of tough to follow that up. As you guys are heading out, just one more big yell for Casey. Casey, yeah. Woo! Also, an addendum for bringing him here. Joby, thank you so much. Okay, so right down on the third floor of the expo at the Videndum booth, Casey will be down at the booth. It's going to be, you'll have a chance to win some creator kits and ask Casey all sorts of questions. I hear Casey's going to be here for another 5 hours, so feel free to go down there. We got our next speaker is going to be up in 15 minutes. Brooke, Shaden, highly recommend. Come check out her photography. I really didn't know her before she came and became a speaker at Build, but going through that presentation, I love her. You guys are going to love her. So be back at 15 minutes. We're going to roll some commercials. Thank you, everybody.
JVC.
Like a machine, yeah, let's go.
Plain and simple, if you're getting paid for your work, your gear needs to be able to adapt and overcome any environmental challenges you may encounter.
JVC.
Metal like a machine, yeah, let's go.
Plain and simple, if you're getting paid for your work, your gear needs to be able to adapt and overcome any environmental challenges you may encounter.
Back again. Whew, boy, that was an interesting presentation to start the morning off with, our CEO and then Casey Neistat. Well, I was kind of thinking, like, what kind of a build speaker could we put on the stage after Casey Neistat? And we have the perfect one for you guys. I'm very happy to introduce to you, straight from Arizona, I hear from the higher points of Arizona, Flagstaff, where it isn't that hot, an incredibly cool photographer that's gonna blow your mind and show you something completely different. Everybody, please welcome Brooke Shaden. Brooke Shaden, come on up. Okay, once again, Brooke Shaden, come on up. There we go. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Can you hear me? We're good? Okay. I have a really weird thing to talk to you about today, which, if you know me at all, then you know there's no chance of it not being weird, but it's gonna be like weirder than usual. So we're gonna talk about creating powerful art, which is a very strange sort of topic to me. Like, what does powerful mean? What does it mean to even make art? You know, there's this whole sort of conversation to be had around that. To me, the conversation could go in 20 different ways. How do you make powerful art? I could give you literally probably a 100-point list of how to do it. But there's only one that actually matters. And I have decided that the way to make powerful art is to be completely unself-conscious. And there's a reason why I've landed on this word, unself-conscious. And it's because I watch people all the time make art. And by the way, if you're here, I consider you an artist. I'm not differentiating between photographer, painter, writer, whatever. I watch people make a lot of art, and I watch people be very unsure of themselves in the art that they make. I hear people say constantly things like, I'm not sure if this is good. I'm not sure if people will like this. I'm gonna look stupid if I make this. This is an example of me looking stupid. I made this on the side of a highway, a very busy highway. And I remember I was just completely covered in blue paint. This was after I cleaned myself, which is kind of ridiculous. I made this knowing that there would be people speeding past and looking out of their car windows. What I didn't expect was for about 10 cars to stop and just watch as I did this photo shoot, which was pretty embarrassing. So I was so covered in paint that I had to breathe through a straw in the picture because I couldn't even breathe. Every time I sucked in air through my nose, I got paint up my nose. It was really uncomfortable. But I've spent my whole career making things that are uncomfortable and that people are largely watching me do. So I want to give you a little backstory of where I started my creative journey. My journey started in roughly 2004 when I was in high school. And I remember distinctly writing this short story that was, I'm not sure the best way to describe it. Let's say it was an allegory, it was a metaphor in which I read this out loud in my 10th grade class, and the story went where I said, okay, the story is about this girl, and she has these little people in her mind, and they're trying to corrupt her innocence. And in my short story, eventually the end was that she had a nosebleed, and all the little people came out as blood cells, and she shed the negative corruption from her life, but actually it was a metaphor for menstruating for the first time. It was a whole thing, you know, like super normal. And so I read that story, and my whole class was just like, okay, like moving on to the next person. And then that's how my whole career has been, just like that. Like basically just like, here's a weird thing that I did, and everyone's like, all right, well, you know, we're gonna go find something pretty to look at instead. So my career has been that. So I moved on to film school. I actually went to film school and got a film degree as well as in English literature. And when I got my film degree, the same things were happening. So like I had a job in a nursing home. And I've worked in many nursing homes. I love nursing homes. I actually met my husband in a nursing home, but he was working there too. He was not in the nursing home. And so I was working in the basement of this nursing home. I was folding laundry after school and in the early mornings and stuff. And I worked with one of my best friends. So we were the only people there who were under 70 years old working at this nursing home. So we could fold laundry like nobody's business. Like, we were so fast. So we had 4-hour shifts. I would work for 2 of them, and then I would make movies for the second half of every single shift in this nursing home, because it was the creepiest place, y'all. It was like this old, just dirty basement of this nursing home. So I would bring my little video camera and make these movies. My first one that I made was about my friend working with me, and I pretended like the basement was like an insane asylum, you know, like a really old one. And so she's just like rocking back and forth, like going nuts. And then I filmed her running down the halls, and she's like smearing ketchup on the walls, you know, because it was blood, but I don't even know why she was bleeding. It was kind of weird. And then at the end, she just drowns herself in a pool. Boom, the end. Okay, so that was my whole movie, my very first one, and it actually won a local film award that I entered it into. And that was it. I was like, I'm gonna be a filmmaker. I'm gonna be the best filmmaker ever. And so I went to film school. My films got progressively darker, if you can imagine it. And I graduated, and I immediately was like, wow, film sucks. I don't wanna do this anymore. So I picked up a camera, and my first images were a little weird, you could say. I am really obsessed with death. It's something we're gonna talk about. Don't be afraid, it's all good. And so one of my first images I remember so distinctly, I had this, I was in like a really crappy apartment in Los Angeles at the time. We had almost no space, but I had this really old refrigerator that was there. And I just loved this refrigerator. And I was working on a little series at the time, this was in 2009, that I called Small Deaths. And it was just me looking dead in different places, like revolutionary, right? And so that's what I did. And when I did this, I would just like, one day I crawled into a trash can, you know, out back behind my apartment. One day I pulled a shopping cart, they are so heavy, FYI. If you ever try to pull a shopping cart to your second story apartment, just don't. And I pulled it up there and I got in the shopping cart, and all the time, like, I'm literally just this, like just me like that, like just dead everywhere. And I was really good at it though. Like, if you want to go look at that work, I'm just saying, like, I was pretty convincing. And so I remember doing this photo where I got a step ladder, and I climbed into my freezer, like a top freezer box in the refrigerator. But I couldn't really get myself in there. I'm sure you've never tried to climb in your freezer, but if you had, you would know it's really challenging. And so I didn't know how to fit myself in there. So I called my husband into the room, and I'm like, you know, I'm just wearing underwear, right? And I'm like, can you push me in? Like, once I get my butt up in there, can you just push? And so he was like, yeah, why not? So I've got my butt up there, and I'm like this, and he's pushing. And so I eventually like squeezed myself in, and then every picture was out of focus. I just forgot to set the focus on my camera, because at that time, autofocus, you just couldn't do it with a self-portrait, and what a thing. So I had to get in and out of that freezer so many times to do this photo, but I loved that photo. And so my existence, my career, like everything about me at that time, and largely now, was dedicated to creating weird stuff where I had an amazing experience doing it. And that was the whole point of it. I started creating art that I thought nobody was going to like, but at the same time knew that people needed to see. And I think that there's an incredible intersection between what you love and what your purpose is. I don't know if you've ever heard the term ikigai. It's an amazing term that you should look up, and it's this intersection where your purpose meets your passion, your vocation, and that's what I was doing without realizing it. I create a little bit differently now. Not much differently. This is my happiest picture I could share with you. I literally could not find a happier picture. So here we are. That said, things are gonna get weird. So we're gonna see some darker art than this, absolutely, okay? But this is really my happiest image that I've made in a long time. And I'm not making sad pictures because I'm sad, although actually I am sad right now, but we'll talk about that in a minute too. I make dark art because I want to understand darkness better, because I have this utmost respect for darkness and the light that it inspires us to find. So I'm creating dark art. But where does great art come from? That's the question. Where does it come from? And I really think that it comes from being unself-conscious. It comes from understanding that you have something to say and that it is not your job to care about how people react to it or how they feel about you doing it, because you have something to say. I will never apologize for the art that I create. And I actually want to say a really heartfelt thank you to B&H and to Sony for having me here and allowing me to show you the images in this presentation, because I have legitimately been on stages where I have clicked through my presentation and, oh, my pictures are gone from the presentation. Where are they? And then later I find out that whoever I was speaking for took them out because they didn't think it was appropriate to show those to an audience. And this did not, well, I mean, I'm crossing fingers. I don't think that has happened here, because we'll find out. But, and so it's really, really meaningful to me to be able to show this to you. So great art comes from being unself-conscious, but it also comes from a lot of other things. And we're gonna talk about that. So here's this intersection that I kind of mentioned. There's impact, there's story, there's technique. Now, these might be obvious, okay? So you might be looking at this and being like, well, of course that's where it comes from. But how do we actually master those things? How do we look at our technique and know that it is good enough to tell the story that we're trying to tell? And then how do we connect that story to a wider audience to create an impact? And I've got ideas, y'all. Okay, so first we'll start with technique. And I want to show you a little bit of my technique throughout this presentation and how it works. This is pretty representative of my work. This is from a series, a very small series that I created called Night Terrors, because I have chronic night terrors. So almost every night I wake up screaming because I think that something is attacking me. I don't recommend it, it's not a fun experience, but it did inspire this art, which is pretty cool, so, I guess it's give and take. I love creating from darkness. So I've been having these night terrors for years now, about 4 years, and a lot of them feature bugs. And if you know anything about me, you know that I have a very large dead bug collection. So I went to my dead bug collection and I picked out this magnificent beetle and I started creating with it. There we are. I hate showing behind the scenes sometimes because it's never good. Like, all of my pictures look like this, where I'm making this weird face, here, but it is what it is. And I'm showing you this because I like to create practically. I don't like to create digital assets or buy stock images. For me, the whole reason why I'm doing it is because I love this process of sitting in front of the camera and behind the camera and playing with my dead things and so on and so forth. I'm actually vegan and very dedicated to the vegan cause, but I have a lot of dead things in my house. So beetles are just one of the many. And so I keep anything that I find. So here I am photographing myself. This was just for the beetle. I did put on a costume for the image and all of that. And this was just shot in my garage. I do not have a studio. I shoot by myself, for myself. The forest is my oasis, and that's where I do almost everything. So this is in my garage. And here I am with my beetle, photographing that, getting real close and personal with it. And I actually get really freaked out by dead things, which is partly why I do this a lot. And so every time, I have it, by tweezers, this little beetle, and every time I'd kind of touch it to my face, it would always kind of twitch. It's dead, but it would just slip a little, and every time I would just throw it across the room, and then I have to go find this stupid beetle. I get really, really afraid of what I do, but I do it anyway. So there's the technique, and then we've got the story of the thing. And in this image in particular, I always have a story, but in this one in particular, I felt this real connection to this idea. The idea being that I feel that there is this darkness inside of me that is trying to crawl out of my body. And so what does that look like for this darkness to come out and for me to have to sew myself back up again? What does it mean to give your darkness wings and to take flight with it and to embrace it? So I've got these stories, but story is really just a whole bunch of visuals that we assign properties to that we universally understand, because storytelling is the universal language, particularly visual storytelling. So when you look at this, you might see something completely different, and that's totally fine. And I use ambiguous symbols in my work so that you can understand a story, and I can too. We're all equally kind of like pulling something out of this image. And then there's impact. Impact is when we think about how we want to make people feel with our work. So I don't really care if you shoot portraits or nature or yourself with a dead bird on your face in your garage like I do. Is there anybody who's like, okay? So, so this is what I'm doing, and I'm thinking about impact. I'm thinking about how are other people going to read this image? How do I want to make a difference in the world? And for me, that answer is vital, because I would not be here creating art if I did not care about the people I was creating for. In the fine art world, I'm a fine art photographer. That means that I make work, and then I worry later about how it's going to get sold. That's really all it means. People think it's like a super fancy thing, and if you ask some people, maybe they'll say it is, but that's just because they need to for their jobs, and they're actually wrong. It doesn't mean anything fancy. It just means that you make work for yourself personally, and then, boom, you try to sell it later. I do that. I'm a conceptual photographer. That means the idea comes first. And I'm a self-portrait artist, and so that means I'm photographing myself by myself. All right, so impact. I am only creating because I care about other people. I'm not creating because I think that I have this thing that needs to be let out and I just have to. Sure, I would, and I'm not saying that's not part of it. But for me, it's equally to make an impact in the world, because I am a purpose-driven person. That's just how I function. So here are my raw images straight out of camera in my garage, same spot as the Beatles. There's my dead bird. Look at me being so responsible with my gloves. I find dead things a lot. Like, I think you just have to look probably, and then you'll find them, but everyone always says, I don't find any dead things. And I'm like, then you're not hunting for them. I don't mean literally hunting, don't get me wrong. No, just looking. Okay, so here's a little video. We might not watch the whole thing, just a little bit of my process.
I'm in my garage. I'm going to start shooting my next picture for my new series called Night Terrors, which is inspired by my night terrors. I'm gonna have my tripod set up about there, pointing this direction. My car's over there. And I'm gonna use this window light to light the scene. Really, really simple. I'm also using a dead bird that I found a couple weeks ago. I took pictures of it then and then buried it. So that's what I'm going to do. I've got my camera on the tripod now, and I kind of noticed that there's this light here. So this seems like a good spot to put
I am so fancy,
the stool where I'll be sitting. Something like that, where the light's good. It's pretty. This would be even better, just a little bit forward, since my head will be up here. Yeah. I have to pick a costume that goes really well with the feathers of the bird. So something just really soft and gauzy. And I have this tutu thing, and that could work really well, but I don't want it to be too overbearing. So I might do this one. But I know that I have some tulle fabric in here somewhere. I'm not super organized. Here it is. So one of these will have to be it. Maybe some combination, we'll see. Oh, my garage light went off, so that's good. Ah, the light's so much nicer now. Well, we're gonna go with both, I think. I don't know. It might be too froofy. Foofy? Well, it might be too much. We'll see. I have my camera set now. I'm using the Sony a7R IV and the 24 to 70mm lens, and I've got my remote here, which is the Sony RMT DSLR2 remote. So I'm just going to trigger with my 2-second timer and then pose. The one thing that I want to pay attention to is the final composition. So for example, I'm going to have the bird covering my face with its wing.
Okay, so that's some of my process. And well, what a still frame, you know, let's just not. Okay, so my process is just that, like being completely by myself, nothing fancy. I just love the feeling of being alone. That's the whole sentence. Like, I just love it. I don't know if you work like that, or if you have clients, or if you have a team or anything like that. It's not for me. I want to be alone when I work. I don't want anybody giving me opinions when I work. I just want to trust myself and be in the moment. And so I created this series, just like you saw, sitting in my garage, picking out my little costumes, mostly not talking to a camera, but sometimes, and posing. And I've had to learn how to be a storyteller, both behind the camera and in front of the camera. And I've done that by understanding that you can have the best ideas in the world, but if your technique isn't there to tell that story, then nobody cares. And you can have the best technique, but if your story isn't there to support that, then nobody cares. And I want people to care. I am not this artist that's gonna stand up here and say to you, I don't care what people think of my work. No, I care very much what people think of my work, not because I am personally offended or delighted by it, but because my goal as an artist is to change people's lives. And I think that I've succeeded in some ways. So recently, I found these 2 elk skeletons in my forest. I live in like the middle of nowhere, so these things just happen. I found these elk skeletons, and I put them together for a photo.
Cool. I freed up a lot of space. Okay, so this looks like it's not attached. Okay, so we're gonna have to pretend like it's attached.
Okay.
So this is going like this.
Yeah, I think so. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's gonna look good.
Yeah, it is.
Ugh. All right, I'll get this in. Oh Jesus. Get the head.
How does this go?
Like this. Yeah.
I'm gonna need to angle it. Might not be far.
Yeah!
That looks so cool!
Oh my gosh, the way they meet, that looks badass.
It does.
I think this is gonna be cooler than we are getting in it.
Mm-hmm.
This is so cool. Okay. There's definitely a bug on my face.
Did that one have like the mass exodus of bugs over there? Yeah, there are some over there.
There are definitely like
I wonder what those are.
some kind of flesh-eating something.
Yeah, they were flesh-eating bugs, actually, I learned. And this is just what I do. Like, I don't feel at all intimidated by trying something new. I did look up safety guidelines in dealing with bones, and apparently the flesh-eating beetles only really like dead flesh. You know, they're kind of into necrosis. So I was pretty safe, although I did end up laying in between these bones and did have bugs crawling on me, but it's fine. That was like 2 months ago, so you don't have to worry if I give you a hug. I am so clean right now. And this kind of thing causes a reaction in people. I used to hear a lot in my career at the beginning that people would say, oh, you just make stuff for shock value. Like, there's no reason behind what you're doing. You just want to get a rise out of somebody. They're not wrong. I love getting a rise out of somebody. I think it's so exciting. It's not the only reason why I do it, of course. It's not even one of the top reasons why I do it. But people used to say that to me as an insult. And I took it as an insult, and I was really hurt by that because I was at the beginning of my career, and I wanted to be seen as a real artist, as like a serious artist who everybody respected, who people thought that I was doing this stuff because it like meant something huge and amazing. And now that I'm not at the beginning of my career anymore, I don't care at all what people think about what I'm doing. I simply know what I like and what is meaningful to me. And that has become meaningful to other people. So I recently released this image, and it caused a bit of a fuss on the internet, which is like kind of amazing to be able to do at this point, right? Like, I don't know, I love when people are mad at me about something. So people were mad, lots of people being like, you know, several death threats, stuff like that. People being like, I'm gonna look up where you live, and I'm like, oh dear God. So please no. So I got this one message of someone who wrote to me and said, I hope that somebody murders you in the forest and leaves your body there, and then I hope that somebody finds your body and does something horrible to it. Okay. I'm like, you know, I hope so too. What a way to go. Like if I'm gonna die in a forest, right? I hope somebody finds my body and makes art with it. That would be amazing. And the reason why I think this is because, first of all, I'm afraid of death. I am afraid of what happens after we die. I don't know what that is. I don't have any judgments about it. I just know that I'm pretty attached to life, and the idea of not being alive is terrifying. So I make art about it so that I can feel better connected to my eventual demise. I am happy to take pictures with elk skeletons because then they live on later. And I think that's an incredible thing. So if you find my body, please take a picture, okay? Just any which way, I honestly don't care, all right? So I have a lot of art that expresses this darkness, this idea of mortality, the idea that we can create something that goes beyond ourselves. I write a lot as well. I love to put a piece of writing with my work. And so you'll often see, if you're looking at my work, that the writing is just as important as the image. Because we as artists, we cannot rely on this idea that an image will speak for itself, particularly not in the time that we live in. So I love to put sentiments, to put words with my images, to heighten how you feel about it, to connect the technique with the story, to create a true impact in what we're doing. These are the actual 3 ways that I would say we create powerful art, okay? You know your purpose. Purpose is king or queen in the world of art, in the world of photography. If you don't know why you are called to create, you need to figure that out. And if you don't know how to figure it out, shut off all phones and computers for 1 day and just sit alone in your house and stare at a wall. And that's how you figure it out. You just spend time with yourself. What does it mean to be you? What is your message? What do you want to say to the world? And there's a reason why it's in this order. You know your purpose. Like, I want to make this impact in the world. I want to do this thing. I'm called to be this. And then you figure out how you're going to express your purpose. And then finally you ask, now that I know those 2 things, how do I want to make people feel with this thing that I'm going to create? And if you can do all 3 of those things, know your purpose, know your message, and make people feel something, then you have succeeded in creating powerful art. So here we are. I'm making this art. It may be weird, whatever, but it's what I love. I am called to this in a way, like, I think, honestly, after I die and after you take pictures with my body, I really want somebody to study my brain because I feel so deeply connected to purpose in a way that I think is probably mentally unstable, but it's really interesting. And so I'm obsessed with this idea of being meaningful, of making an impact. And so every time I make something, like, I'm not that fun of a person, to be honest, because every time I make something, I am so in my head. And I make a lot. I create every week, you know, lots of stuff. And I'm making stuff and I'm thinking constantly, how can this be me? How can this fulfill me? But how can this also touch somebody else's life? What does that look like? How is this image going to impact you? And I'm really interested in the you, you know? And you know, if I had it my way, I would sit here for an hour and just do like a focus group. Like, how does this make you feel? Tell me more. And I love to poll people like that and to really get a sense of how other people's brains are working in response to my images. What's your first reaction? What's your second reaction? And what's your third reaction? And if I make you stare at this picture, which probably you don't really want to do, if I make you stare at this for a long time, does your feeling change over time? And I truly believe that it does tend to change over time. I make a lot of images about pain, about darkness, but I think that they're really beautiful. And this is where unself-consciousness comes in again. Because I am happy to stand in a room and tell everybody that I love what I do, that I think that what I do is beautiful and meaningful. And I think that we as artists need to stop putting ourselves down and refusing to say that what we do is beautiful and meaningful and important. Because it is. Why would we do it if it wasn't? Do I always succeed? No, that's a whole other story. But it's something. It's something important to me, and I know that it's important to other people. I don't know, that one gives me the heebie-jeebies. I don't know why I put that. Ugh, yeah, I don't know. I create a lot of work. It's really dark. Those are my husband's hands. We don't talk about my husband. He's like the biggest hermit you'll ever meet. But he agreed to put his hands. He was like we negotiated. We negotiated. I said, I want your arms. He said, no arms, just hands. I was like, all right, we can make it work. Yeah. Do you know how easy it is to saran wrap yourself to a tree? It's actually very easy, like shockingly so. I just stood on a stool and my friend just like went around the tree like 100 times. And I was just stuck to the tree. It was great. So if you ever want to like go out with your kids, have some fun, super great, super great. Okay. This is an image that we're going to talk about for a second. And this is where story is so important, okay? And so I want to tell you a quick story that started on December 18th, 2019. I found myself driving 3 hours away to a town I'd never been to pick up a little boy that I didn't know, to become his mother, temporarily. And I knew nothing about children, to a degree that was shocking that they let me go pick this child up. I became a foster parent in 2019, and my agency that licensed me just the week before I went on this trip called me and they said, so we've got a child for you and you'll probably want a little baby who has like no issues to start, but we have a 2-year-old boy who is highly traumatized and he's been in 3 foster homes in the last month and a half and nobody will keep him and we need you to go pick him up. So I said yes. And I drove 3 hours away. And I remember packing the car with 4 different sizes of diapers because I had no idea how to take care of a 2-year-old. I remember packing infant formula because I didn't know what a 2-year-old ate. I put the car seat in the car and didn't know if it was buckled in right. Like, I just didn't know anything about how to take care of a child. But we got to this house. It was in the middle of this super crowded neighborhood. The front door was just open. And I went in the house, and there were kids everywhere, like complete chaos in this house. And I learned that it was a babysitter. So I found the adult, and I said, hi, I'm here to pick up this kid. Where is he? And she said, oh, he's just there in the high chair. Feel free to take him. Okay, so I go to the kid, and I'm like, hi, I'm gonna pick you up. And he's just staring at me like I'm crazy. So I pick him up, and I'm like, shoot, can a 2-year-old walk? I don't know. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna put you down. And I put him down, and he walks, of course, because he's 2, right? And I'm like, okay, we're gonna go to my car. And he's just like not talking and just follows me. And so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna put him in the car. And I try, and then I'm like, I don't know how to buckle a car seat. Where do you learn this stuff, you know? And so I buckle him in, and it took me an age to do. And then I went back to the woman and I said, is there anyone here to say goodbye to him? And they said, no. And I said, okay, does anyone want to check my ID? No. So I just left. And I sat in the back seat of the car, and I held his little hand, and I just shook the whole time. Like, I was terrified of what I was doing. I had no idea how to take care of this child. He just fell asleep for 3 hours, which was awesome, because then I could collect myself. And we got to my house, and I took him inside, and I said, here's your room. We have a giant bear for you. And he went and hugged the bear, and then proceeded to make my life complete chaos for 8 months. And I became his mother. I had always wanted to become a mother. I had not been able to become a mother. And so foster care was my ticket, and I was not going to waste it. And over those 8 months, I came to learn what it means to be a mother. How do you parent somebody with trauma? How do you parent a 2-year-old in general, even if they're not traumatized? Am I right? Like, that's just a whole hellscape in and of itself. But having a traumatized 2-year-old who does not understand secure attachment to anybody, who is violent, who perhaps, was addicted to drugs when he was born, how do you navigate that? And I didn't know. But over those 8 months, this little boy, who I called Jude, became mine completely. We entered the pandemic together. We spent every waking moment, me and him, getting muddy up to our ears, just soaking each other in, giving him all the love I could give. And then the day came for him to go. And that day was the worst day of my life. When that day came, he was my child. I didn't know any different. Brains are very easy to trick. Hearts are even easier to trick. So that day came. I had fought for him for weeks. I had fought and fought for him not to go because he was going to a worse situation. But I lost that battle in court. And he left. And so I remember this car coming up to pick him up, and this woman got out of the car, and she looked at me, and I think she could tell that I was breaking down. And she looked at me and she said, come here for a second. And she took me aside and she said, I know this is a really hard day for you, but you need to buck up for him. So I said, okay, and I took a deep breath, and I picked Jude up, and I put him in the car seat, and I buckled him in expertly, and I said goodbye. I said, Mommy loves you, and you're gonna have a great time at your sleepover. And I gave him a hug, and I gave him a kiss. And the hardest thing that I ever had to do in my life was close that door to that car and walk away. And I remember they drove off, and I remember seeing them get to the stop sign down the street. And I remember that moment where I couldn't see the car anymore, and I just dropped to the floor and started sobbing uncontrollably because my baby had just left me. And I remember my husband picking me up and saying, we have neighbors, please don't do this here. So we went inside, and I cried for about 10 more minutes. And then I very suddenly stopped. I just felt like something bloomed in me, and this wasn't the time for more tears. And I remember going into my office and just making art and deciding I have to express this right now, what this feels like to lose my child. And I made art like this that you see here. And it's incredible how knowing the story behind the work that someone's creating heightens it to a degree where you can now attach to it in a new way, where you can appreciate it in a new way that you may never have before. This is how I made this image. This image was created in a little studio space with my little table and some raspberries, really, really simple. All right, so this is the big question for me lately. How do we find our bravery in a cancel culture climate? How do we find the courage to say what we feel needs to be said when everybody has an opinion and everybody wants to shut us down. When perhaps you go to a conference and somebody takes out your beautiful pictures and somebody says, no, 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 that's not an appropriate thing to say or to do or to show, to talk about, to create discussion around. I believe that one of my purposes in this life is to create a positive movement around grief, to learn how to talk about hard things in a way that is empowered. That is my purpose here. And yours might be different. So how do we find it? I have ideas, okay? One, you have an opinion. Everybody here has an opinion. If I say, okay, we're all gonna go to Starbucks after, what's your order? You have an opinion, right? If I say, what do you think happens after we die? You have an opinion. If I say, do you want someone to take pictures with your dead body in the forest? Do you have an opinion about that? I'm sure. So you have an opinion. What is it? Don't be afraid of it. I was so afraid of my opinions in the beginning of my career. I thought if I say this or if I say that, everyone's going to be mad. Well, you know what? They're mad if you do and they're mad if you don't. So I have opinions. I explore those opinions. How am I going to visually represent this thing that I want to say? And then know why you're doing it. You know, like really have a reason for doing it. Know what your intent is. And if you don't, then that's where we get into this issue of lots of people talking and lots of people wanting to be heard, but there isn't really a meaning behind it. So know what that is. And then craft your story around that thing that you care so much about, and then share it. And that's how we do it. So there's this question, what do you believe in? And I honestly want you to leave here today thinking about this very deeply. What do you believe in? What is your worldview? How does that manifest in the work that you create? And you might be sitting here thinking, well, I just shoot like high school seniors. I don't really need to think about this. You're wrong. I just want you to know you're wrong. And I really, truly believe that, and this is why. I think we all need to know what we believe in and how that can manifest in what we do, whether that's your art or beyond your art. Because we have the capacity to enact positive change in others. And if we can enact change through the things that we express, how beautiful is that to make a change in the world? To have that platform to do something important. So when you leave here and you're thinking about this, think about what experiences have you had? What is your worldview? What history is important to you? What future is important to you? What emotions have led you to hold this belief? And the more you know these answers to those specific questions, the firmer you will become in expressing those opinions. Then how do you communicate it? I communicate it by stuffing myself in freezers, as one does naturally. You might not do that, okay? And that's fine. But how are you going to do it? So I wanted to go back to this picture to share a little bit of how I do it. What are the decisions that I'm making here? First, I photographed this bed. It was actually an inflatable mattress on the floor, so I could get more height above it. I photographed this bed. Then I photographed myself on the bed, but I needed a clean plate of it. I put a dent in the pillow next to me so that it looked like somebody's head was there. And this is very important, right? If I go back and we look at that, it makes a difference in the idea, in how you read this image. And so these little details are what make or break our visual medium. So there's a little indent in the pillow, okay? This already gives me vibes, right? You look at this and you're like, she's alone, but somebody was there. Am I right? And then I put this hole in the bed. I actually did this by taking the same picture of the plate of the bed, and I actually just took every single edge of the bed and rotated it and put them together to make this hole, because I didn't have a hole in the bed, obviously. It just probably doesn't even make sense, but like, do you get it? Does that make sense? Yeah. So I took all the, wait, I have a pointer. I took all the edges right here, this one, and I cut it out in this side, and I cut it out in the top, and I cut it out, and then I rotated them to face each other to make a hole in the bed. I don't have tools, you know what I mean? Like, I just got an imagination, so that's what I do. Okay, I smoothed it out a bit, right? I added my arm. I'm not really actually sure why I didn't have an arm in this picture, but I don't. So I added an arm. Okay, brightened it up. I added vines, another very important element to this. Why? Because they give you a sense that time has passed, that the natural world is overflowing into this space. And then I think that's it. I never know where I never know where the picture ends because there's so many gosh darn steps that I do. The average file for me will be about 100 layers, and it's very confusing. I just recently had to share a Photoshop file with somebody, and they were like, I couldn't deal with this, so I just put everything in a folder. I was like, great, that's fantastic. So this is my process. It's thinking before I take the picture. It's knowing all those little details that will make you feel a certain thing. Because I am nothing if not a master manipulator, and I don't mean in Photoshop. I mean, I love to manipulate your emotions. Because if I do, then you're gonna feel something more deeply, and it'll stick with you, and then that might encourage you to enact change in a part of your life that you feel needs to be upgraded. That's my hope. That's the best case scenario. Sometimes people just really hate me, and that's okay too. Because sometimes they change and they like me later. And sometimes people like me now and then they hate me later. And that's just life, isn't it? And especially the life of an artist. So I made this picture with this idea, this really simple idea in mind. This was right after Jude left. I was feeling incredibly bereft, lonely, empty. And I would go into his room almost every single day. And I would just lay there on the floor where the crib was, and I would just look at that crib. And it was always empty, and I didn't have anyone to put in it, and it broke me. But I forced myself to go lay down on that floor every single day and look. Because if we don't confront our darkness, it will eat us alive. So that's what I did, and then I made this picture about that loss, that feeling of looking at his bed and him not being there anymore. And this has become an image that means everything to me, because this has defined my life for the last 4 years. I'm gonna leave you with one quote that I think sums everything up. Plants are more courageous than almost all human beings. An orange tree would rather die than produce lemons, whereas instead of dying, the average person would rather be someone they are not. What a brilliant statement. So be unselfconscious. Be brave in the face of criticism, because we all have something to say, and it has to be said. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Brooke. That was amazing. Wow. All right, good. You took us to that place. We're going to keep going to that place. We're going to bring an amazing director, Chris Kentis, up on the stage. We're going to have a conversation with Chris, director of Grind, Open Water, and Silent House. So you're going to stick around for that. I'm really amazed by this gentleman. And so we're going to do that at 12 noon sharp, high noon. It's going to be Chris Kentis. So let's hear it one more time for Brooke. Brooke, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. This thing got shut. We're going to open this jammer back up. And let's make sure we're queued up. Yep. Okay, all good. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I'm so glad that you're here. A few less people than Casey this morning, but they don't know what they're missing. So I'm a big fan of the film Open Water, and when it came out, I remember reading in some trade journal. We get all sorts of magazines at B&H show up in our offices, American Cinematographer, things like that. Reading an article about it because I love the film, and I realized the director said that he had bought equipment at B&H Photo, and it was kind of like a low-budget movie. So I always remembered that, and then when we were building out the speaker roster, I was like, let me look up this Chris Kentis, who made this amazing film, and found out that he's right here in New York, and sent him an email. We had a great conversation, invited him, and here he is. So Chris, come on up. All right. I forgot which seat you're taking.
Yeah, I'll take that one.
All right. If we can have the screen view come up for a second. Look at us. We're looking pretty good down there.
Okay.
Except for that guy that just walked in front of the camera. Okay. So this is an In Conversation series, and I talked to Chris about coming and speaking. He was like, I don't know what I'm going to talk about. What do you want me to talk about? And I was like, let me just interview you so we can get the questions all right on there. So for those of you that don't know, Chris Kentis has got 3 feature films under his belt: Grind, Open Water, and Silent House. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Amazing. What feature films? Is it like giving birth?
It's, yeah, let's just say I think it's hard to make any kind of film, even a short, so you might as well go all the way.
Go all the way, exactly. Okay, so to get you guys into the mood, we're going to start with showing you the trailer for Open Water. So we're going to take it away, and let's make sure that volume is up because it's pretty intense.
Other people go on vacations and spend their days just laying around. We have a story we're going to be telling for the rest of our lives.
Daniel, where's the boat?
That's a good question.
As we are stuck in the middle of the ocean. Oh, God. Oh.
It's okay. It's okay. This can't be happening. Susan! Susan!
Oh God, something's rubbing against my foot. Are you alright? Stay still. That's gonna be okay.
Coming soon. That was 2003.
Yes, wow.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, congratulations on making a classic, if not a cult classic, shark film. I was 10 years old, spending my summers in Bradley Beach, New Jersey, when Jaws came out. And to say it was a phenomenon, and it scared really the crap out of all of us being on the beaches. So that's why I'm a huge fan of Open Water. It taps into the primordial fear that sharks in a hostile environment, and yet it's a shark movie. Vastly different than what we had seen before, really until that moment in 2003. I think shark movies were really defined by that other shark movie that came out in 1977. So I have to ask you the question, why did you make that film? And was that other shark movie by Spielberg factoring into your vision?
Oh yeah, I mean, no surprise, I'm a massive fan of that ever since I saw it as a child as well, and had a huge impact on me. And kind of fostered a love of the ocean. I became, a recreational scuba diver, and I spent a lot of time in the water. And it was a lot of factors kind of coming together about why we made the movie, because in that period of time, there was a movement going on called Dogma 95, a Danish movement where Lars von Trier and Thomas Vinterberg were making movies with prosumer cameras, and it kind of blew my mind that it was the first time I saw very powerful movies being made with equipment that was accessible to anybody, as opposed to having to work with, a large crew. But what I also understood is that for a film to work shot in that format, there needs to be a pairing of the aesthetic of the equipment you're using with the subject matter and how you're telling the story. I mean, if you're not going to tell Star Wars with one of those cameras, or maybe someday someone will, I don't know. But at any rate, so another factor with Jaws is I was always haunted by the whole story Quint tells about the sinking of USS Indianapolis. And so it just kind of all came together that I wanted to do a film, a kind of a no-budget film using this equipment, inspired by what these other people were doing. And subject matter-wise, it was like a way of kind of doing the Indianapolis story in miniature and for no money, and it also combined with my love of the ocean, my love of scuba diving, and I was lucky enough to have had dove with sharks before, so I understood what that meant, that we could do this and pull it off and do it in a very safe way.
Now, Open Water was shot on Sony VX2000 PD150.
Yeah.
Using tape, no memory cards.
Yeah, no, none of that existed then, yeah.
And of course, these cameras were sourced and purchased at B&H Photo.
Of course they were. Of course, thank you, B&H. No, of course they were, yes, yeah.
Tell us about how you chose that production equipment and what advantages the more portable prosumer cameras afforded you.
Well, it was very easy to choose the equipment because at the time, it was basically those two cameras and the Canon camera, and the Canon one didn't have underwater housing. So it's not like today where you really have to scratch your head and think about it. I mean, it's fantastic because whatever specific things you need, there's a piece of equipment that can get you there today, and often a very affordable one. So that was how the equipment was chosen. And I'm sorry, the next part of the question?
The next part was what advantages did that more portable?
Oh,
I mean,
we could not have made
big RE rigs and all that.
We could not have made Open Water without it. There was no crew. It was like the two actors and producer Laura Lau and a couple family members and a boat captain. And it was because we were so nimble that we were able to pull this shoot off, because it was very, very tricky. And if you had a large crew and a lot of people, I mean, it just would have cost a heck of a lot more. And I don't think you would have gotten that sense of immediacy that I think is one of the advantages of one of the things we're after in the film.
So not counting marketing for the film, what was the budget for production?
It was $120,000. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, 2000.
And that was all our own savings and money, and it was definitely betting the farm, and there was a lot of.
How did that feel?
Well, like 2 days in, I'm like, why didn't somebody stop me? What did I do? Please.
It sort of sounds like going into a Vegas casino and just put it all on black.
Yeah. Well, you're putting it all on yourself, so it's and there's days you wish you didn't, and there's days you're very happy you did.
How long did the whole production take?
Well, it took I'd guess days-wise, maybe it was like 25, but it was spread out over a period of time because the lead actor, Daniel Travis, well, I was working at the time. The other thing I do is in film marketing. I produce and edit trailers and I did this back in that time too. And so we were shooting the film on weekends and when I had days off. And actually, I didn't even tell anybody I was working on a film. So you'd go out for long weekends and vacation time. So it was never, I think maybe once or twice I get a long stretch of a week where I took some time off. But then the lead actor was playing volleyball or something here in New York, nothing to do with the film, and had a knee injury. And we had to wait a year before we could get back behind the camera. And so production-wise,
continuity on that.
Well, this is the beauty of the film that I was very aware of going in. They're in one costume, and you're in the ocean. And continuity was not so much an issue. It was a matter of them just making sure they looked the same, which wasn't too difficult, and their hair and everything else. But it did buy me the time to really edit and rethink and really look at the footage, waiting until Daniel was able to get back out there, because it was a very strenuous shoot. It looks like they're just floating in the water, but they're off at the back of a boat, and they had to be tied up, you can't see underneath, so that they didn't drift away, because the currents were so strong, and even then they were constantly kicking to remain upright, because otherwise it would be like the current would have them drag backwards. So even though it doesn't look like they're just sitting there, it was a real workout for them.
Here we have some BTS, if we could switch to the computer feed. I love that. So speaking about being in the water, is this the famous incident in the shark cage?
Oh no, that's just that's me with, well, we did all the shark shoot, all the main shark shooting in the first couple days of shooting the film, because it was going to be much easier to match action to what we could get with the sharks and expect the sharks to do what was needed, and that was the toughest part of the shoot. So that's me in the water with the sharks, and what they did, we worked with a fantastic guy, Stuart Cove, who worked on, I don't know, countless, and he basically, up until the CGI age, I mean, every movie that ever had a shark in it, Stuart was involved, and we knew we were working with the best, and it was going to be very safe. And so the way it basically worked, the thing that we wanted to do that was very different is every film I ever saw involving sharks up until this period of time, you'd see them underwater. And I never found that terribly frightening. And also maybe because I've spent time with them underwater, but I had an experience during one of my dives where one kind of surprised me on the surface. It's much more unnerving. And the key to the film working, I think a lot of films working, is really embracing point of view, and whose point of view, and the point of view of the character. And so the idea was to tell the story strictly through the point of view of these two characters and only experience it. Because so much, I think what really makes things frightening when you're in the water, and I think most people feel this, is when you're in deep water and you just don't know what's underneath you, and you just have this feeling like, and that's something we were trying to play up, but anyway, this shot here was one of the later days. After we had gotten some work done with the actors, I needed some sharks coming at the camera, and Stuart threw a lot of bait in the water. And as you can see, I got a little in over my head there with a little feeding frenzy going on. But I love it. I mean, I love that stuff. So I had a blast.
Filmmaking is pain, getting with those sharks. That's insane. So no robotic sharks. You were liberated from that. It was...
Well, the whole point was that we wanted to give people a different cinematic experience, because as a child, I just pick any movie and you'd see a car chase or anything that happens, and you'd say, how did they do that? Someone did that. There was a driver, and we're living in a time now where I don't feel like any visuals really get that same kind of rise of excitement out of an audience, because we know it was done on a computer and it looks great and these artists are incredible, but we wanted to, we knew the movie's going to look crappy, like using these cameras, and we had no money. And we wanted people to know these are real sharks and give them that experience of oh my God, these crazy people actually went in there and those are real sharks, and give them that different kind of experience.
Not to knock the Meg.
Yeah.
But the tension that's in open water blows away.
Well, thank you.
And maybe the Meg is a comedy. I don't know, is it a...
I haven't seen it. I know many films in the genre are, which is great. I mean,
Sharknado is...
Well, clearly that one. Yeah, I actually haven't...
What has that done for you?
Well, it's nice every year that, because our film's pretty old, and it's nice every year when one of these comes out that we get a little shout out now and then, so.
Yeah, you sent me some press just recently on that. Okay, so Open Water is a tense and fast film with the action taking place in the water. Can you tell us about how difficult that environment was, and what challenges and rewards did you have out of that time in the water?
Well, it was very grueling. It was it was kind of a trial by fire, kind of learn by your mistakes. Because I initially naively really thought, we'll just go 5 feet off the surface, off the shore, and the actors will kneel down, and I'll have the camera, and so you learn very quickly. Well, it's interesting because first of all, there's the sound of the surf. So sound-wise already, that's a problem. Then it's amazing. You don't realize, like I started with a rig that my father actually built, that was this kind of flotation rig, and the camera is just going like this. So we gradually would go out a little deeper and a little deeper and a little, and we finally realized we had to go 20 miles out. Like we literally had to do the real thing and go 20 miles out and be out there in the open ocean. We had a terrific boat captain who really, like he just really knew how to read all the signs and nature and the weather. And so the actors were kind of prepared. They kind of knew the whole script backward and forward, because what was important in the movie too is because you're on the ocean, you're really using Mother Nature, the sky and the sea, and the color palette as they're all part of telling the story, and it has to be a progression. That's not something you take for granted. Like we just happened, it was very, very well planned about how it started with kind of bright sunny days and came overcast skies and then blood red skies, and so basically our boat captain would kind of know what the weather was or whatever we got that day, and we said, we're doing this scene. And even though we thought we're coming out in the boat, we're gonna do this scene, look at the weather, we're gonna do this scene instead. So we had to be prepared to make those shifts, and the actors were great. So.
When the film starts to shift into the nighttime, which by the way, for those who ever watched it, it really gets creepy at night. Because we said before, you don't know what's underneath you, and it's night, so now you're isolated. But how did you simulate with neutral density filters or anything, or were you shooting at dusk?
I just shot purely. It was just an overcast day, and I just shot day for night. And then it's funny because the whole lightning storm. What was great about what I love about working in this way with like the prosumer, you just have a camera all the time, and so I'm just always shooting. It's like it doesn't even matter if we're on set. We go back to the hotel or anywhere. I'm just shooting, and there was lightning storms happening all the time, and so it wasn't in the script to have that lightning scene.
Oh, really?
I was in the editing room, like, what am I going to do with this footage? And so it was all just created, just using color correct and just like. In cutting the black, and it was all just kind of created in the editing room because it just seemed to work. So it's one of those serendipitous kind of things that happen if you have an open mind when you approach a shoot.
I was at a gallery one time, and the painter, the informal painter Jean Millat, we're standing in front of a really boring painting. And he looks at it and he shakes his head. He says, "No tension," and that always stuck with me. And then watching Open Water, the tension's amazing, and that leading into that evening, that dusk and the storm. So let's just go to back to that screen again. I want to show your amazing. Okay, so the couple I found them to be pure perfection. You tap into that natural relationship of disgruntlement that can occur when traveling with your significant other. I love when she kind of turns on him a little bit, like, why did we come here? Except the situation's about as dire as one can get. How did you motivate your actors for those intense scenes?
Well, I didn't have to motivate. Blanchard Ryan and Daniel Travis were our partners in making the film, and me and Laura Lau. And I had written a script. I'd written the script very quickly. It poured out of me in like 6 days. And once we were cast, and it was a lengthy casting process, and brought them on, because it was really about finding people who are like-minded, you wanted to work with, who are creative. And so we kind of workshopped it, and I'd write scenes, and a lot of the dialogue they came up with themselves. The relationship they kind of came up with. There were things that we all knew we wanted to kind of explore within this, because so much of the movie, again, like we knew the sharks would be a commercial hook, but it was so much more just about what we take for granted in life and the people we love, and because we just get caught up in other things we think are more important. And then that whole idea of just kind of being forgotten, of just suddenly like you've just been pulled right out of your world, and no one knows who you are, and so these are the things that I find much more frightening than sharks, and those are the things we wanted to explore. But working with Daniel and with Blanchard, Laura, we came up with this together.
It worked. There's one little particular point that always stands out to me. She finds the little piece of candy, which I think we've all found a little caramel in the back of our pocket or in a backpack or whatever, and they're just so happy that they have that little piece of candy. Was that part of your script, or was that organic?
I honestly can't remember. I mean, I think a lot of those little things came from my own diving experiences. and I actually think that one was one of those, because now that I recall. And that's what's interesting to me is it's those, I'm always interested in the little details that you don't normally see in a film, that only, like, once you kind of embed yourself in a certain world and get to know people and get to know how it works, I'm always personally fascinated by the little details and things that come out of that. So.
And the details are what you remember later on sometimes. That brings out. I'm just going to run a couple more pictures here that we have. And here's your crew.
Well, that was actually the, it's interesting, that was the dive boat. Those are all the people that were on the dive boat. It was really kind of great because what happened is, to cast this, that's the boat we used, that's the dive boat in the film. And that's Laura shooting in the foreground. But I'd gone out to the Bahamas, I don't know, like a month earlier, letting them know I was doing a film and wanting to know, because I wanted to use real dive masters and people to play the parts. And they gave me, and people who were interested came and auditioned, and I chose 3 people, and I thought they were great. And then we got there a month later to shoot, and just 3 other people that I never met before showed up, but they were, and that's how they ended up cast. But they were wonderful. And then, then it's just as far as the Laura's sister Estelle Lau, I think was able to just drum up in a couple days and get these people who participated to become extras on the boat, and everyone was just great. I mean, everyone just kind of pulled off a wonderful performance. So that's
the magic. And who's this guy?
Oh, well, that's from Silent House. That's actually Igor Martinovich, who's a fantastic director of photography, and we're very lucky to have him.
Okay, well, we'll save him for later on that. Okay, then that's that. Okay, so I didn't hit you up with this question before. I kind of added it. I recall reading that Peter Benchley, the author of Jaws, regrets the attention it brought to the great white, and it led to a decimation of the species. Do you have any comment on that? Is that any?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I think that was something very important about in open water. Is for the first time, I think it really was for the first time we wanted to properly represent sharks, because every film I'd ever seen, and of course, as we've mentioned, I love Jaws, but it's usually someone falls in the water and boom, the shark goes and kills them, and I just know that's not what sharks are like. And so we wanted to represent their behavior in a very, very accurate way. And these people are in the water for hours and hours, and the sharks couldn't care less. And this is all based on research and speaking with a lot of people who've had the experience of being left at sea. And so we really kind of just wanted to represent them as just another element of nature. Of course, cinematically they're the most sensational element, but they're just another factor in this ordeal.
No, the wait for the inevitable is what I think
Exactly.
And then you can examine the characters and they really come out.
But as far as I think, thankfully, I guess because of Shark Week and people's interest in all these things, I think that people now have a very different attitude about sharks than they did back in the day, and I think we're all very aware of what an essential part of our ecosystem they are.
Did you achieve all that you wanted to with open water? And if you could go back in time, would you do anything different?
Well, I think anything I make, I would do different. I can't even, but I have no interest in doing that. I'm very grateful that, for whatever reason, it was the right movie at the right time, and we had a lot of success. But every project is a learning experience. Mm-hmm. And I have no desire to revisit or change that, but maybe take what I learned from that on to the next project.
And did I see an Open Water 2 sequel, something with a boat in it?
There were a couple sequels that I had nothing to do with. Lionsgate, whoever called, negotiated for right. I think those films were actually even completed before they were released as Open Water 2 and Open Water 3, and I had nothing to do with them, and I didn't see them, but I was basically, just as long as there's nothing terribly offensive in them, they can use the name, and so I think they were named after they were made.
Okay, I hope you got a piece of that.
I got a little something.
Okay. Okay. Well, congratulations again for making that film. I think that's just, it's incredible, and having you here is amazing. But wait, there's more.
No, I would say also thank you very much for having me at this very, very cool event. I really appreciate it.
100%. 100%. Okay, so if we can go to the site, we have Silent House is your 2011, I believe?
Yes.
Right, 2011 film. And we talked a little bit about horror, and I'm a big horror fan personally, but you're not a horror director, or?
Well, it's funny. I have nothing against horror at all. I just think it's an incredibly difficult genre, and of course, it's kind of like an entry-level genre because they can be made cheaper. But when we made Open Water, I wasn't really thinking genre, and I certainly didn't see it as a horror film. I thought, if anything, it's more of a drama. But it went to Sundance, and we're very lucky to be picked up right away by Lionsgate, and they marketed it in such a way, which was very wise, presenting it as a horror film. And then you get sort of kind of pigeonholed into a certain area. And so that's why eventually when there was a lot of projects I was involved with between that and Silent House, but it became clear that if I really just want to get a movie off the ground, I'll just bite the bullet and make a horror film, and Silent House was the first thing to come around that had kind of an interesting concept of this was before, amazing films like Birdman, and all the concept behind Silent House was the long take, that it was going to be in a single shot, and we're going to cover this character through one shot, and that challenge appealed to me.
So that was it seemed to be trending at the time, the one take, presented as one take.
Yes.
Russian Ark, even 1918, relatively recent.
Yeah.
Which is, it's
unbelievable.
Stunning, unbelievable. But there's a lot of CGI going on with that.
Sure.
So that's a big,
yeah.
It's a big difference. It's not. Could you tell us about the experience of making the film Silent Hill? And also, I understand that
it's actually Silent House.
Silent House. Sorry,
Silent Hill is another very successful.
Sorry, excuse me.
No worries.
Also, I understand that you're using a Canon EOS 5D Mark II.
Yes. Well, that was you saw earlier the photo of Igor Martinovich, who was just such an artist, and I think he's gone on to directing things now. But yeah, so it was interesting because it was a remake, the film, and Uruguayan film, and we were Laura Lau and I were hired, and we co-directed, and I'd say Laura, like we saw the original film, and I was very impressed, but there was I didn't really have a take to, like, what can we bring that makes, why remake something unless you're going to bring something special? And I think Laura really had an understanding of what to do with it. And so we co-directed, but she really kind of carried the ball on this one. And we'd go, once we had our location, we'd go and we'd run through, and Laura had kind of choreography down in her mind, and we'd literally just together, I'd have the camera and she'd play the actress, and we'd run through the whole thing just to kind of get a sense. And then when Igor came on, of course he took that to a whole nother level.
It has tension. It's so these scenes this BTS is great watching the smaller cameras, but had you had like a full Hollywood large rig and production, it would have been maybe hard to maneuver
well,
the
again,
house.
It's astonishing because between Igor's operator and our AC Ludo, another gifted cameraman, often they'd work together and be passing each other the camera, and there's, I think there might even be a photo in here somewhere where there's a scene where Elizabeth Olsen runs out of the basement and across this field and gets into a car, and that's Ludo running in front of her with this camera. And I mean, it's, the work they did was, and he, if I recall, he was one of these parkour guys. Like, he was a very athletic guy, and without these people's special talents, I don't know how else you would have made the film. So
interesting. That scene that you're talking about, I think, was my favorite scene, because we see a quick view of her in the weeds in the background, and it was like, what did I just see that? It was a beautiful little.
Well, that's actually a similar technique to what I was saying about the lightning storm in Open Water, in that we just wanted, like, in this scene, I think the screen is totally black, except Lizzie has a Polaroid camera that she'll click just to light up,
right,
so you can see what's going on. And so it was like, so some of those earlier photos you saw were like, we kind of really blasted the light to have have everything all lit up for those flash moments. And most of the scene, again, was just literally black, just cutting on black and film and cutting to a couple frames of that. So it was a similar editing technique to the lightning storm.
You had a couple more. Oh,
You know,
that migrated.
yeah, that one shot you just saw of Lizzie, again, it's the actors in Silent House had to do a lot more than just act. Like they had to do, like there'd be times where Lizzie would have like grab like a piece of foil to like make sure the light is bouncing right, or like move a curtain, or do this and help light a scene and kind of work together. And there was a certain choreography put together by her and Igor, our DP, for these, because the film was created with, I don't know, maybe I think 7 like 20-minute takes, because the 5D can only shoot actually before it overheats to that period of time.
7 minutes, 12 minutes? What was
No, I feel like maybe it was 12 minutes.
Wasn't much.
Yeah, maybe it was 12 minutes. So yeah, so we were restricted to that, which was fine, because that was difficult enough. It would take a whole day to get a 12-minute shot. So
Back when that camera was that low time, we had to sell, camcorders were still being sold, but people wanted to do DSLR and put on the fast lenses and whatnot, but they ran into that wall. Like, doing an interview or something that's longer, it's not ideal. But that's all corrected now. Okay, so what advice can you give an aspiring filmmaker? And just a show of hands here out in the audience, who is it a dream of theirs to make a feature type film, a full completed film? Okay, we got a couple of people out here. What advice do you have for those folks?
Well, it's an interesting time. I mean, on one hand, I think what's fantastic is that the technology that's available at a very affordable price, I mean, is astonishing. I mean, it really is astonishing. So you can get very, very high production value. And I think there's a couple key factors. The first one is if you can make something that the more you can control, the less you have to involve. Like, features cost a lot of money. And the more money you need to make that, if you write something that has, huge production value and airplanes and whatnot, it's going to cost a lot of money. And that instantly means, well, now you're not going to be allowed to make this movie unless someone gives you money. And usually that means, well, you're going to have to find some movie stars to cast in that, and it becomes a very long and a very frustrating process. And often, most of the time, even in Hollywood, most of the time, most movies don't get made. Whereas if it's contained, if it's something where it's just a couple actors and you can use what you have, shoot in your own apartment or your own backyard, or use the things that are special that you have, that like only you have, that whether your parents grew up somewhere and there's something in the backyard that's unique, and so write something that's contained, that you don't need outside help, and you can use a very affordable camera. And I think the real key is, really finding. I think the key that makes or breaks everything are really finding very, very good actors, and that might be one of the longest parts of trying on that search for that. So
it seems like gear is easy, because when you use those early cameras, the funk that they inherently had played off into it, and it was good. Now you could spend really a minimal amount of money and get quality that looks incredible. So you're not going to really get that grainy look unless maybe in post or
unless you want it. It's absolutely incredible what the production value you can get from the cameras today. So
which was the David Lynch film that used
a PD-150? It was. I can't remember, but the same camera we used for open water.
I think it was a vampire film, and they used the Play School camera, which recorded.
Oh, that one. Oh, yeah. I don't.
Regular audio tape, like a cassette tape.
Yeah.
Which I think.
But it's David Lynch.
I think that was
it's so great.
90s. Now you couldn't even do something like that. It's really post.
The other thing I'd say is another thing that's important is not to have. Try not to have all your eggs in one basket, because it's a very tricky business, and the more projects you have and the more scripts and the more things you have helps. And then if something clicks, it's very important to have that next project ready to go, because you get a very short window to really capitalize on that success. And so it's good to have a lot of coals on the fire.
That's a strike while the iron's hot.
Yes.
Interesting. So have some plan B and plan C's when plan A goes successful. So we talked about the equipment, you talked about the actors, and do you have any advice for finding a good actor? Where do you source that? Because a bad actor, that's it. It's going to sink it right off the bat.
Well, it's, we've been very lucky because we have, friendship with wonderful casting directors for years and years and years, Kerry Barton and Paul Schnee, and they've always just been our go-to people, and they found.
What if you don't have a casting director?
I'm saying, so I'm kind of spoiled. I haven't had to go through that search myself. I would say, actually, I was speaking to someone not long ago about this, especially because right now, we're on WGA Writers Guild and SAG is on strike, and but. Theater and local theater and wherever you happen to live, and that's where I'd probably go, and that's where I'd probably begin that search. Yeah.
Okay, one more. This is going to be a hard one. You're a writer, and you're a damn good writer.
Thank you.
But not everybody's a good writer. Matter of fact, writing I think it's easier to find actors than writers. So how do you deal with if you're making your own film and you're really not a great writer, but you have the passion, you have the equipment because you went to B&H, you're ready to go, you have the know-how, but you don't have a script? What do you advise to get around that? Is there any way to?
It's interesting because I started out wanting to be a film director, and I became a writer out of necessity because I couldn't find scripts that I couldn't find anything, and I just started writing. And of course, the scripts are terrible, and you just kind of learn. And as the years go by, and then when I had some success and had access to a lot of scripts, even then, they'd be incredibly well written, but I would have to do a rewrite to make them the thing that I could bring to the table that I'd be interested in. So I eventually learned how to write because I had to. And actually, I love it now, but I don't know. I guess it's kind of right up there with how do you find a good actor. It's if you're very determined to do something, then you find a way.
All right. So just to change gears a little bit regarding the current standoff between the studios, writers, and actors, do you wish to address how the new dawn of AI-enhanced CGI and ChatGPT will affect our industry moving forward?
Well, it's interesting. On one hand, AI can be a wonderful tool, and is right now, in partner, and can help expedite some of the more, tedious aspects of, I'll say writing and editing right at this phase. But it does frighten me that we didn't even know what ChatGPT was a year ago, and you look how quickly it's learning, and it's learning off of the works of other great artists, because it's basically there, and that it may very well replace, what we do and kind of what everybody does, unless there's some kind of, I don't even know how you would monitor it, but these are the warnings I'm hearing from the people who are the creators of AI, is that, and it just kind of makes perfect sense to me that they can get to a certain point where they learn they'll know, and this is part of why the writers are on strike, because it might not be as good as what a human can do, but I think it's in some people's minds in the studios, we don't need writers. We can just have an idea, and ChatGPT can write the script, and we can work off that. So, and I'll just say one last thing about it. I think why anything affects us, like why any piece of art, whether it's a photograph or a film or a book, it's because it's a human experience. It's somebody having a particular point of view and understanding of something, and when they put it out there, we're all like, I feel that. I didn't even know I felt that, because it's a connection between human beings. And I don't think AI will ever get there, but who knows?
We're in the dawn of it, so. All right, we're going to talk about what's next for Chris Kentis. You alluded to something a little bit, and I like where it's going.
Well, did I? Well, it's funny because, again, we're on strike now. I was actually supposed to be shooting a film in Thailand right now, a little adventure film. But I've been working, collaborating on a limited TV series. It's kind of a suspense thriller. And again, because we're on strike, I'm not going to go into talking too much. But I will. The other thing is, many years ago, I was deeply involved with a project based on that Quint story about the USS Indianapolis. Warner Brothers had hired me, and I adapted a book by Doug Stanton, and then was slated to direct a very large picture about that. And it didn't happen, but during that period of time, I had befriended many of the actual survivors of that tragedy and their families, and it really left an impact on me, and I could never let that go. And so another thing I have in the works is a much more scaled down, very affordable version of that film that would lean much more toward the open water kind of idea of kind of going through the point of view of the people that experienced that tragedy as opposed to the whole overview. So
that changes. How does that? How do you feel about going back to where you really found a lot of success? Something not dramatically different. This is in the water, being nibbled on by sharks. Are you ready to go back?
Well, I am, only because there's been so many things. I mean, there's the 3 pictures that were made, but there's been many scripts and many projects in between, and I am kind of ready to revisit that, and because I've never lost my love for that, and again, this would be a passion project that I just can't let go of, and I've found a way to make it very affordably, and I think make a very exciting and entertaining and hopefully thought-provoking film. So
I'm looking forward to it. Can you hook me up with the premiere?
Got to make it first.
Who knows? Maybe B&H. Maybe we can help with that. This has been a great talk. Thank you so much. And I really, aspiring filmmakers, if there's any last piece that you want to give to the creators that have this amazing tools that are at their fingertips and affordable, the actors, the scripts, you've given out a lot of wisdom. Anything further you want to?
No, I just want to thank you. It's wonderful to be part of this really amazing, what's going on here, and thank B&H. And it really is true. I mean, it's like B&H was the only place to go to get these. And any piece of equipment that comes out, you just go to B&H, and they have it, and everybody's so helpful, and it's just like they're a great partner to have.
And it's so stunning how it's changed too, is that a lot of the equipment, not only has it gotten smaller, it's gotten really affordable.
Yes.
And it's like microphones, the Rode microphones,
Yes.
the little clip-on guys, that it's just so much going on that we didn't have access to in the past.
Yes.
And all right, so any questions from the audience that while we have Chris here? Yes.
I'm curious about how you attracted the sharks. How did you
Well,
get in the water with them?
I was.
So the question was how attracting the sharks and getting them to come to you for the.
Well, we worked with Stewart Cove and in the Bahamas, and what we would do is we'd have the actors in the water, and I would also be in the water with the camera, and my partner Laura Lau would be in the boat with the camera, and his people would throw a piece of bait over here, and the actors would be here, and the sharks would gather there, and we'd throw a piece of bait over there, and they'd cross the frame. But what was interesting, again, as I had mentioned earlier, is like I wanted to work with the sharks on the surface. So we kind of figured out this choreography together because they pretty much always just worked with sharks underwater. And so it was a little bit of trial and error, but it was all just bait.
Speaking of bait, what's up with that shark cage? Do you have a shark in the cage?
Well, so one day I went to a shark cage because I wanted a shark coming right at the camera, and there's like a window in the cage. I mean, it's your classic shark cage, and this large shark was coming, and he just kept barreling his way into through the window, and he got right
it was a little
in the
shark.
cage with me, and yeah, I mean, it all happened very fast. I mean, it was just instant. I just pushed its head in the corner with the camera, and someone came and got the door open, and another shark swam, and I don't know why they wanted to be in the cage, but at any rate, it was interesting.
They want to get close to you, Chris. They want to get in there. Any other questions for the folks?
Over. Yeah.
Yes.
So after Open Water comes out, it's a big hit, it's a Sundance, and it's considered a successful movie, do you have this feeling of, oh, I've made it, and now I can do any kind of project I want, and then is there a come down when you find out, oh, it's actually still impossible to find funding for whatever my next thing is?
Okay, so the question is that running off of the success of Open Water, were you able to leverage that into what was next or let it fade away?
Well, yeah, it's a good question, and you do feel that way. I felt that way, and actually there were a million opportunities that came my way and things you get involved with. But it's interesting. It's kind of a long, slow process, and it was a bit of being naive as well, of like you'd get scripts, and as I was saying before, just assuming you're going to get this perfect script and I'll do that one next, not realizing, well, to really make it something I'd be interested in making is going to require a different kind of effort. And so it is interesting that a lot comes your way, but there is a window and that you need to capitalize. And also when you're working within, I mean, I was very, very fortunate and I had wonderful representation in people, but I just know from you know, friends and other people I've worked with who've it's just kind of amazing. I won't name names because but it's amazing how people who've done some things where I'm just kind of blown away, and they said, you know, my agent said I have 3 months to capitalize on this, or it all goes away. And so that's why I think it's important to have some other things ready to go, because if you just kind of know what you want to do next, and you're not kind of counting on something falling in your lap, then that's how you can best capitalize off of those opportunities.
All right. I think we're good. We covered so much, and we're going to keep an eye on you and see what's next. And we wish you that, you know, a ton of good luck. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
That genre of filmmaking that you've been engaged with is so important, and it just made it accessible. The low budget, and then it blows up. So well done, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Chris Kentis, folks. All right. Beautiful. We ended on time, too. Good partnership. All right, we're going to come back, everyone, at 1 o'clock. So we have a little bit of time in between. We're going to run some commercials. Make sure you're back here at 1, or you're in another stage, you're doing something fun. There's photo walks going on. There's so much happening. So once again, as Chris comes off, let's just give him one more round of applause. Thank you so much, Chris.
You guys, I love my new EOS R50. I am a content creator and vlogger. I love expressing myself and my experiences online. The first time I picked up the EOS R50, I noticed immediately how light it was. Not only that, when I turned on the camera and saw the footage that it was capturing, my mind was blown. How can the quality be so good while it's this light in my hand? I love that anyone can express themselves with the easy-to-use EOS R50.
Introducing the new PayBoo credit card. You can save the tax or choose special financing for your purchases made on your PayBoo credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H PayBoo card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new PayBoo card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either PayBoo Savings or Special Financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved PayBoo card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new PayBoo card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
Alpha.
You guys, I love my new EOS R50. I am a content creator and vlogger. I love expressing myself and my experiences online. The first time I picked up the EOS R50, I noticed immediately how light it was. Not only that, when I turned on the camera and saw the footage that it was capturing, my mind was blown. How can the quality be so good while it's this light in my hand? I love that anyone can express themselves with the easy-to-use EOS R50.
Introducing the new PayBoo credit card. You can save the tax or choose special financing for your purchases made on your PayBoo credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu Savings or Special Financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
Alpha.
You guys, I love my new EOS R50. I am a content creator and vlogger. I love expressing myself and my experiences online. The first time I picked up the EOS R50, I noticed immediately how light it was. Not only that, when I turned on the camera and saw the footage that it was capturing, my mind was blown. How can the quality be so good while it's this light in my hand? I love that anyone can express themselves with the easy-to-use EOS R50.
Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. the B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu Savings or Special Financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
Alpha.
That was beautiful. Can we always do that? That worked. Hi, everyone. Oh, well, we're at that time of the day, we're at that time of the conference when Scott Kelby comes to the podium. Exactly, you know, Scott's hard to introduce because he's so many things to so many people. To me, he's that guy who usually does his presentation in a Cheap Trick t-shirt. But today you're not wearing the Cheap Trick t-shirt, but we're just talking about a couple of things. You know what Scott really is? Scott's our boo, right? He's our boo. He's not our pay-boo. Okay. Everyone, let's give a thunderous welcome for Scott Kelby, the master of digital. We can go louder than that. Come on, it's Scott Kelby.
Thank you. Thank you, David.
A little louder. Come on, Scott. There we go. All right.
Thanks.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you. Thanks for that spontaneous applause. Hey, this is great, though. Look at this crowd. Hey, just a real quick show of hands. How many people are here? All right, that's a lot. All right, who's not here? Oh, thanks for not coming. All right, great to see you guys. Thank you so much. I have a limited amount of time and a lot to cover. I'm going to tell you up front what the class is about so you can decide if you're in the right room. So first, it's why I decided to do this class. So I'm the publisher of Photoshop User Magazine, and we have a review section in the magazine. And because of that, a lot of book publishers will send me books. They just send them and hope that we'll review them in the magazine, and we do. A lot of them get reviewed. But this one book comes in one day, and the book is on composition. Beautiful cover. I looked at it, and I'm like, ooh, this is good. I just took a quick flip through it. This is a killer photographer. Whoever the guy wrote it was really, really good. He was great. I'm looking through his images and stuff. And so I finally got a chance to sit down with the book. And I open up, and first chapter, Rule of Thirds. And I'm like, Rule of Thirds. The next one was leading lines. Next one was fill the frame. And I'm like, after all these years, we're still using the same rules. If you went back and bought a book from the 1930s and looked at it on composition, what do you think it would be? Let's go back further. The rule of thirds was first referred to in print by John Thomas Smith in 1797, 11 years before I was born. So I call up a friend of mine, a buddy of mine who's a very serious photographer, and I call him up and said, hey, I just got this book on composition. And I go, what do you think the first chapter is? And he goes, leading lines. I'm like, wrong, idiot. No, he guessed leading lines. But then I'm like, no, it was rule of thirds. He said, so was the next one leading lines? Yes. Was the next one fill the frame? Yes. It's like teaching composition hasn't changed basically since the 1700s. And here's a new book, and I'm like, I can't believe this new book is the same kind of stuff. So I think it is, they're leaving out a really critical part about composition that we don't ever talk about, and you're gonna understand why in just a minute. And you're gonna understand exactly why photographers don't like to talk about what our topic is today, and I'm gonna go into that in just a minute. But I want you to think about this, right? Is how important is the composition part? I think it's it's the critical piece of all this because, for example, I'm going to give you just a quick story. A number of years ago, we were doing these one-day seminars around the country, and we were doing great with them. We're getting 400, 500 people per day. And so I came up with the idea. I had been a professional full-time graphic designer for a number of years, and I came up with the idea to do a day that wasn't about Photoshop, and it wasn't about, well, there was only Photoshop. It wasn't about Photoshop, and it was going to be instead about design, like how to design. Now, back in those days, oh, by the way, the tour was called Driven by Design. And so back in those days, the program that everybody used as their page layout and their design thing was a program called Aldus PageMaker. Adobe wound up buying them years later. But this was before people started using Quark Express and then before everybody switched to InDesign. That's how long ago it was. Well, the day was not going to teach PageMaker. Instead, it was going to teach typography and advertising design and how to lay out a publication or a newsletter. There was a whole class just on how to design an ad that gets results. The design essentials, how to work with color. And so I walk in the room the very first day, and there's 40-something people in the room. And I'm like, uh-oh. I'd booked 4 cities for it, and there's nobody there. So at the end of the day, people were coming up and they're like, this is the best day of design ever. They're freaked out. They're like, this is incredible. The feedback was unbelievable. It was 47 of the happiest people in that city. So I asked them, I said, would you guys mind sticking around after my session? Because I just got to ask you guys something. So a lot of people stuck around. And I said, so why is there nobody here? And they were unanimous in saying, well, if you were teaching PageMaker, it would have been a packed house. But because you were teaching design, the thing they actually need, they didn't come. I went to the next series, the next city, 50 people, the next city, 60 people. It was like I couldn't wait to get that tour over because it was a great success from the teaching side and a miserable failure from the business side. But so I started calling some of my own friends in my area, people that I knew should have been at that thing. And I said, why didn't you go to this design day? And they said, I already know PageMaker. Learning the design, that was the important part of this. But they thought that learning PageMaker would be enough. And it's just like so many photographers today. I talk to so many people that say, you know, if I could just learn my camera, I could take really great photos. That's their PageMaker. They're thinking, if I can learn my camera, you know what? I know what they're looking for. They're looking for this screen right here. I can tell you, I've looked. It's not on my camera. It's not on your camera. You know where it is? What's weird? It's on this camera. Anyway, if I could just learn to make great photos, that's like an artist sitting there going, if I knew which one of these brushes would paint, I would be set, all right? So what's weird is, after all this, do you know what my #1 most asked question is? When I do a full-day seminar, I just did one in Orlando a week and a half ago. You know what the #1 most asked question about is? About exposure. People come up, what exposure mode are you using? What if you do this? What about that? What if it's sunset? And they're asking these questions. I'm like, are you kidding me? So let's say that you're shooting and you look on the back of your camera and the photo's too dark. What could you possibly do? You could move one dial. But what if you totally blew it? You totally blew it and you don't know that you underexposed. You underexposed by a half a stop or a stop or whatever, and you get back to your computer, you open it up and like, oh no, it's underexposed. You could move one slider a 1/16 of an inch and it's fixed, but we're so obsessed with, I just think it's crazy. It's the #1 most asked questions. Let me tell you something. Your phone is not gonna ring one day and it's gonna be a prospective client and they're gonna go, hi, I need to hire a photographer, but look, here's what I need. I need a photographer that will make a photo that's not too dark or it's not too bright. It's never gonna happen, right? So what is the thing that is going to make this difference? What is it? It's composition. Composition is your thing. It is your secret sauce that's gonna get you through this and all of a sudden get you jobs. It won't be the brightness or the darkness of your photo, it'll be something else. And I wanna put this in perspective for you. So you've all seen, either in person or in pictures, the Eiffel Tower. It's one of the most amazing structures ever made. It was built in 1889 for the World's Fair. And when it was built, the French hated that structure. Do you know why? Because the French hate everything. But anyway, it's considered by many people to be one of the most beautiful man-made things. I mean, it's from a engineering feat, it's amazing. It's inspiring to see it in person. The scale is incredible, and it's even romantic. You can use it as a romantic device. It's that great. But you're standing in front of this amazing structure. It's fantastic. You have your camera in your hand, and without good composition, you can take the most uninspiring photo ever. All right? So if you can stand in front of something that looks phenomenal and just blow it, right? If you were good at composition, could you take something average and make it great? Like, for example, could you take a guy down at the docks pulling a rope? Could you make that a great photo? Jay Maisel did. I have this one hanging, we have this hanging in our offices. And I look at this thing and I can spend 20 minutes going why it's so amazing and why it's so great and how he chose not to have the worker's head in it and how the red socks play off the red hull and just all these amazing things. And it's like, it really comes down to composition. But I want to frame this really quickly for you because really, you could take all of photography and bring it down to two things. All right? The first one is this. It's what you're standing in front of. If you're standing in front of something amazing, it's not that hard to get a good picture if you just have the basics of photography. If you're standing here, right? So this is a wonderful photo from my friend Karen Hutton. And Karen let me use this photo to show you. You could actually train a monkey to run up the leg of your tripod and press that button, and this is the shot they would get. But what if you're not standing in front of that? What if you're standing in front of this? That's pretty much what you're going to get, right? If you're standing in front of this, this is your scene. Or this, if you're standing in front of this, if you're shooting a wedding and this is the scene and this is the church, you're not going to get this. So that's one thing. It's what you're standing in front of. But then, and here's the big thing that will save you. It's how you frame the shot. When you're standing in front of something awesome, now it's up to you to frame the shot. And this is the thing that they don't talk about, they don't teach, but I haven't gotten to the really bad part, which is coming. Really, it's your composition. Because when you have something amazing and a great composition and they come together at the same time, it's flippin' magic. It's just magic. And so I've been lucky enough to be a judge at a number of award shows all over the world over the year. Now today, most of my judging is done. I get an email link from the competition and it's done by myself in my room wearing a mask. But for a lot of the time, I'm in a room with the judges. Like there's 10 or 12 of us. And I wish everybody could do this because it's so fascinating. You're sitting there and an image comes up on screen and we're all silent. Another image comes up and we're like, that's okay. Another image comes up and somebody will say, I kind of like that one. And then an image comes up and the split second it comes up, the entire room at once goes, ooh. It's a split second. There's no time to analyze, is it technically correct? Did they crop it right? Was there something distracting in the photo? It has an emotional response. When those two things come together, something amazing, composed really well, it creates that magic and it gets that room to ooh. It literally is the composition. It comes down to that. It's what you leave in and what you leave out. Now, that book I told you about, it has the rules, and it had, I don't know how many rules. There's depending on who you talk to, there's 5 rules, there's 10 rules, there's 20, just depends. I'm gonna go over my 5 favorite, the most popular ones. I'm gonna go over in 3 minutes, so you don't have to buy the book. All right, first one is, I already mentioned it, the rule of thirds. If you're not familiar with it, here it is in 30 seconds. So the rule of thirds has you basically deciding that, okay, you're gonna mentally divide your thing into thirds. You can even turn this on in some cameras, even in your phone, you can put a rule of thirds grid. And where the things intersect, where those little dots are, that is where you're supposed to put something interesting, right? You're not supposed to put stuff in the center because dead center is dead awful. All right, so here we have the guy in the center. It's like what your kid would take if you said, take a picture of daddy. But to make this more dynamic, you just move them over to the left third, right? So he's right where those intersect, right? So that just makes the picture more, it's a very simple concept. I know, these are basics, right? And then, don't move the Great, let's move him. There we go. And let's say that he is on this side now. And that makes it more dynamic because the middle is just kind of pretty boring. So what if he's very short? Then you would put him here, or if he's very short, perhaps over there, but that's probably not the best. Okay, we'll put him right here. All right. So that's the basics of the rule of thirds. But what about the horizon line? Like, what's the deal on that? There's a special rule for it. And the rule that I go by is this. Look, you're going to divide the image into thirds. If the sky's not happening, then you're going to move the horizon line up to the top third because you're not going to show too much of the sky. But if you have a really good sky, if the sky's happening, right, you divide it into thirds and you're going to put that horizon line in the lower third. That's pretty much it. So if you have a good sky, basically it's this, you hide the boring third. Like for example, this image, there's no sky, it's just nothing, it was just kind of blue, so you hide it. All right, but if it's a really cool sky, you show a bunch of it. All right, number 2 is fill the frame. This is a really easy one. You take the shot, it's okay. Fill the frame just means that you're going to take your subject or whatever your subject is or whatever scene it is and try to fill the frame as much. It creates a tremendous difference in dynamicism, if that's even a word, but take a look. Same person taken seconds later, just filling the frame. Here they are side by side. Great quote by Robert Capa, who said, if your pictures aren't good enough, you're not standing close enough. All right? Here's another example. That's kind of, zoom up close, it brings the interest, it's more dynamic. Same thing here. If it's far away, it's kind of, you move it closer, all right? The third of these is having a frame within the frame. So people love frames. What's the first thing they do when they buy a photo? They go to Walmart or Target and then realize that all the frame mats are made for film. And don't get me started. Anyway. So it's putting a frame around your image. So you're shooting through a doorway, or you're shooting through a window or something like that. Those framing things, people love them. The response that people have to just doing something simple like shooting through a doorway, I don't know what it is. It's like shooting a lighthouse. It's just a get out of jail free card. But that's it, that's the third one, is just shooting through a frame of some kind. Number 4, of course, is leading lines, right? You're going to use these lines to help draw the viewer into the photo, right? It just kind of creates a focal point for them. And like I was out on the ice here, looking for a crack in the ice, so one that would be aiming towards the mountain that I want to shoot, right? And they don't have to be straight lines. You can have curving lines to lead you down. There's a number of different ways to use leading lines, but that's the story. That's pretty much it. And here's just a couple more examples of it. And the 5th one I love. This one's one of my favorite, symmetry. So this is another compositional technique, and it's everywhere, right? So what it basically is, people love it when the two sides of something match. They just love it. If everything is symmetrical, it really has, and that's why everything is symmetrical. Look at this room. Right? Look at the carpeting. Look just anywhere, look at the walls. They don't say, we'll make one kind of wide and then one not, and then one different size. Nope, they make everything symmetrical all the way around because it's pleasing to us, right? So when you have this symmetry, it just makes people happy. All right, now for example, it's not just like interiors and landscapes and stuff, it's also people. They've done studies that people with symmetrical faces, that actually babies react stronger to people with very symmetrical faces, right? It's kind of weird, but it's true. All right, so that's the 5 rules of composition in 3 minutes. Now, here's the great thing. Once you understand these rules, now you can break them. Once you learn them, because there's 2 ways. You can say, I know what the rule is, like I know this person should not be in the center of this frame. I know that's the worst possible place, but this is where it works. I tried cropping this half a dozen ways. The only place where she looks good is right in the center. So I know what the rule is, but I'm breaking the rule intentionally. Not because I'm a goober, but because I know, all right, this is where it goes and I can break the rules. Now, I'm gonna give you just real quickly some of my other favorite ones that are not the basics, but this is a big one. I love negative space. That's where you leave a bunch of empty stuff so the eye is drawn directly towards what you want them to look at, right? Now, if I were standing here, this is in Iceland, and if I move my camera a little to the left, oh, there's the gas station, whoops. If I go a little to the right, there was a billboard from where I was shooting, right? You don't have to include those things, you can shoot exactly where you want it. So that's what these are. These are just examples of using negative space so the subject gets a bunch of attention. Using layers to add depth. Here's a shot I took. I think this is Tampa. And we're gonna create depth here. So depth is when you have a foreground object, you've got something a little further back in the middle ground, and you have background and then sky behind that. It creates depth, and when you want to create one of those epic shots and you look at some shot, you go, wow, it's because they have depth. The other one is really simple. You have to have a clearly definable subject. Someone needs to look at your photo and go, oh. They don't need to look at their photo and go, oh, this is nice. Where am I supposed to look? What am I looking at? If they ask questions like that, you already know that the photo's failed, right? You need a clearly definable subject. But we're here to not talk about all that stuff. I want to talk about the next level, because this is interesting. And this is where we get to the uncomfortable part that photographers don't want to talk about. There is an angle where everything looks its best, right? It could be a person, it can be a place, it could be a product, an object, whatever. But there is a certain angle that where everything looks its best. You're standing there in front of that scene, and your job is to find that angle. So how do you do that? How do you find that angle? I think that a lot of photographers in their mind believe that a pro photographer walks onto the scene, looks around, they take the shot, got it. And they walk away. And they walk to the next scene and take one amazing shot and walk away. And they walk to another one, they maybe take 2 shots, but it was because the first one they were sneezed while they were taking it. So, and I think that a lot of people, because what we see online is just that great shot, right? But the secret is working the scene. It is what you do that actually has you. And then I'm gonna explain this whole concept in great detail. But to explain this concept, I'm gonna have to do something that I do not see photographers doing. And I understand why, and we're gonna experience this together. I'm gonna do this for you, and I'm gonna put myself out there, but I need you to do something for me. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I promise not to think less of Scott as a photographer after I see a bunch of the crappy shots he shoots. Because I'm going to take you through an actual raw take of the images. No photographer is stupid enough to do this, but this is the only way I can convey this point of working the scene, how important it is. So we're going to look at some photos in Lightroom from a shoot I did in Tuscany, and it should be awesome. We're at a church with no roof, and it's out in the middle of nowhere, and I hired a violinist from Brazil who's a fashion model and violinist, amazing violinist. And you think it would be like, oh, it's so easy to get a great shot. You have a Brazilian model who's a violinist in this cool. You will see that it is not as easy as it sounds. Here, let's take a look. And these are some of the images here. And as you can see, I'm killing it. Let's just go through real quick. Let's kind of go through the wonder and beauty of this shoot. And we'll start up here. Here we go. And I'm just going to kind of, like, yeah, bad. Oh. Maybe I should zoom out. No. How about no? Let's go. All right, there. No. Oh, that nice light on her face. Oh, out of focus. That's an interesting choice. Look at her hand is all lit, and now it's just, oh, good. Her fingers let party. That's better. This is getting, oh, I like that. That's okay. That's not bad. All right, flagging that one as a pick. That's good. That's maybe even better. All right, and that's back to bad. And bad. And let's see, stupid. Very nice, like signs behind her. Good call. And bad light. Oh, perfect. Yeah, it's a lot of bad shots as I'm working the scene. I have a great location and a great subject, and out of focus, nice. Really good. Oh, fingers off the, okay, oh, good. No, it's just a disembodied hand. Out of focus again. Oh, another out of focus. Good job. And stuff sticking in from the sides there. Yeah, it's just, it's all bad. So, as you might guess, I'm not going to show all those pictures online that are terrible, right? What am I going to show? I'm going to go to one of the best ones, one of these ones back here, probably that one right there. I'm going to take that into Lightroom and Photoshop, and I'm going to finish it. I'm only going to show one single photo. You only need one. But you have to work that scene. You don't walk up and take one shot. I'm moving to the left, I'm moving to the right, I'm zooming in, I'm zooming out, I'm trying different angles, I'm trying different lighting. I'm going through a whole series of stuff because you know what? There's one angle that looks good and I don't know what it is yet. That's what we have to do. That is our job, is to find out what is that angle that all of a sudden looks amazing and our subject looks great and everything looks great. Now, there is post-processing done to that, but it's not as much as you think, except for there's one little cool trick. So I'll go ahead and show you the post just because we can. All right, first off, I have to compose it a little better than I did. All right, just a little bit of a crop probably wouldn't hurt. All right, then we're going to fix the white balance. So my white balance was not good for her shooting in the shade with her back to the sun. And I'll, let's see. It's hazy, so I'm going to increase the dehaze amount, right? That's the best name slider. And maybe make the exposure a little brighter. The contrast, there we go. Crank up the contrast, a little bit of exposure. All right, that's really not too bad. But I need to go in here and brighten her skin. I'm going to use the masking tool, and when you click on her icon, right, you can say, I just want her facial skin, and I just want down here, those things that are turning red, I can mask those. I just hit this button down here called Create Mask. Now her face and her body are masked. So if I go and move anything here, like if I open up the shadows, which didn't do that much, and maybe increase the exposure a bit, it brightens her skin. All right? So that's not bad, but I need to do one more thing that I should have done in camera. I'm going to increase the whites a little bit. I'm going to take this over to Photoshop and do one thing, and it's called cheating. No, we're going to use these weird filters called the neural filters, right? And when you first use them, you have to download some of them because Adobe thinks these might be too weird for you. You might want to download them all. The one I'm going to do, and it's a beta, it's called Depth Blur. This thing is actually really good. You turn it on, and it creates a realistic blur, like a shallow depth of field behind your subject. Now, it processes it just on your computer. It takes a minute. I'm going to increase the amount. And you're not done. It's not done until you see the little button called OK at the bottom right corner, the little button right here. When that turns blue, then it's done. And I'm going to increase, here's a before and after already. Look, before and after. It's subtle, and that's why I want to do more. You have to wait until the little OK sign shows up, but it senses where your subject is, and it also blurs right in front of your subject, and then behind it, it graduates it so it looks realistic. Because putting a Gaussian blur behind somebody looks stupid. Give it a second here, there we go. And look at the before and after now. So watch, before and after. It's like you bought a better lens. You bought a faster lens, all right? So that's the idea. That's it, that's how we got to our final image. All right, let the embarrassment continue. Let's look at another shoot where I'm not very good. All right, we're in Florence, and it should be easy because Florence is beautiful. I'm shooting from Michelangelo Park, which is just packed with American students. And I was able to get my tripod right up to the window, which makes it wonder, Scott, if you had a tripod, why was your photo out of focus? I gotta stop drinking before these shoots. Anyway, so I'm moving through, look at this good stuff. This is quality, this is good. Oh, okay, I started to realize maybe it was too dark. Oh, and the out of focus thing's back. And I'm trying again and again. Let's zoom in a little, let's zoom out. And I'm doing all the things you're supposed to do. I'm working the scene, I'm trying different brightness, I'm trying zooming, I'm moving. I can't move too far because you're kind of wedged in there. I did a pano, and then, that's stupid. Okay, oh, I kind of like that. That's not bad. And let's see. All right. Yeah, this is not my best work. All right, now, how many of these am I going to show to the public? I'm going to fix one of them, I'm going to finish one of them, and that's going to be it. I'm going to do this one. You only need one. right? You only need one shot. You're not going to go, here's 35 shots of the same Duomo, right? Here's the post-processing in case you care. Let's go to the develop module here. And I'm just going to first kind of hit the auto button to straighten it. It was a little crooked. And then really it comes down to I'm going to add, I'm going to switch my profile to landscape so the colors look a little better. I'm going to make it bluer. And then I'm going to use the masking to do one other cool thing. I'm going to use the masking button. I'm going to hit select subject. So it selects the Duomo. But as you can see, it didn't select all of it. It's not a problem. We're going to take the temperature way over to yellow to make it the Duomo warm. And then I need to add to this. We'll make it a little brighter. I need to add to it, so I'm going to hit the add button. I'm going to get a brush. And when I paint with this brush, it'll paint with the same settings. And that's how we got there. Maybe over here a little too. And that's how we got to the shot. Really didn't have to do very much. It's got to start with a decent shot. So, but when you go, keep in mind, I only need one shot, but I got to work to get to that one shot. And so from where I was, I could really only get one shot, but I made two. I grabbed this one too. All right, so what's a good way to get to the one? What happens when you're looking at a bunch of photos that are very, very similar, right? And you're like, well, it's so hard to pick the best one. Here's what I do. This is a really handy trick for Lightroom Classic users. So take a look at these images. I'm going to select a whole bunch of them that look very much the same. I'm going to press the letter N, which is Adobe's shortcut for survey mode. Makes perfect sense. It puts all the images on screen. I don't have to pick the best one. That's too hard. I have to pick the one I like the least. You move your cursor over it, a little X shows up, and it leaves the screen. It doesn't delete it. It just removes it from the screen. So now I'm just going to figure out which one I like least. Move my cursor over it and just, how about this one up here? Nope, I don't like that. And it rewards you by making the pictures bigger as you go. So now that's got to go. Her eyes are closed. This one, she's got a headache. Let's see, we got a couple other headache shots. Let's see what else. How about this one up top? No, that's got to go. That one's got to go. Let's see what else. And you're just trying to figure out which one do I not like, and just keep going. See how I made them bigger too? It rewards you. That one, I don't like the hands on that one. No, we're getting close. We're down to the final four. That one's got to go. All right, it's one of these three. Is it the bottom one? No, it is not. It's one of these two, and I just like her hands better on that. That's it. It's just an easy way for you to get to and then that's the one that you would work on. And by the way, in case you were wondering, because this may be a concern of yours, Scott, was she naked? Here's a behind the scenes photo so you can see clearly she's dressed. I was fully nude. However, she was not. All right, so you got to consider this next part, all right? Okay, so we know we're gonna work the scene and stuff, but if you stop at a scene, something drew you there. Like something said, hey, stop here, there's something. You may not know what that is, but that's your job, is to find it. If something stopped you, there's probably something there, right? This is a beautiful scene. Something stopped me there. What was it? This. Where was it? Right there. Something stopped me here. What was it? Was that my first shot? That was my 45th shot. I walked around from every angle, shot it from every angle, all that stuff. And here's an important thing to do. When you're going, like while you're working the scene and you're shooting all these things, stop and pause for a second and look at your camera and see, is this going good? Is this going right? Because the last thing you want to do is get home and go, oh man, I should have shot this wide. I should have zoomed in, because then it's too late. So stop right there. But one of the big things that you can do is to change your perspective. Just changing your perspective. Think of it this way. The whole world shoots photos like this, standing up at eye level. When you get down low, all of a sudden it's a much more interesting picture. If you climb up a story and shoot down, all of a sudden it's so much better. Change your perspective and it makes a huge, huge difference. Great quote from this guy, he did pretty well. A good photograph is knowing where to stand, right? So I'll give you a quick example, another embarrassing example real quickly so we're going to go through the shoot, and you're going to see me zoom in, zoom out. You're going to see me shoot from a little bit down low, on my knees, and then laying down on the floor of the studio, because I don't know which one of these. And you can see I'm doing varying jobs of not good. And then I'm thinking, no, oh, double the amputee effect, nice. Good cropping, very bad. And then, okay, this is better. Look where the top of the roll of the seamless is, and you can see when I get down low, there we go. This is me lying down now, right, to shoot a full length, so the perspective is correct. And I'm just going through here trying to find what's gonna be the shot. Oh, I think that might have been it. All right, and then I'm back to zooming in. I'm zooming in, I'm zooming out, I'm changing the perspective. And when you change those things, it makes all the difference in the world. All the shots it's the same subject in the same lighting, in the same outfit, and everything's the same, but you're getting so many different shots to choose from until you find the one that you want, and you're gonna work that. Now, so you know to work the scene, you know to zoom in and zoom out and stuff, but you can also work the settings. What if this shot would look better when you're changing the white balance? Right? Now, I know what you're thinking. Scott, I can change the white balance later in Lightroom or Camera Raw. Yes, you can. But if you get the white balance looking right and the photo looks good, it inspires you. Do you ever get inspired by looking at your camera and go, this looks terrible, but I know I can fix it later? That doesn't inspire you. Having it look really good, you're like, ooh, this looks good, this looks good. So changing your f-stop, would it look better with the background out of focus or in focus, right? Would it look better if I shot this with a wider lens or maybe a taller lens? These are all part. You work in the scene, and now you're working the settings, right? And you can also work the styles. Would this look better as a pano? Would it look better as an HDR or bracketing or a triptych? Would it work better to those? When you get to that point where you're like, okay, it's coming together, then you're gonna go to stage 3. Then you're gonna work the sharpness. Now the sharpness really matters. Do the first 2 stages without using your tripod. Walk around, because you know what I've learned from doing workshops? If somebody sets their tripod down, it's like it sinks down into cement. It's not moving. So if they just kind of set it down while they're walking around, they're like, well, there it is. Don't set it down until you found that spot. Don't set it down yet. By the way, I'm going to give you a tip that has nothing to do with composition, but when I teach like Photoshop and stuff, I started teaching this. I used to teach how to sharpen in Photoshop, and I don't anymore because I don't sharpen in Photoshop anymore at all, period. Not in Lightroom, not in Photoshop. I cheat. I use 1 or 2 plugins. This thing called Topaz Sharpen, and by the way, if you mention my name, they don't care or don't know me. I don't have an affiliate link. I'm not trying to push anything on you, but I don't think it's fair that secretly, when you're not looking, I'm using a plugin, but I don't tell anybody. Nope, this is exactly what I use. Look at the difference on screen. It uses AI, it looks at your image and goes, this is what it needs, and you just click OK. Right? Here I'm walking around, hand holding a shot in low light. Same thing here, down in Miami. Look at the difference, look at the plate. So it's called Sharpen AI. You can go download, I think, a 14-day free trial. Or, I know a lot of you use On1's No Noise. It actually has, not only does it have no noise in it, but I don't know why, they snuck in a sharpening thing that is phenomenal. So either one of those, you probably own one of those or both of those. I'm telling you, that's the future, is having it analyze your photo instead of you having to be a mathematician. All right, the next thing, and this is huge. This was a changing point for me in my career. And somebody else pointed this out to me, and it's this. I spent so much of my career looking through my viewfinder and being disappointed and saying, this doesn't look good. What can I add to this scene to make it better? When the secret was, what can I take away to simplify the shot? And a friend of mine was talking to me about this, and he goes, go look at your favorite photographers. Go look at their work. Find out what they're doing and look at their photos. The photos that you love of theirs, are they complex and there's a ton of stuff going on, or are they very simple? I'm telling you guys, simplicity in composition is one of the big secrets. And you're in charge of what goes in the frame. You get to choose it. You're standing there. It's not, I can tell you the answer is generally not adding more. It's just doing as little as possible and cleaning it up. Just looking at, is there anything in this thing that's going to mess up the shot? Is there something sticking in from the corners? Is it just too busy of a scene? What can I do to just make this simpler and better? So that's it. That was a turning point for me when I realized the secret isn't what can I add, it's what can I take away? How can I simplify this scene? Like, who's this guy? All that stuff. So less is more. All right? Let me just get through these, okay? And there's a great quote. This is a wonderful quote. And what he's essentially saying here is really, really good. And he's had a pretty decent career. So he said this: if something in your photo isn't helping it, it's probably hurting it. If there's something in your photo and you left it there, it's probably hurting. It's not helping. All right, you know what else? Think about this. Do you know why we do a shallow depth of field? Why we love it so much? Because a shallow depth of field separates our subject from the background, yes, right? But you know what else it does? It simplifies the scene. Look at the background behind her or behind him. I got a row of helicopters. By blurring and using a very, very shallow depth of field, all of a sudden the background becomes inconsequential. It focuses on your subject. All of that stuff makes a big difference. All right, just a couple more tips here before we wrap up, just to help you to take better pictures. And one of them, this has been really great for me, is becoming a photography detective. All right, and I'm going to go to school on one of my heroes of photography, Joe McNally. The guy, there's something weird about him. He's like a magical unicorn of photography. Joe could take like a coconut and some wire and take a picture that would win an award. It's sick. And I stopped comparing anything to Joe McNally the way we should have never gone to the moon, right? Because now we go to the moon and you're trying to get your key to work on your door. We can send man to the moon and I can't get my door to open, right? Joe McNally's the same way. Joe I don't know how to explain it, but he really makes me angry. Anyway, but this is one of now Joe's got phenomenal shots, and I don't know why I'm so drawn to this shot, but I am. This is this fireman he took as part of his series on the faces of 9/11. He did this whole thing on the first responders, which is brilliant. It's done museum shows and all this kind of stuff. But I look at this shot, and so here's why this is important to look at other people's photos. So if you love this shot, if you're like a fan of Joe's like I am, and you go, wow, I really love that shot. All right, and so take a piece of paper and pencil, go old school, and just write down what you love about the shot. Just detective it out, okay? Well, he's, looks like a flash lighting him, just one flash, and looks like there's maybe another flash behind him, maybe with a gel. He's on location, looks like a fire truck behind him. It's kind of, the whole shot has kind of a gritty look to it. He's shooting wide. It's got a really shallow depth of field and all. All right, so write all that down. Then go look at your photos. Maybe the reason why you're not happy with your photography is the photos that you love are entirely different than what you're shooting. Maybe you're shooting tall. Maybe you're using a real a depth of field that's really deep. Maybe you're using 4 flashes. Maybe what you love is this, but you're shooting something completely different. By looking at other people's photos, it can really help you. The next thing is, and hats off to Joe for letting me use this photo. The other thing is becoming a really good photo editor of your own work. I don't mean editing in Photoshop and Lightroom. And I'll give you an example. I was teaching at the Santa Fe workshops a number of years ago, and one night when you're teaching there, you have to take your students to a theater in town and everybody does a presentation. Each teacher gets up and does a presentation, and so I'm sitting in the audience with my students, and this guy gets up and he starts his slideshow, killer shot, and another killer shot, and then a pretty good shot, and then a good shot, then a shot. We all kind of looked at each other like, what's that doing in there? Then another kind of shot, and then a really good shot. And another kind of another one that was good, then another killer shot. It went like that for 2 hours. So another guy got up after him, showed only a handful of shots. Every shot was amazing. So the next morning in class, I said, hey, before we start working in the class, let me ask you guys, and I asked my students, what'd you think of that second guy last night? And they were like, oh, he's amazing. Oh, they were just falling over each other. And I said, okay, what'd you think of the first photographer? Dead silence. Nobody in the room said a word. I said, come on, he had some really great shots. And the first comment was, he had a lot of crappy shots too. So the problem was, he was showing you his best shots. He was showing you his second best shots, his third best shots, and his fourth best shots. If he had just shown you his best shots, everybody would have thought he was killer. I made 2 1-minute and 16-second slideshows for you, right? I just grabbed some travel images of mine, I threw them into a slideshow. And it's the second one that's important, but you have to watch the first one. Here we go. There's audio to this too. Okay, same slideshow again, but instead, I'm gonna add some of my second and third best and fourth best photos into the same slideshow. Same thing, same song. That shot's bad. Second-rate shots and the third-rate shots and the fourth-rate shots are polluting that whole thing. So go look at your portfolio, right? Bring up your portfolio. People send me links to their portfolios all the time. And you know what they'll send me? 80 shots. And so I start going through them and I'm like looking, what do you think they put on their first page of their portfolio? Their best shots. What do you think's on second page? Their second best. What do you think's on their fourth page, right? So that's the thing. As you go further and further down on this, their photos keep getting worse and worse. So on page 1, you're thinking, hey, they're really good. On page 2, you're like, they're pretty good. On page 3, you're like, uh-oh. On page 4, it's like, whoops. So think about that with your own portfolio, right? Do you need 80 images in there? Do you need 60? So how much better would people think about you as a photographer if you took out the last 20 and you only had 60? They'd think you're better. What if you took away your third best photos? You're that much better. What if you only showed your best photos? It makes a huge, huge difference. So that is part of the art of being a photographer, being able to pick your best images and only show those. But I want to talk about something that is a very controversial topic, and we're going to end with this, but it is something that it has to be talked about. And it's the truth about the quality of your subject. This is the lighthouse in Sanibel Island. It has been called literally the ugliest lighthouse in America. It's just nasty, and I've seen some shots of it that are better, where somebody found a better angle of the ugliest lighthouse in America. But no matter what you do, it's not going to look like this one up the Cape Nettic Lighthouse up in Maine, right? So I don't know if buying a better lens will make that lighthouse better. I don't know which lens would do that, except for the one on that Leica. Anyway, but I want you to stick with me, because the quality of your subject is going to really determine the quality of your photography. You've got to have a great subject, and then you have to apply these things. So take a look, for example. This is a cheeseburger, all right? And it's got a meat patty, it's got cheese, lettuce, tomato, and a sesame seed bun. Here's another cheeseburger, the exact same ingredients. Meat patty, cheese, lettuce, same lighting, same everything. Here they are side by side. Which one of these photographers would you hire? You need to hire a food photographer. They both can light the same, probably using the same kind of lenses and everything else. All right, so let me ask you a question, and I want you to be honest when you answer this. What f-stop would make the burger on the left look like the one on the right? I know, trick question, it's ISO, isn't it? Which ISO would make the burger on the left look like the one on the right? It's not the fault of the photographer. So which one's better? You're going to hire the one that has the great looking burger, even though they really had nothing to do with the burger itself. Which one would you hire? I would hire the one that shot the great burger, just based on the quality of their subject. Now, this doesn't hold just true to burgers, it also works for pizza. No, I'm just kidding. So it also works for people. So I did a side-by-side example. So I shot this years ago. There's this subject, background's out of focus, natural daylight kind of shot. And so I took the shot, and I'm not going to change any settings or any gear whatsoever, but I asked my assistant to step in instead. So I took the shot, I said, all right, you step out, you step in, and here's that shot. And I know you think, Scott, that's an unfair comparison. She had long blonde hair. Trust me, it ain't the hair. So here's the thing. There's no f-stop, there's no ISO, there's no setting that turns Melvin into Dylan. So I was showing somebody this one time, and the guy wrote me a note. One of the guys in the audience wrote me a note, and here's what he said. How about showing how you would shoot not attractive people? And then he said something I just thought was kind of mean. You know, the above average number of people getting married. Hey, they're getting married, there's something there. Anyway, shooting pretty people is easier. Actually, it's the same technique, it's just the results are that much better. But I don't want you to leave here saying, I went to Scott's Crush the Composition, and the final message was, you have to shoot beautiful people. You do not have to shoot beautiful people. You know what photographs amazingly well? Interesting people. People that are interesting make very, very interesting photos. So don't think it's just beautiful people. So, but what you're standing in front of, and then how you frame the shots when you're standing in front of someone interesting or an interesting place or any of that makes all the difference in the world. Now, a friend of mine worked for Kraft Foods as their lead photographer, and he told me something that I'm going to share with you that I thought was pretty interesting. Have you ever looked at the box of Kraft macaroni and cheese, which may be the single greatest product ever created? Did you notice that, you know the little eyes at the end of the macaroni? You don't see one. Not a single eye in any Kraft box ever, because they pay a professional food stylist to take a pair of tweezers and turn every single noodle away from the viewer so it looks better. How it looks matters. All right, in the 8 seconds we have left, 6, 5. All right, I just want to encapsulate this really quickly, just these last 7 things. It will take approximately 1 minute and 14 seconds. Understand that a lot of your shots will be meh. You don't ever feel bad when you're looking at your take and feel like I'm not very good. You're only seeing every other photographer's best shot. They don't go on Instagram and go, this kind of sucks, right? No, they pick the best shot and that's the only one you see. And so we get this feeling that everybody else is just taking these great shots and ours are all crappy. But here's the thing, you're gonna take a lot of shots that are meh, but you only need that one. You need one good shot from that scene. Number 2, when you're in front of that scene, you're gonna work it. You're gonna try all these different angles. You're gonna work the settings too. You're gonna work the settings and see, would this be better with a different white balance or a different lens or whatever. Then, when all that comes together, now it's time to make sure the shot is deadly sharp, and you also know how to sharpen it afterwards. But if you stopped at a particular scene because you thought there's something there probably is, and that is your cue to work the scene. Number 6 is show only your very best shots. Show your best stuff. Don't show the work that's half. Don't show your second best shots, your third best shots. Only show your best stuff. And lastly, if you stand in front of more awesome things, your chances of making an awesome shot go better. But when you realize you're standing in front of something awesome, now it's time for the second part of photography, which is to apply those composition techniques that hopefully that you just learned today. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Knocked it out of the park. Amazing. Amazing. Wow, knocked it out of the park. Amazing. We're going to swap computers. Scott is going to be outside at the speaker meet and greet table, so you guys can tackle him and hang out on him and squeeze out any last piece of information from that amazing pro. Once again, Scott Kelby. Woo! All right, we got Frans Lanting up next. You may know Frans Lanting from such amazing shows such as Optic 2019, Optic West, and now he's here for Bild. So you want to stick around and see one of the greatest living legends of wildlife conservation and outdoor photography. Give us a couple of minutes. Back at... Fast, everyone. Okay, so we're gonna go for about a minute here. Everyone having fun? All right. Pretty amazing today. Boy, it just flies by. Every presentation's just been amazing, and it's just getting better and better. So we're gonna have our next speaker coming up in a moment, Frans Lanting. A quick story about Frans Lanting. You're in photography for a while. You know Frans. You've heard about Frans. You've seen his work. And I've had the pleasure of working really close with Frans for, I think seems like it started in 2018. We did some stuff over the pandemic. We went out, we were making plans in 2020 to go out west to San Francisco and have Frans do an amazing headline, an amazing talk for us, Optic West. And then something called COVID-19 happened, and we kind of had to put that on the back burner. But just this past November, we had an absolutely religious experience conducting Optic West in Monterey. Now, for those of you that are familiar with Monterey in California, there's really two schools of photography. There's the F-60 Forest, which are really centered on San Francisco and Monterey. And then here in New York City, we had the Photo Secession. So one was gritty, one was beautiful landscapes, lush colors, and the other was New York City gritty. So it was really cool to go out and connect with our West Coast friends. Was anyone here at Optic West? Yep, we got some people here. Wasn't it amazing, right? It was incredible. I mean, yeah, it was an amazing experience. Part of that experience really was getting closer to Frans and Chris, and they've got an amazing set of books that they shipped out. So right after Frans's presentation, right outside the door to the right, we have our meet and greet. Frans will be signing his books, and also if you brought a book for Frans to sign, he'll sign that. And we've got a slew of books for him to sign as well, including his new book, Bay of Life, which we unveiled in November. And it's just a stunning book about the ecology and the ecosystem of the world, and especially the Bay of Life, which is that amazing Monterey Bay area. So I think we're ready. We're right here. So without further ado, let's make some noise for Frans Lanting. Frans, come on up. What an honor and a privilege. Thank you so much, Frans. Take care. Treat him good, folks. Frans Lanting, come on. Let's give it to him one more time. There we go.
It's great to be here. And even though it's a little bit hard to see you all here, David was referring to that presentation I did on the West Coast last year. I was here 4 years ago, and I wonder how many of you were in the audience when I spoke 4 years ago here in New York? Just a handful. And how many of you have never heard me speak before? Well, then I'm really glad I'm here today. Before I get going, I would like to acknowledge B&H, and I would like to thank them for receiving us all here, making us feel welcome and appreciated, no matter whether we are creators or customers, and let's face it, many of us are both. So thank you, B&H. Now, how many of you were in the audience when Scott Kelby just spoke? That was drinking from a fire hose, wasn't it? So I'm going to switch the story back to telling stories. That is one of my fortes. And I'm going to actually add on to some of the presentations that I heard earlier by some of my colleagues and friends, Art Wolf and Amy Vitali, and Andy Mann and Brian Scarry, who spoke here yesterday. And they all referred to the importance of storytelling in their work. And that's what I'm going to repeat. The power of story. Now, the image you're looking at right now is an important story. It's the biggest fire that hit our area in several centuries. That's a public story. But it was also a very personal story. In those hills going up in flames were friends of mine who lost their homes. And what I'm going to share with you today is how you can tell stories that go back and forth between being intensely personal and stories that are meant for publication. And I will demonstrate that the sweet spot is if you can combine both. As Ansel Adams once said, there are assignments from without, and there are assignments from within. Now, I knew nothing about that when I first started taking pictures many years ago. This is a beach in the Netherlands. I had no clue what I was doing. I was just using a camera to express personal emotions. that became a bit more focused when I lost my father. And I started looking towards things in nature that enabled me to express my personal grief. Big step forward. I became a professional photographer, and I started using animals to connect with. Working with animals comes naturally to me, but I used these wandering albatrosses, this big male with his 11-foot wingspan, trying to impress a female who is not that interested, to elevate the birds and make them ambassadors for ecosystems. Nature by itself. But I also started looking towards other subjects where people connect with nature. An image I made in Madagascar that symbolizes the extinction crisis there. The largest bird that ever lived that isn't around anymore. I learned a lot about storytelling from working for National Geographic, and especially from one of my mentors there sitting behind that big desk. Mary Smith was her name, and in front of her in the visitor's chair is a writer named Eugene Linden. I knew nothing about storytelling. I had to make it up and then learn through trial and error what it was like to work with a writer and to work with an editor and to reconcile different points of view. Now it gets more complicated. At National Geographic, people have refined the art of visual storytelling over decades, in fact, over more than a century. But there's a lot of people who have different opinions. So Gil Grosvenor's there pointing things out. Now you see most of the people there are men, and they all come from the same demographic background. And you see Mary Smith in that same audience. She's one of the few women in there. She was one of the leaders, one of the pioneers. Mary's in that red dress. I did manage to do a few stories for the magazine, 30 plus in fact. Some of them ended up as cover stories. And from every one I learned more. Now, in these early days, I was capturing images on film, and I would be out on location, sometimes for months on end, and with few opportunities to communicate back to headquarters in Washington, D.C., hundreds of rolls of film, and how do you keep track of what you're doing? I had a magic tool. I used a Polaroid back attached to one of my cameras. It's a brilliant device that was engineered by Marty Forscher here in New York City, made for commercial photographers, and I carried that with me. And periodically, I would stop what I was doing, and I would shoot Polaroids. And that enabled me to keep track of how the story was coming along. There was no end to more picture taking, but I really needed to make sure that I was developing the story along with the pictures. So here I'm laying out the story as I saw it develop in my mind's eye, tracking it back to the rolls of film that would get shipped back to Washington, D.C. And typically, by the time I got back to Washington, I had pretty much the whole story already laid out with those Polaroids. And it made the editing process a heck of a lot easier. Now, while I was doing that in the field, there was a young woman on staff as a writer in the book division who was doing something similar. She was writing out her impressions, being in the moment, and at the same time beginning to develop the story and laying it out in her head. Her name is Christine Ekstrom. We met one day at the Geographic. We kind of liked each other, and we became a team in life and in work. And then our ability to tell stories greatly increased. Writer and a photographer, dream team, right? But it didn't stop there. We started mixing media. Chris became a videographer. And between the two of us, we were able to tackle more ambitious projects. The stories became more complex and longer, and we started producing books together. Books about species, books about places, books about issues, and so on. I like animals. I gravitate towards them naturally. I work with them intuitively. I'm not a biologist. I regard them as equals, and I try to elevate their profile. But my background is in social sciences. I'm an environmental economist. I was once interested in quantifying the value of nature. There are conflicts between them and us everywhere. Amy talked about that in her work the other day. It's easy to draw people in with images of these cuddly emperor penguins. But now there's another side to that story. Besides ice penguins, there are mud penguins. And how you reconcile that duality in your work, if you're interested in the natural world and you try to be relevant, I think is one of the big questions I would like to share with you. When I moved from the Netherlands more than 40 years ago to California to do research at the University of California, I could not believe what I experienced there. The abundance of nature on the West Coast was light years apart from what I had grown up with in the Netherlands, with 1,000 people per square mile. Here, there's more than 1,000 sea lions per square whatever, it seems. And it reminded me, over the years, as I began to explore the world, more of places like South Georgia or other oceanic islands on the outskirts of Antarctica. The coast of California is really exceptional. Here's an impression of my exuberance as I was heading towards an island near Santa Cruz. On the way to Año Nuevo Island. This is an extraordinary place. Año Nuevo Island. It's just a mile off the coast of California, but it's a world apart. Thousands of elephant seals gather here, and sea lions and seabirds. This is where I became a wildlife photographer, and it is still, after 25 years of traveling around the world, this is one of my very favorite places on Earth. Tiny island at the northern edge of Monterey Bay. That video's made by Chris, by the way. And in case you're wondering about the geography and what the heck am I talking about, here's a map of the West Coast. Monterey Bay looks like a shark took a bite out of the coast of California. It's that bite in the middle. To the north is San Jose and Silicon Valley. To the south is Monterey and the Big Sur coast. And at the northern edge is Santa Cruz, which is where Chris and I have lived for decades now. It's a really unusual place. It's a place where land and sea interact on a grand scale, and it's also a place where people and nature interact in very unusual ways. And that is what I'm going to tell a story about now. But hopefully I will also pass on some lessons that you can apply elsewhere. Monterey Bay is the hottest hotspot of biodiversity in all of North America. Now, we've known that for many years, but we never had the time to do justice to the place until the pandemic. Because for the first time in years, Chris and I were forced to stay at home, and we could only travel on short day trips. So the pandemic, ironically, gave us the opportunity to do what we wanted to have done for years. And we decided to do this, we decided to tell this story without going to big media for support. It enabled us to do it as a personal story, but with public applications, with and for the people of the region. That is what we wanted to do. Now, Monterey Bay is in part a public place. The coastline of Big Sur is world famous for good reasons, and many of you have probably been there and made your own photographs there. But we wanted to elevate places that were not so well known. This place had been in private hands for a century, it recently been declared a national monument, and there were almost no pictures of it. And it became even more personal because Chris and I live on a piece of land on the northern end of Monterey Bay, and it became part of the story. This piece of grassland is literally just 10 steps outside our kitchen door. More textured, more intimate. And we added wildlife to the mix. This is the second largest salamander in North America, and I used a macro wide-angle lens to make it really big. I wanted to show the connections between the world underwater and the world above water that fish are both dependent on. And I set up camera traps with a camera adapted for infrared to show these elusive feline neighbors, from bobcats to mountain lions that are roaming around even on our own property, even though we barely ever see them. And we wove in the seasons into our story. If you are looking for a structure to your photography and you don't have time or the means to travel very far, there's nothing more basic and at the same time more universal than to capture the 4 seasons in a place close to home. And in fact, that's how I started out as a photographer. I documented the 4 seasons in a city park in Rotterdam where I grew up and where I became a student. And I let myself be inspired by haikus and started composing some myself. The brilliance of writing haikus is that it forces you to look very sharply and very specifically, one moment, one subject, and to connect it with something more universal. And isn't that what photography is all about? Being really clear about what's in front of you, but then elevating that subject to something that is worth sharing with others. In Monterey Bay, the seasons do not unfold like they do on the East Coast or in Europe. It's the winds of spring that move the poppies. And it's the fog of summer that nourishes the redwoods. And it's the fires of autumn that destroy and give rebirth to everything. And then there's the rains of winter that rejuvenate nature and people alike. When you add wildlife migrations like the monarch butterflies that fly in and out, and these shorebirds that pass through from Alaska to Patagonia, the 4 seasons become a more dynamic story. Most of us build on stories that we've seen or read. We add to them. And that's in fact the essence of storytelling. It's not just reciting facts and figures. Stories grow. They become something else because more people participate in them. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about my influences. This book was published in the early 1960s, published by Sierra Club Books, and it featured the work of some of the great West Coast photographers, Ansel Adams, the Weston family, and others. But I was very struck by this man, Win Bullock, who had a different vision than some of the other photographers who I just mentioned. And it's one of Win's images that enabled me to make this. He'd come up with a concept which I then applied in a different direction, and it gave me the idea to do this. Tide pools, moving water, early morning light. Albert Bierstadt was a painter who came from Germany to North America and then began to capture the colossal scenery of the Western United States along with others like Moran and turn them into these big canvases that for the first time gave people in the East a sense of the West. I've always been struck by that painting. And I started studying the light and realized that that sense of depth came in part from the cross-lighting that Bierstadt had applied here. And that led me to this image. A redwood forest with cross-lighting. Now, that didn't happen naturally. I used half a dozen assistants who were all carefully hidden behind the trees to achieve that effect. Just like Art Wolf does, who's an artist by training, and I'm not, I pay attention to what painters have been doing for centuries. They've got a much longer history of staring at the world and making sense of it visually. Photographers haven't been around for that long, 50 to 100 years. So this image is really inspired by Georges Seurat, who came up with a different way of looking at light and texture. We all know this painting, Vincent van Gogh's Starry Night. When you stand there staring at this bewildering complexity of color and shape and detail in the rocks near Point Lobos, how do you make sense of it? Well, sometimes an idea that comes from my memory bank of great paintings and great images helps me to give it shape. Another image we all know, right? The most famous wave ever brought to life by Hokusai. It inspired me to do this. A famous wave near Half Moon Bay, a break called Mavericks, super surf. But I had to be on the wrong side of the break in order to do this, in order to capture that crystalline quality of the water that Hokusai had captured earlier on. The boat captain only wanted to give me 10 minutes, and of course I tried to push it a little bit. But it's not just photographers and painters who inspire me with ideas for images and stories. John Steinbeck is one of the great literary figures in the larger Monterey Bay. And this is what he wrote. He befriended a marine biologist named Ed Ricketts. Steinbeck's observation was in the back of my head when I was looking for compositions and meaning in a tide pool. This is where Ricketts and Steinbeck did a lot of drinking and philosophizing, and they were joined by this man, Joseph Campbell, a philosopher. We need myths. His book, The Power of Myth, was very influential for a filmmaker whose name we know all, George Lucas. He absorbed the ideas from Joseph Campbell to connect an individual story with the universal that led to Star Wars. Now, where were the photographers in this heady mix of a writer, a biologist, and a philosopher? Well, in those days, the late 40s, the early 50s, Ansel Adams was active there, and Brett Weston, along with Edward, was working along the Monterey Bay coast. I gasped when I first saw this image. I could not believe how it was made. And where it was made? Well, in those days, when Brett Weston was exploring compositions between light and shadow, there were no other people visiting that beach along the Big Sur coast. But now, it's a public destination. That private exploring of the natural world that happened in the 1940s and the 1950s when there were only a handful of photographers, and photography was an arcane craft that involved difficult equipment and even more arcane processes in a darkroom, has been completely upended by changes in the photographic industry. And now Peter Joseph can do this on that same beach. The techniques are no longer a secret. They're right there. And Meng Ying, from a totally different cultural background, does a different image, even though he stands right next to Peter. And then there's Ravi, who turns his camera around and looks inland and sees this. And I'm next to him and I see that, a volunteer eradicating invasive species from that same grassland. Different points of view. All of these things happen at the same time in the course of a photographic workshop. Photography has changed from being a solitary activity to something that is being practiced socially and collaboratively. How many of you have ever participated in a photo workshop, either as a participant or as a teacher? I think it proves my point. Things are very different now. I love to teach photography. I'd like to pass on my knowledge. I love to see photographers grow and also learn from them. It's a really magical process. And I invite you all to join me sometime for a workshop in the Monterey Bay or for one of our virtual experiences. Everyone leaves smiling. Photography is very different today. We can put sensors on anything and everything. And then an ROV becomes a photographer, tethered to a cable steered by multitudes of people staring at screens. It's like they're directing something on another planet. And that led the Nautilus people to probe into the depths of Monterey Bay and see and document this, a dead whale, more than 10,000 feet below the surface, being feasted upon by bizarre creatures for years on end. That's photography too. Using sensors to make the unseen visible. Now, at the other end of the spectrum is this. If you're interested in what's happening in the world today, like Christine and I are, it is really helpful to look back in time and to pay attention to what other photographers have done 50 to 100 years ago. So for our Monterey Bay project called Bay of Life from Wind to Whales, we incorporate these other points of view that visualize what happened to the great whales 100 years ago, slaughtered until there were none left. What happened to the fish? The industrial canneries at Cannery Row. The fish disappeared in 50 years. The great redwoods, hacked into pieces. We went from primeval forest to nothing but that, also in just 50 years. It wasn't just the environmental change that was brutal from the time of the gold rush until the early 20th century. The cultural changes were just as brutal and just as swift. This is a really important cultural site. This is where Esalen people came together for induction ceremonies. This is where young people became adults. The details we will never know because there's a broken line between the people then and their descendants today. But there is a renaissance. And we incorporated that dimension as well in our vision of Monterey Bay. There's the era of exploitation, and then there's the era of restoration. I heard some of my colleagues talk about that yesterday, and I'll come back to that in a minute. These dancers, these Amamutsan dancers, were bringing back to life a ceremony that had not been seen for more than 2 centuries because of the cultural regression, and we were honored to be invited to document it. For the first time in more than 200 years, they stood there on the cliffs and they sang the salmon back to inspire them to swim upstream and spawn, back into a stream from which a dam had been removed. Linda Yamani is that thin thread between her ancestral culture and a group of people that are finding their way back. She single-handedly revived the language. She's a master basket weaver. And we were honored that she took us to a place that only she knows about, where the plants grow exactly in a way that is needed to enable her to weave those baskets. We learned from Linda how different the perspective on the natural world is if you come from an indigenous background. Everything is specific. A plant is not a plant is not a plant. These ancient redwoods can tell stories about exploitation, but also about restoration. They still stand on the outskirts of Santa Cruz, and I'm going to come back to them. In Bay of Life, we celebrate the restoration. It didn't happen automatically, and it still continues with hands-on work. Volunteers trying to keep fish populations alive. This guy, this young elephant seal, is just hauling out on the beach and not quite sure what he's looking at and what he needs to do. After all, he's a subadult male and there's some big bad bulls farther up on the beach. It wouldn't be there if it hadn't been for some legislation that was passed actually in the same year that B&H opens its doors to the public, in 1973. In 72 and 73, thanks to lobbyists and activists, the United States Congress passed the Endangered Species Act, the Marine Mammal Protection Act, the Clean Water Act, and the Clean Air Act, all in a period of 12 months. And thanks to that, elephant seals have bounced back. Peregrine falcons have come back from the brink of extinction. Yesterday, some of you probably heard Art Wolf talk about his new book, and I echo what Art was talking about, is that there are a lot of good stories to share as well in the midst of all this planetary upheaval. And I offer up this image of peregrines in full flight. Condors are back, or at least they're trying to come back from the brink of extinction. And if you want to get an idea of how gigantic those birds are, look at that turkey vulture right next to it. But of course, not everything is perfect. Even in the era of restoration in Monterey Bay, there's a next step in this process of healing. And we name it the era of sustainability. Because now that we brought some of the bigger characters back, we need to be able to sustain this. And that, of course, is the big challenge for all of us, no matter where we live. Mountain lions are coming back, but their range is bifurcated by highways, and the cats get killed when they try to cross. So Chris and I took the initiative 15 years ago to bring together the stakeholders to start discussing the possibilities for an underpass to make it easier for the cats to cross. Amy mentioned yesterday that one of my colleagues, Steve Winter, has triggered a similar project in the LA area thanks to his Hollywood mountain lion photographs. We've done something similar in Monterey Bay. And I'm really pleased to tell you that after 15 years, that underpass is becoming a reality. But it took that amount of time to convince politicians. Thank you. It took that amount of time to convince politicians and to show them that it could be done, and of course to convince Caltrans, which had a very particular way of, no, we don't do this. We build roads. We don't build underpasses for animals. And now they're just as proud of it, and they're asking, where can we do the next one? Bringing people over to your site on the basis of stories and show them new solutions. After working around the world for more than 30 years, doing all these stories for the Geographic, doing all these books that dealt with the planet as a whole or places beyond our horizon, this has been very gratifying to sink our roots even deeper locally, to work with small nonprofits who are cleaning up wetlands. On a Saturday morning, everybody shows up. And my goal is not to make great photographs here. In fact, I want to do the opposite, because we're producing content for their brochures. And they don't want artistic pictures. They just want to show what is happening there. In this era of rapid change, you never know when your images may become part of a historical record. One day, we were out with this biologist who wanted to examine this local ecosystem where a lot of rare plants occur at the northern end of Monterey Bay. We learned a lot. 3 months later, this happened. That biggest fire in centuries hit that same spot. Where I made the previous image is right on top of those hills. Now, the fire was overdue. It hadn't burned in centuries, and Mediterranean vegetation like that does need to burn, but it turned into a catastrophe. The fire burned much hotter and for much longer and much further than anyone had anticipated. And this is what it looked afterwards. Drone view of a state park truck surveying the scene after the fire. Looked like a Holocaust. Looked like bombs went off. And it was hard to imagine that this would come back again. Well, I'm happy to tell you that we were there recently, and nature is rebounding. I'm going to come back to that in a minute. Nature responds much faster than people can to these effects of rapid environmental change. It was really heartbreaking. More than 1,000 families in the Santa Cruz area lost their homes, including this one. Nature came back quickly. There's lots of plants that are known as fire followers, and some animals as well that thrive on the opportunities when the slate is cleared and they can move in. And that's what we've been seeing, and that's what I've been documenting the last couple of years. What happens after the fire? People have a much harder time. Our friends Madden and Rowley, they lost everything they had, and we mourned along with them. They really thought hard about rebuilding. They really wanted to stay where they had lived for decades, and then they gave up. It was too expensive, too complicated to rebuild, and they became climate refugees, a new term that didn't even exist 10 years ago. And now we're seeing movements of people all across the planet, including in the United States. People are moving out of necessity, or they're getting scared. What we experienced in that fire is something that'll stay with Chris and me forever. Because the fire came our way very fast. We were told to evacuate, and then instead we decided to band together. We have a strong neighborhood, and we have abilities, and we have tools and machinery. And one of us, the patriarch in the neighborhood, looked at the weather and said, I think we can do this. Do you want to stay? And we brought ourselves together and we became a renegade fire brigade. Authorities didn't like us to be there. They really wanted to push us out, so we had to do this under the radar screen. But we made it happen. We stopped the fire. And in our neighborhood, not a single home was lost. What I learned from that experience is the importance of building resilience into communities. And not just from the top down, billions and billions of dollars are now made available by the federal and the state governments to deal with the impacts of wildfire. But I argue, along with other people, that we need to build resilience in our communities from the ground up as well. Now, that's not a photographic statement, but it comes from the reality of banding together with people. After the fires, seems like a biblical plague, came the floods. The coast of California has been pummeled by winter storms, monster waves, which only the surfers like. And then the floods hit communities that could least afford it in the lowest lying areas. We've heard that story before. So we took this all in together into a profile of the area that we love and know better than any other place on the planet. And we released it as a book. We have the book available outside after the talk for you to take away. And we celebrate what happened there, not just because nature is resilient, but because people banded together and made it happen. I mentioned this comeback of whales. Art mentioned it as well. It's phenomenal. 50 years ago, no whales in Monterey Bay to speak of. And now, hundreds and hundreds of them. Nothing more powerful as a symbol than a whale tail. And that's why we decided to use this image as the first one in a campaign that took the project beyond the book covers and the exhibitions and the talks that we've done. We banded together with our local mass transit system, Santa Cruz Metro, to decorate 30 buses with images made by me that celebrate Monterey Bay. They're all bus wraps. And every single image embraces a subject, it clarifies a cause, and we identify solutions. We're really proud of this. We're working with them as art directors, image editors, and communicators. And you see the first 15 buses here that celebrate whales, sea otters, and so on. Even more powerfully, Santa Cruz Metro's come up with a way to give the bus riders a stake. For every 25 rides, they get to say where a certain amount of money goes to and to which cause and to which organization it'll go. We established the Bay of Life Fund to help with the dispersal of the money. Here's the first 15 buses. We're working on the next 15 right now, including a really cool one that will make deep sea life creatures glow in the dark. And it's a way to go beyond the traditional media, which are shrinking. It's a way to carry the stories out to the whole community, because with 30 buses, we're going to saturate the Monterey Bay area. Everyone will see one of these buses and will learn what's behind it. We've given all the pictures and the stories to our local school system, and are working with them to create a new school curriculum based on the ideas of Bay of Life. And that is now getting pushed into classrooms around the county, where essentially we're saturating Monterey Bay with all these ideas and all the work we've done. Of course, we're not doing this on our own. It's not about Chris and me. It's not about my brilliance as a photographer. It's about making the pictures work for the stories and sharing the stories with people and organizations that can actually do something with them. So it's a whole ecosystem of organizations. And together we are much stronger. 100 years ago, things weren't looking so great in Monterey Bay. And then these people stepped in, led by a photographer and a female journalist, and they rallied other people to their cause. They became activists, and they were joined by philanthropists and politicians, and they saved the initial redwoods. What Chris and I are doing, what you can do too, is to apply that model. Don't think of yourself as a photographer. If you're interested in doing things with your work, look around you and see who your logical partners are and where the causes are where you can move the needle. This is what Monterey Bay looked like 100 years ago. Not much left to celebrate. This is what it looks like now. Same place. The forest is back. It all speaks to the resilience of nature if we create the conditions to let that happen. But of course, the story isn't finished. We all know that things are not looking so great on a planetary scale. The world's on fire. But I do believe that it's never too late to extinguish the flames. We can act together, and nature will help us if we help her. Thank you very much. All right, do we have time for questions, or are we out of time? You got some time for questions. All right. All right.
We'll just repeat the question. Does anyone have a question for Frans?
Just a statement. Great.
Oh, thank you, Art. Yeah.
What did you do to stop the fire for your neighborhood?
We bulldozed a fire break through the forest. And then people with hand tools and chainsaws made sure that the fire couldn't advance any further. And we had people zipping around on motorbikes, and it was a real concerted effort. And we were on our own. There was nobody there from CAL FIRE. They were too busy dealing with other things. Yeah.
Anyone else? Any more questions for Frans? It's a lifetime opportunity. He'll answer any question you ask. Yes?
What's the name of the island? It's called Año Nuevo Island. And it's just offshore. It's not publicly accessible. But, you know, from Año Nuevo State Park, you get a good view of it. And thanks for asking that question, because that gives me the opportunity to explain that at one point in the early 1960s, that island was about to get sold to a company that wanted to establish a seafood restaurant and a marina there. So, turn around. An early conservation victory there. So thank you all for coming. Please come to the talk that Art and I are going to do at 4 o'clock. It'll be something different, don't you think, Art?
Especially if there's tequila.
All right. Come join us for tequila time.
And right now,
and we'll see you outside.
And join Frans outside. We'll be doing a book signing. Thank you so much. And that 4 o'clock is going to be legendary. That'll be in the Optic Room right across the way. Okay. I think it's going to be historic. Thank you so much, Frans. Okay, everyone. In 15 minutes, we are going to have the amazing Lindsay Adler, the incomparable Lindsay Adler. Yeah, let's hear it for Lindsay Adler. We'll be here at 3 o'clock. So in the meantime, you know what? While Frans is making his way to the front, can we give him a good, let's give it one more round of applause for Frans as he goes out. All right, Frans. You know, the planet Earth thanks Frans.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Introducing a completely redesigned experience that you can sense. And that senses you. The new Dell Latitude laptops bring your work closer to you.
Creativity is in the air. Instax Mini Link 2 smartphone printer.
Ready
Introducing a completely redesigned experience that you can sense. And that senses you. The new Dell Latitude laptops bring your work closer to you.
Creativity is in the air. Instax Mini Link 2 smartphone printer.
Introducing a completely redesigned experience that you can sense. And that senses you. The new Dell Latitude laptops bring your work closer to you.
Creativity is in the air. Instax Mini Link 2 smartphone printer.
Introducing a completely redesigned experience that you can sense. And that senses you. The new Dell Latitude laptops bring your work closer to you.
Creativity is in the air. Instax Mini Link 2 smartphone printer.
Ready or not, this is do or die, do or die. So
Introducing a completely redesigned experience that you can sense. And that senses you. The new Dell Latitude laptops bring your work closer to you.
Creativity is in the air. Instax Mini Link 2 smartphone printer.
Introducing a completely redesigned experience that you can sense. And that senses you. The new Dell Latitude laptops bring your work closer to you.
Creativity is in the air. Instax Mini Link 2 smartphone printer.
Introducing a completely redesigned experience that you can sense. And that senses you. The new Dell Latitude laptops bring your work closer to you.
Creativity is in the air. Instax Mini Link 2 smartphone printer.
Introducing a completely redesigned experience that you can sense. And that senses you. The new Dell Latitude laptops bring your work closer to you.
We're right at the 3 o'clock moment, which means that we're down to our last 3 presenters. And you know, one of the joys of setting up things like this for Build, that speaker schedule, it's like you kind of want to time it. You want to make sure that we got kind of boy, girl, different topics and whatnot. We had Frans. Now we're going to get into something a little bit different. We're going to have Lindsay Adler come in. She's going to teach you some amazing stuff. Then we're going to have Magill. Then we're going to have Mark Seliger. So it's a great end to the day. But I want to tell you very special. I have a very close connection with our next speaker, Lindsay Adler. I was running the event space in the B&H Superstore. Does anyone know about the event space? Do you guys know about the virtual event space? Okay, but not so many people know about it. We had a really cool classroom inside the store. And we were running about 30 seminars a month in the store. And then right in the beginning, we had this young lady comes, and she's got this new book. It's 2007, and it's a book on how for photographers to market social media. Now, just reverse that for a second. It's 2007, and this woman is talking about how to do marketing with social media. Way above the curve. She blew me away, and what I saw with her was I saw the future. I saw an amazing presenter that's just going to be doing this for many, many years to come and will be influencing people and teaching them. She is a worldwide instructor across the country, over in Dubai, all over the world, and she's sought after, and she's going to blow you away, and her name is Lindsay Adler. Lindsay, come on up. Also hosted Depth of Field 2018.
I did.
So, thank you so much. Right on. One more time for Lindsay Adler. Let's hear it. Come on.
Why is he starting off making me sound old? Okay, giving away dates and books and things. No, I actually give him a ton of credit for being one of the first speaking opportunities I ever had, full stop, and he took really good care of me. So I am happy to be coming around full circle. So the topics that I want to talk about today is I am 100% always about being practical. So I am going to give you a ton of information as fast as I can. So if you're not from New York, get used to it. I'm going to talk real fast. If you don't know, I am a commercial and portrait photographer here in New York. I have been here since around when I spoke with David. It was actually, I moved here around 2012. And so today, how I make my living is a combination of many things, including portraiture, beauty, fashion, album art, everything in between. But I want to show you how I've gotten to this point following a few key tips that I picked up along the way. I actually did go to school for photography, yet magically, I somehow don't think I learned the most important things. And the most important things aren't even necessarily technical. It's how you find your place in the photo world, how you make yourself known, and how you make yourself known to the people that will hire you. We didn't touch on that at all. And so that is a majority of what I'm going to be talking about for the next 45 minutes. It's about finding your style, the path to what I think helps you find success, and really what it takes to be thriving, not just making a living, not just basically paying the bills. So we're going to jump right into that. By the way, today I am brought here by Canon. I am a Canon Explorer of Light, and one of the reasons I love them as a sponsor is when I was pitching the topic for this presentation, they did not ask me to talk about cameras or lenses. They asked me to help the community, to educate and share whatever I think would be most useful, which is exactly what we're doing. So that's one of the reasons I enjoy them. And also, I have been listening to Canon EOLs since I was 12. I used to attend the conference here at the Javits Center and listen to them. So it's been a nice, long relationship. All right, so I want to start with the concept that I think you all know is quite obvious, right? There's no such thing as 5 simple steps to success. I hate when people make it seem like a step-by-step process and you are good to go. But you have to quantify it in some way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through these, and just know that some of these steps, some of these things, they're happening simultaneously. Instead, it's all things for you to think about. And so how I'm going to dive into this is we're going to start by an exercise that you should go home and do and take a look at about finding your space, your calling, where you fit in the world of photography. We're going to start off there. Then we're going to move on to what is style. How do you figure out your style? How do you build your style? How do you build a cohesive portfolio? Then we're going to talk about building your dream client list and maybe some resources for doing that. We're going to move on to the idea of curating a portfolio, but how do you make images that are actually wow, like going to get the attention of potential customers? And then lastly, talk a little bit about marketing. So I'm going to fly through all of this stuff. Now, my perspective is from the world of like high-end portraiture, fashion and beauty, commercial photography, but the fundamentals of this really, truly apply to any type of photography. So if you look at this and you're like, oh, yeah, well, of course, it's fashion photography. Take your mind out of that, like give yourself a little bit more freedom to envision. For example, I have a friend, her name is Jen. She moved to New York, had a corporate job, she quit that job and decided what she wanted to do was be a pet photographer. And so she, in 2 years, became a full-time pet photographer making over 6 figures a year because she thought of it in a very formulaic way of what do I need to do to make this happen. And the first part really did start with analyzing her strengths and her calling. You know what she said? I don't like people. You know what I do like? Dogs. And that was her calling and that was her fit. So just think outside of the box a little bit here. Okay, so I'm going to begin a little bit more with something philosophical. And it's a Japanese saying. It's a Japanese way of thinking called ikigai. And I've actually seen this employed by a lot of self-help authors. It's the same idea of finding what is your purpose, what is your calling in life, rather than just setting out and saying, well, photo, right? We're going to apply this. Now, ikigai is actually meant to apply to life in general, but we're going to narrow it down and use this as an exercise for what is your calling, your purpose, or what it actually translates to is reason for being in the world of photography. And so the idea behind this concept I really love. It says, if you take things you love, things you are good at, what the world needs and what you can be paid for, if you take those 4 things and overlap them, that's what you should do. And I like having some kind of exercise. I remember when I graduated college, I cried hysterically for months because I didn't know where I was supposed to be in photography. And I didn't want to be a good photographer that paid my bills. I wanted to be great. Like I wanted to do something special, but what the heck is that going to be? And so I think I really would have found this really helpful. The key is you have to actually be self-aware. And I think many of us perhaps are not. So maybe this is an exercise you do along with another creative friend that perhaps has insights into you that you might not actually have. So to look at what this means for photography, when I talk about looking at what you love, if you love sports, then maybe photographing professional athletes or doing outdoor wear, maybe that is a good fit for you, right? You take things you love, things like hobbies, or maybe it's things that inspire you, like maybe it's certain types of movies, certain eras, or certain people. Like there's so many different things. So it could be hobbies, inspiration, visual elements, subject matter. Now let's go down over to what you're good at. So Jen, I really appreciated, she goes, I'm done with people, I want to photograph animals. So for me, I'm going to show you an example of what mine is, but as we look at this, it's what is it? Are you good with people? Then you can play that up and work that into your photography. Maybe your strength is lighting, you're amazing at lighting, or maybe for a wildlife photographer, you have a biology background and you have a degree in animal behavioral science, something like that. So it's figuring out what you are good at. The next one is what the world needs. If there are 1 million portrait photographers that are all doing the exact same thing, how do you expect to stand out? It doesn't mean that that exact same thing isn't good. Like it could be good photography. But then it's all down to how much networking, how much you spend on advertising. But if you do have something a little different, something missing in the market or in the world, that opens up a huge opportunity because you're not competing against 1,000 other people. And then the last part is what can you be paid for? So that's taking a look and saying, okay, am I going to do personal branding photos for businesses? Am I going to be shooting album covers for record labels? Could I be paid for social media marketing? Like where can you fit in there and actually get paid? Because that's the part that if you don't think about, you can't thrive. And so even though the last title in this presentation, right, was Style, Success, and Thriving, I think this is actually the answer to thriving, is you have to have something that speaks to you, but that someone will actually pay you for. And so I recommend that you try this exercise when you're not feeling overwhelmed at life, and then maybe with another friend to try to be reflective and figure out what your fit is. So this is what I found. Things I love. I love color. Of course, you'll see that in my work. I love art and design. Like, I love things that are graphic. I love beautiful lighting. I also, even though I do fashion photography, if I had a choice, I love beauty. I love the face as a canvas. I love incredible makeup. Wardrobe inspires me, but honestly, here is what really excites me. Next up from that, going over to what I'm good at. I am really good at lighting. What I'm very good at is presentations. Okay, like I love presenting, I love putting these sorts of things together, which becomes really helpful in commercial photography. When I'm hired to do commercial work, you are meant to create something called a photographer's treatment or a pitch deck. So an ad agency might come to me and say, hey, this is our brand, this is what we're trying to achieve, here's some things that we put together that we think we want to hire you for this ad campaign. How would you handle it? And that's where the photographer's treatment comes into play. And then I put together a gorgeous presentation that shows how I would treat the crops, the camera angles, the lighting, the color palette, to show them what they get from me. And that's my place to differentiate, because they go, oh wow, like this person's prepared and knows what they're going to produce for us, which in the commercial world is really important. So I love light and color and problem solving and presentations. And then lastly, what can I be paid for? Like I said, right there, if I love beauty and I'm good at presentations, probably commercial work is going to be a good fit for me. But in the realm of commercial work, it could be advertisements, it could be social media, it could be branding images, all those sorts of things. So our first step is going to be, instead of just saying, I like photography and shooting everything, maybe being a little bit more reflective on it and saying, well, how can I take the skill sets I have and the passions I have, put them into photography, because it's like a power-up in a video game. It's going to make you even stronger. Okay, so next up, we're going to talk about style. If you look at every single speaker on this stage today and yesterday, every single photographer has a style. Every single one of them. And what I mean by a style is when you see their image, I bet you can guess it was them. You know that they took it. It is a cohesive thread that weaves throughout their body of work. And it tends to be a combination of a few things. It tends to be things like subject matter. Are they a sports photographer? Are they a nature photographer? Are they a celebrity photographer? It tends to be things that are also visual. Okay, their images are, for example, one of my best friends, Brooke Shaden, spoke this morning. You know, so maybe one of the visuals is it's everything's a little darker and more mysterious. And so it's in the color palette and it's in the subject matter. And then of course, you know, the last part of that is how things make you feel. So it is subject matter, visual, and emotional. That's what I see as style. And so if you go through every speaker that was here the last 2 days, I promise if you look at their work, you'll go, okay, yeah, I see the common threads. So this is what my early business was. When I entered without the ikigai, without the reflective, is I shot anything that came my way. And I do not judge anyone for doing that. In fact, I still to this day will take anything that pays me well enough, within reason. So do you know one of the things I really don't like? Bottom middle. So I don't dislike babies, but I don't like photographing babies. It's not a thing that inspires me. But do you know one of my clients? Pampers. It looks nothing like my work. I don't advertise, but it pays really well, and it's usually a 4 to 5 day shoot at a time at my full day rate. So I'm not shaming anybody, but I do not go out and market and try to build a portfolio. If the work comes my way, I'll take it, but that's not what I seek. So my early work was this, a little bit of anything that came my way. But today I have much more of a defined style. It's for fashion editorials. But you also notice the picture on the right, it's Haagen-Dazs. That's not fashion or beauty. It's much more about the aesthetic. And that's what I want you to see throughout this presentation, is even if you pick a style, it doesn't mean for the rest of your life you have to shoot one thing one way. But you develop a little bit of a calling card so that people, if they want a certain aesthetic, they know you're the person to call. Or if they have a certain visual they're trying to achieve for, their wedding or for a campaign, and you have that look, they need to call you. So these are, examples of my work. By the way, when I do color, it's super saturated. When I do anything that's not color, I try high contrast black and white. Those are the two extremes that I go for. But obviously, I did not start here. And just to give you an idea, wait, what? No, just kidding. I thought that the hair light was very inspired. Not really the best choice for him. By the way, this little girl, she's now graduated college, so like, age, okay. Anyway, so looking at these two photos, technique obviously got better. And obviously, the way I treat subject matter and the way I treat light and color and all of those things. But there's one more thing I do want to address, is it's time. I find that many people expect to have style or vision figured out right away. I do not want it to have to take you 16 years or 15 years. But you shouldn't be surprised if it takes you 3-5 years to like really put together a cohesive portfolio. I find that, especially in New York world, is most people, they don't really hit their stride until about 5 years. They struggle till 5 years. And it's really the 10-year mark, at least in the commercial world, where people thrive. So if you're in that range and you're like, I'm 2 years in, it's not working, that's time. It does take time. Here's just another example of some of my work I thought you'd enjoy. I think the green hair and that cutout is amazing. They're actually like my second cousins. So this is showing me like early work here. So what changed between those huge time frames? Well, one of the things that changed was rejection and finally getting feedback and critique. I think it's really important to try to get critique and to go in with an open mind, but never get critique from somebody you don't respect, because the first thing you do is go, well, they're wrong, they don't know any better. If you give yourself that opportunity, then you can't actually take their critique on board. So one of the things I do is every year I actually pay for a portfolio review. At this point in my career, every single year, from the people that might be hiring me. There's a couple events in New York that they have like fashion editors and they have ad agencies and whatnot. And I want to get their impressions of where my portfolio is at or what is missing in my work. So first thing that happened was the rejection part. And I went to college, I got out of college, and I'd submitted my images to this magazine, and the guy actually invited me in for a meeting, which I was like, well, I just finished school. I am going to be so successful. Like, I got a magazine editor calling me in. And I swear to you, he called me in to tell me my images suck, which I just like, why? He brought me in, and he was a jerk, full stop. However, just because someone's mean doesn't mean they're wrong. And it's really hard when they're really mean to figure out what you want to take away from that. So basically, the guy told me, looking at my portfolio, that the second I left, he would forget my images. And he was meaner than that. He was like, which is a waste of both of our time. I'm like, well, you invited me here. Regardless, he was terrible. But so he basically said, listen, you know how to light and pose. That's fine, but so does every working professional. They should know how to light and pose. What else do you have? What else do you have in a vision or a style or some sort of story you're telling in your images? And so unfortunately, he was mean but right. So I want to talk a little bit more about style, but before I show you that, I want to talk about the difference between brand and style. Now, when you talk about branding, it's usually what separates one brand from another aesthetically in terms of like font and logo and symbols and your website, like your branding materials. Brand can also represent or also communicate how you want your company to be perceived, which is why sometimes it starts to overlap with style. Like, do you want a brand that is friendly? Do you want a brand like friendly and relatable? Or do you want a brand that's very exclusive and luxury? So when style comes into play, that is much more about the visual elements in the actual work, not necessarily how you want someone to feel about your brand. And so I mentioned this before, right? It's the common visual elements that weave throughout a body of work. And it's that thing. Every time I see your photo online, I knew it was you before I saw your name. Like that's kind of what style means in more of this concrete sense. So we talked about this, but me saying, okay, find a style and it needs to be subject matter, visual, and emotional is a little challenging. So I'm going to try to give you some exercises to put into play. And I'll give that to you in a little bit. So I'm going to look at two photographers. Both were speakers here at this event. So Brooke was this morning, and next one will be Chris, which was yesterday. So I asked Brooke to describe her style. And so as you'll notice, there's subject matter, fine art. There are visual elements, which is the fact that it's dark and painterly. And then emotional elements, it's whimsical. And I don't know how many people saw her presentation, but I always describe her as the weirdest normal person I've ever met. She is so weird. One time we were in Dubai, and I was in a taxi, and I was driving past her. It was at an event, and I swear to you, was jumping in mud puddles. But not like for a reason or anyone watching. She's just jumping in mud puddles. And then she tried to get me to come out, and I said I would just watch. So if you look at Brooke's work, she's wonderful. She's insanely talented. But if you look, you see everything is clearly photographed by somebody who sees the world in a particular way. Like this is her vision. And so if you want this look and this feel, you have to hire her or everything else is going to look like a ripoff. It's not going to hit home the same way. And so, for example, you can see that things are a little dark. There's a little bit of a dark factor to it. Very painterly in the color palettes and the light and even in the compositions. And then, of course, whimsical. Always something not quite tied to reality. Next one is my significant other, and he spoke yesterday. So with Chris, his work, if you look at it, there's always an element that seems out of time, like nostalgic. There's something from a different era in his work. It's very dramatic in the expressions, in the lighting, even in the clothing that people wear. You're never going to see him photographing someone in jeans and a t-shirt for his work. It's not going to be jeans and t-shirt and soft light. It's going to be so much more dramatic than that. And he tends to specialize in portraiture. And so all of these images are different people, different subject matter, even different genres, like portrait. Best photo that he's ever taken is in the middle, I think. Which, by the way, we were still early on in dating, and he photographed me as like an evil, powerful queen. I was like, yes, this is exactly what I need. Or a portrait of an older man, or a fashion editorial. They're very different, yet very clearly photographed by someone who sees the world in a particular way. So that's what it is. Your style, another way to look at it, is not the Instagram, I recognize it, but it's the unique lens through which you see the world. And it is not just these people. It could be people that photograph wildlife, or they do celebrity portraiture, or photograph pets, or they do street photography. Every single one of these photographers, you see their work and you know it's them. So the issue is now, how do you figure that out? Right? Like, how do you go about doing this for yourself? So first of all, it's a little bit of analysis and then taking the time to curate that portfolio. So let's begin with the analysis thing. If right now in front of this whole group of people, I brought you up on stage and I said you could only show 3 images that define you as a photographer, which 3 would those be? That is a really good place to start. If you could not show anything, you couldn't speak to your work, you just had to put up 3 photos. If you look at them and there's some commonalities in the subject matter, in the emotion, in the color palettes, in the visual elements, maybe that is an example of where your style could go because it's showing what speaks most to you of your own work. Don't pick the images that have gotten the most likes online because you will curate an audience online that likes your work. Don't curate your work to that audience. Should go the other way around. So, to give you an example, right? My first tip is that you shoot a ton. Shoot anything that speaks to you, anything that excites you. Go back to that ikigai. Do you have any passions? What are you good at? What kind of hobbies? Shoot a ton. And then after you've shot, see what those 3 to 5 images are that define you. And as you look at them, when you find the commonalities, go out and do more of that. It really is as simple as that. You have to kind of figure out what is your strength, what's your style, and then make sure you have a body of work that reflects that. So for example, this was my portfolio when I graduated college. So I have all of these images, and these are the ones that spoke to me most. And you can very clearly see how they've led to the type of photography I do today. I found in this work that I really loved clean compositions, things that were structured, graphic, high contrast, black and white. If there was color, I loved red, playing with shadows, dramatic, fantasy, all of these sorts of things. And so now you can see that in my current work, you'll see those same things over and over again. It's clean, bold, and graphic fashion and beauty photography. Like, I never have anything in the frame that's not meant to be there. It's always clean, it's always purposeful. Graphic compositions, graphic poses, all of that. And so all of these things you would see in my work. But I also am inspired by other photographers who have these similar elements. So 3 photographers as an example of the masters of photography, especially in the commercial and fashion world. Irving Penn, Albert Watson, and Horrowitz. But as I looked at their work, it was the graphic ones that spoke to me. So for example, if you know Irving Penn work, that's much more on the graphic and clean side than many of his images were. And so that's absolutely what I am drawn to. So if you look at that for outside influences, things that I loved were like strong angles and playing with shadows. I love timelessness, clean frames. So these are my pictures inspired by that work and with that analysis of the things that speak to me. The key that I want you to take away from here is 1,000% there is overlap, like aesthetically, there's overlap. But none of these photos are trying to duplicate what inspired them. Instead, I figure out what I loved about what inspired me and then try to create something that through my style is unique to me. And so, I mean, I picked the masters of photography, but like there's certain current photographers I still love, Christian Schuler, Solveig Sundsbo, and Rankin. I love Christian Schuler's use of color. Solveig Sundsbo constantly experiments with lighting, love him. Rankin uses makeup in such a creative way. Like he lets makeup artists do amazing work. And so the things I love is like bold colors, experimental lighting, makeup as art. Looking at all of those things, these are my photos inspired by those artists, but none of them look like a ripoff of what inspired them. So to kind of bring that back together, how I feel about style is, when you reflect on Ikigai, when you shoot a bunch, you select the images that speak most to you, you'll have an idea of what is rising to the top, what stands out. It's okay to bring in tons of other influences, get inspired, but don't say, I want my style to be another version of Irving Penn. Instead, figure out what you love about that work and how you can infuse it into the work that you're creating. If you steal from one author, it's plagiarism. If you steal from many, it's research. It's one of my favorite quotes because it gives me permission to steal from a ton of people because I'm researching how I want to create my next shoot. And that's, you're also going to see in a moment, what you get for mood boards. So just to show you examples of my clean, bold graphic style, all inspired by the same photographers I showed you here. And I also can shoot the same style when it comes to portraiture. So whether it's promo portraiture for someone's business, or it could be a fashion designer that was for a ballerina, a maternity and child portrait, a couple's portrait. Even though this isn't fashion photography, I treat them all just like it was a fashion shoot. My style is the same throughout. And so for those of you that are concerned, and I had the same feeling, if I pick a style, I can't deviate, I'm not going to get other work from that. These images are for dramatically different clients. First one was Vanity Fair Italia. The second one was a commissioned portrait I did, and the third one was an advertising campaign for a hospital chain in LA. But you can clearly see they're all shot through the eyes of someone who sees the world in a particular way. They all have my style throughout, and I didn't lose work for this. The reason the hospital, which this was a massive, massive payday and a massive shoot, was because they wanted someone who could infuse color because they thought that their work looked dull. And so that's why they reached out to me. So they reached out to me for my aesthetic, not because I had doctors in my portfolio. I had 0 doctors in my portfolio. So I think developing a style and a niche is important, even if people push back on it. Because, for example, if you create images that look like everyone else's, there's no way to be memorable because it's going to look very similar. And then the other part is when you have a style, you're the expert. So if they want that look, you're it. Like, they have to hire you. Or, okay, maybe there's a handful of people that can do this style, but it definitely increases your chances when you're not competing against the average look. All right, so far we talked about figuring out your personal individual strengths, hobbies, passions, how to find a way to get paid for those things for Ikigai, then figuring out your visual style and doing so purposefully. But we're gonna talk about crafting your dream client list. Right now, yes, it sounds as though many of these things are specific to fashion or beauty photography, but that's not the case at all. So in the case of my friend Jen, she was much more specific about a certain price point, like economic status that she wanted the people that hire her to be at, so that basically she could make $5,000 a dog portrait. You know, that's what she wanted to be able to put her effort into. But also, she said, hey, you know what? If I photograph dogs, why not photograph for pet brands as well? And so like BarkBox is one of her clients. So it's making a list of who are the type of people that might hire me for my work, but not just who's willing to, what do I want to aim for? So that's that, what could I be hired for? So for Dream Client List, I recommend that you maybe go and create a list of 20 to 25 of these people that you want to hire you. The reason I say this is if you only pick a handful, it's not a wide enough net. But if you pick 150, it's too much work to market to them. Whereas something in like the 25 range, it gives you, okay, these are the people I need to reach. How do I reach them? What are the venues that I can reach them? How do I want to spend my marketing budget to reach them? So that's what I think is like 25 dream clients, and then you can make your other list, but like focus on the big ones. Now, this is specific to commercial and fashion photography. These are some of the places I do my client research. For example, Le Book is a website that when there's a campaign, so if like Sephora comes out with a campaign this year, and they obviously do, you go to Le Book and it shows you everyone who worked on it. So like hair and makeup, it shows you wardrobe, creative director, like everyone that was on that shoot, because then it shows me who to get connected with. LinkedIn, Instagram, but one of them that's interesting is the directories. If I want to reach out to a brand, let's say it was BarkBox, and I'm like, I don't know, I've messaged them on Instagram, they're not getting back to me. Well, one of the things I could do is go to LinkedIn and see who's in charge of maybe online marketing at BarkBox or something like that. But you can also buy these directories that list all those people for you. You're paying to then type in BarkBox or whatever parent company owns that company, go there and it will tell you who to contact, like who to connect with. So here's an example of one of them. The one that I use is called Agency Access. So when you go into Agency Access, I just mentioned Sephora, so let's use that as an example. I type in Sephora into the search bar and it brings up one. Sephora US, Sephora Canada. Then when I open it up, it shows me all of the different people that work there and their job titles. So I have director of marketing, senior art director, creative director, all that. And so I can pick one of these people. So I picked Sarah, for example, senior art director, and I went over on LinkedIn and connected with her on LinkedIn. Then I went on to Instagram, looked for her on Instagram, followed her, added her to a list of people to reach out to. So there are resources out there to be able to do research in the commercial world. Obviously, this part for portraiture is not as relevant. Okay, so adding to your homework, you got your Ikigai, you're figuring out your style, your dream client list, so basically you're just back in school. So let's now talk about the fun part, which is shooting a portfolio, like actually creating the images. I think it is very important to take time to shoot on days that do not pay you a dime. I still shoot all the time things that don't pay me anything because I'm creating the work that I want to be hired to do. Because if I just put the work that I get paid for, you would see Pampers. And I do not want more baby clients. By the way, these shoots are insane. For one Pampers image, there'll be like 30 people on set. You have a baby stylist that does hair and makeup, baby stylist that does wardrobe. You have somebody who's just in charge of making sure the diaper looks good. You have a baby wrangler whose entire job it is to get the baby to look and do things. You have, I swear, it's insane. So next time you see one, be like, oh, that wasn't just like a baby looking cute up. It was amazing. So with curating a portfolio, what I call these are creative play days. You can call them portfolio building days, you can call them test shoots, you can call them whatever you want. But it is a day that you set aside, and I recommend once a month. If you can do more, amazing, but if you can do once a month on these creative play days, shoot images that test you creatively, that are like push your creativity, or create images that you know that someone on your dream client list would like. And so, for example, the picture on the left was a play day. I made no money. The picture on the right was album art for a rock singer, like a female rock singer. Picture on the left was a play day, a beauty play day. Picture on the right was the campaign that I got hired for Haagen-Dazs. They saw it and said, yes, do that. Play day on the left, this was a rock group called Motionless in White, and like the swirl was their brand. Play day, album cover. Play day, I got hired to shoot a campaign for UNICEF. Like, I can keep going in all of these things. And so when I do play days, it's not that every play day, then they hire me to create something that looks just like it, but very often, art directors don't want to hire you to do something that they don't see in your work. They just don't want to take the risk because it's a lot of money. So same thing, aesthetically, if somebody wanted you to photograph their wedding and they like a very specific dreamy look, yeah, you probably could do it, but that's not what they want. They want to hire someone who specializes in that aesthetic. This applies to any type of photography. So when you curate a portfolio, like I said, you want to do creative play days, but I do prep. You know, for example, I never have a situation where someone just shows up with a couple of pairs of pants and a shirt, and then I just take pictures of them. And it's fine if you enjoy that, but that's, especially for me as a professional, for me it's kind of a waste of time. I want to do things that have production, that have concept. And so I build mood boards. And mood boards are just a collection of images that serve as the visual roadmap. Like, you look at that shoot, at the mood board, you know what my style looks like, then you know probably what the images are going to look like. And so you include things like hair and makeup, or lighting, or location. And so you can see here that for wardrobe, I wanted things that looked regal and bedazzled and over the top, almost costume. For the location, this is when, you know, David mentioned Dubai. Like, this is when I was hired to go out there, and I'm like, well, I'm here, let me do a shoot in the desert. And so we did a shoot in the desert, hair pulled back, dramatic makeup, and so like these are two images from that shoot. But what really helps in the commercial world is if you have style plus mood board equals results, they know what you're going to get out of a shoot. They're willing to spend money because they see how you see the world, the visuals in your mood board of what you planned, they can see what you're going to come up with, which makes sense here. And I have many examples of this. This was an editorial that I did for Elle Indonesia, and it was super funny because the model that I just shot on the Canon stage downstairs was this model, and I haven't shot her in 8 years, and I hadn't seen her in 8 years, so it was really cute and great to reconnect with her. More examples, mood board. It can be anything. You can do it in Photoshop, you can do it in Canva, you know, it doesn't really matter, but it's something where you look at it, know the style, know what it'll come out as. This one, Harper's Bazaar Mexico hired me to do an editorial, and then the theme was environment, and I was supposed to shoot it in February in New York City. There's literally no environment in New York City in February. And so what I decided to do is bring the outdoors indoors and build a terrarium. And so we bought plexiglass at Home Depot, and we glued it, and we shot at a wedding venue in Long Island City. And so we built a terrarium so I could have something that felt environment regardless. One of the things that I mentioned in my Ikigai was the fact that I am good at problem solving as well. And so that was, you know, one of my solutions. And I can keep going on and on. You know, so here's a mood board that I created for the model Winnie Harlow. I was shooting her for a anniversary cover of a magazine. And so you put these all together, and you can see it's kind of hard light, bright rim light shadows, warm tones. And so these were the images that I made of her for that magazine. But the mood board is what gets everybody on the same page. They have an understanding of what I'm looking for. They know my style. They see the mood board. It makes sense how the images end up. And by the way, if you saw me at the Canon stage, there's that star filter in action again, hard light, you know. Okay, so that takes us to our final step. So we had figuring out your calling, right? So then from figuring out what you're good at and your strengths, then you're going to go ahead and start to figure out what your visual style is going to be. You create your dream client list, and then you curate a portfolio. that represents the work you want to be hired for, and you put planning in and create a play days. It should not be just paid work. It's actually things you want to be hired for that fit your style. So in the end, you've got your style, you've got your portfolio, and so then you have to consistently market. And this is the one that sucks because most creatives hate taking time to market. And I'm one of them. I don't like it, but like you don't get hired if you don't do this part. The key is consistency. So the same way that every month I have 1 day per month or 2 that I spend on a creative play day to build my portfolio, I also set aside 1 to 2 days a month dedicated to consistent marketing. Because if you just know I need to do this, or maybe it's 2 hours every Tuesday, and that's what works better for you. So let's just look a little bit at that. So here's what it looks like for me. What it looks like for me is I've got my dream client list, and I pick a bunch of brands that maybe have some overlap. Okay, so these brands go for really clean makeup aesthetics. These brands go for really dramatic, light, and heavy makeup. And you see that when you go to Sephora, right? Like these brands take very different approaches. So I'm gonna put them together with common visual elements. I'm gonna look at the types of campaigns they've done recently. I'm gonna do my research online. I'm gonna look at their Instagram, like what aesthetic have they been going for recently? And then I make sure I go shoot images that doesn't look exactly the same, but that would catch their attention in that same vibe. So for example, for the skincare ones, I picked brands that are mostly skincare, really clean, and I did a visual analysis. I'm like, okay, so if I look at the photos of these brands that I want to hire me, these ones are all really clean. The makeup is not as heavy. It's usually high key, like lighter backgrounds, and they do have some close-up macro shots. So I'm gonna shoot a beauty portfolio that looks like that, and then I'm going to target brands that have that same aesthetic. So like this was my collection of mood boards and collection of brands, and then I shot images like this. This was like 2017, as I was just building my beauty portfolio, things that I thought would speak to those brands. And then I did another shoot after that was targeting the whole other part of the beauty world where it's like heavy makeup, crazy lighting, super saturated. And I made a list of all the brands that would be applicable for this. And I said they have clean composition, saturated colors. And then I want to make sure that I work with some makeup artists that maybe already have an in at these brands. Like maybe they've already worked with them before. So they would show my work to the person that's hiring. That's another level that will help you out. And so these were the types of things that were on my mood board, and then these were my marketing materials, like the things that would have enough overlap but doesn't look like I'm just ripping off something that they've already done. So the key is that part of consistency. I swear it is recommended that you reach out to your dream client list approximately once every 6 weeks in some way. Some sort of touch point. So it could be every month, if that makes it easier. Either it's an email, or it's a marketing materials, like you send out a promo, or it's you connect with them on LinkedIn, or you comment or DM them on Instagram, because it takes many, many, many times before someone actually logs you in their head. And many of the jobs I've gotten booked for are not because they knew my name or looked me up. It just, at the right time, they actually needed somebody to shoot color, and then I just happened to pop up in their Instagram feed. I happened to send an email, and they're like, oh, great, actually, we're bidding on something right now. Let me pull you in for this job. And so these are just some examples of some of my physical marketing materials that I send out. However, after COVID, I don't know what to do with these because people aren't in their office. So I'm still working on that part. So right now, most of my marketing is email. So it's consistency, curation, marketing, and persistence. But the style is what will make you stand out, right? And make you memorable when you're doing all this consistent marketing. So let's bring it all together. So you're going to begin with your ikigai. Figure out your strengths. That's going to help you thrive. Like that's the thrive part besides just making a living. You determine your visual style. That is the part that is going to make your marketing and your efforts much more impactful because they will know what your images look like versus going through a website where it's all over the place. You will stick in their heads. Then you're going to look at the work that you're creating, your visual style, and figure out your dream clients. What work you're creating, who might that fit for? Make a list of those people, and then make sure you're creating a portfolio that continuously is going to speak to them. And then you end with, actually doing the hard and boring stuff of continuously reaching out, making sure your work and your name is in front of them. So when I said in the beginning that I hate the 5-step approach, I do, but if you don't have the steps, then you don't know what steps to take. You should be doing all of these things all the time. And so yes, this was commercial photography, but this definitely applies to all different types of photography, i.e. my friend that does dog photography. But I think the last thing I want to leave you with is if you're like, crap, I'm behind. I mean, that's definitely possible, but for the most part, the key part is to start them. Because if you're like, well, I'm behind, it's too late, then you're never actually starting. The same thing is, I had years where I felt like my work wasn't good enough to market, and so I didn't market. I promise you there are people that are much worse than you getting work right now, and a lot of work, because they're in the right place in the right time and putting their work out there. So if you are holding yourself back from doing it, someone else is going to take advantage of that. So you have to give yourself time to grow and put the effort in, but you have to start now, because it's going to add up. It's called long tail marketing. I've had clients that reach out to me and I say, hey, where did you first hear from me? And they'll say, oh, I first saw your images 7 years ago. So for those of you who are feeling anxious, it does take time and you're not doing anything wrong. All right, guys, so the final thoughts I want to leave you with is that this does not need to be something that you do on your own. Photography is an amazing community. If you look around you, there's a ton of photographers here. Make an effort to network with other photographers, like you lovely photographers in the front row over here, because they will help you and hold you accountable to doing these things. You can get and develop a style and a marketing program, but when you're all alone doing it by yourself, it's so much more stressful. So take opportunities like these to make connections and build a photo community. All right, thank you everybody so much for joining me. Thanks. Perfect.
Lindsay, do you want to take a question or two? We have a couple of minutes.
Oh, I'd be happy to.
So we could take a question or two. I'll repeat it for Lindsay. Do we have a question? She must have answered everything, so no one has any questions.
I will do any questions.
That's from Lenny. What's going on? What's up, Lenny? What kind of lights do you use, Lindsay?
I use Pro Photo strobes and Nan Light continuous lights. The two of those together serve me well. I use the Nan lights whenever I'm also asked to do video. A lot of times my clients now want to have a motion component as well.
Okay, Lindsay's going to be outside at the speaker meet and greet area where you can talk to her, ask her questions on a one-to-one basis.
Yep.
I just want to say, thank you so much. Okay, why do we love Lindsay, right?
Thank you, guys.
I mean,
I love you.
Probably number one, it's that curly hair.
Oh, naturally.
That's pretty important. Also, she doesn't just talk the talk, she walks the walk. You are a full-on working photographer, and she shares so much. So thank you so much, Lindsay.
Thank you, guys. I'll see you back out that way.
Right on.
Thank you.
That was sick.
Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu Savings or Special Financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
Alpha.
That was sick.
Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu Savings or Special Financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
Alpha.
That was sick.
Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu Savings or Special Financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
Alpha.
It's 4 o'clock. You guys know what that means? It's Ron Magill time. All right, so this is an amazing speaker. When we had Optic, I think it was Optic 2016, this photographer from the Dade County, Miami-Dade County Zoo comes to talk. And I have to say, I think I platformed around 3,000, 3,500 photographers in my career, but I have never platformed anyone like Ron Magill. So I got a couple quick questions for everybody. First off, is anyone a little tired? Has it been a long 2 days? Okay, because if you're a little tired, you are about to be woken up big time, okay? So this is gonna be unreal. You are gonna see a barrage. He's got about 600 slides and he's gonna go through them. He's gonna get 600, he's gonna go through them in about 30 minutes now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I wanna hear a lot of noise on this one. Ron Magill, one of my favorite wildlife outdoor photographers, Ron Magill.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, Ron, thank you.
David, thank you. You know, I always feel tremendously intimidated coming up on a stage like this, you know, with the speakers that you guys have had here. You know, you've had the legends, you've had the Art Wolves, you've had the Amy Vitalis, you've had the Brian Scaries, you've had the, you know, the Frans Lantings, and then you got the Zookeeper. And I'm thinking, gosh, you know, I always feel like, what am I doing coming up here with these guys? So let me tell you why I'm here. I look at myself, you know, I am so privileged to be a Nikon ambassador, but I look at the Nikon ambassador team, it's kind of like the dream team. You remember the 1992 dream team, Olympic basketball players? They were like, man, Jordan, Bird, Magic Johnson. And then you had Christian Laettner. He was like the amateur guy that came from the college. Well, see, I'm the Christian Laettner of that team. I'm the guys up here that try to connect all of us to it, you know, because the fact of the matter is, you look at the guys like Lanting and Wolf and stuff, you know, they got these incredible teams, they get incredible access, they go down into volcanoes and stuff, and the reality is 90% of us or more are never gonna do that, never have the ability to do that. So I wanna try to connect you in a way that can connect you as just ordinary people, because I'm just an ordinary guy. I got into photography almost by accident, because I've never been formally trained in photography. What happened was that I was writing papers. I'm a conservationist. I'm a zoologist. I've worked in a zoo now for 43 years, over 43 years. And I got into the business to work on conservation, to get people to care about wildlife. There's an old saying that says, in the end, we protect what we love what we understand, and we understand what we're taught. I've got no better tool to teach people to love animals than a camera. Because, you know, I have been so fortunate to travel around the world, and if I had one wish, it would be that I could take everybody by the hand for just a couple of minutes and have them stand where I've stood to look at this stuff that I've been able to see. And it wouldn't be any convincing at all. They'd want to protect this stuff. And that's what's so important. That's what we are. As storytellers, that's what we are. So I started in writing these conservation papers. I would do conservation work with cheetahs in Africa and harpy eagles in Panama and doing all this great conservation work. And then I sent it in to the publisher and they go, oh, this is great. We need some pictures. I went, great. Okay, perfect. Let me call the stock agencies. I need a picture of a cheetah going after a Tommy or whatever. Oh, yeah, sure we go. Oh, that's beautiful. How much is that going to be? They told me and I went, what? I'm a zookeeper. I can't afford this stuff. So I said to myself, look, I'm just going to buy a camera and I'm going to teach myself how to take pictures. Now, this was back in the film days. So, you know, I'm taking 36 pictures, and I'm lucky if one of them comes out looking okay. So I'm wasting money. It's just going away. I would get the transparencies back. I'd be in my office, and I'd look at the pictures after I'm taking a bunch of photographs, and I'd just go, dink, dink. They all go into the garbage can. My wife would go, what are you doing? I go, these suck. I'm throwing them out. I go, well, we got to pay for that stuff. I go, yeah, I know, but honey, that's the only way we're going to learn. You got to experiment, do this stuff. And she would look at me like with these eyes like to sear through me. We can't afford that. You're a zookeeper. And I went, okay, honey, look, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to work on it. I'm going to work on it, you know? And then what I did was the biggest blessing I have had is I've got the greatest mentors on the planet. And those were, to be honest with you, the photographers at the Miami Herald. Because when I started doing these stories and being a communications director, trying to get to the newspaper guys to come out, these photographers would come out. I mean, great photographers would come out. And I'd watch them, and I'd say, God, look what they're doing. You know, I'd learn a little tricks from them. And then I'd ask to shadow them. And on my days off, they would let me shadow them. They taught me so many things. And I realized there's a lot we can learn here. And then there came digital. Digital photography, geez, the greatest invention on the planet. The delete button. It's fantastic. You can do it over and over again. And you know, that's the greatest teacher you have is in that LCD. You know, you can really work things out. It's fantastic. So I'm kind of like the layman's guy here. I don't have entire teams that go out with me. You know, I don't get lowered down into volcanoes and stuff like that. But I've been able to do some neat stuff. The thing is, when I started way back when, a lot of these things were really totally inaccessible. You know, when I started 40 years ago at the zoo, the thought of going to Antarctica was like, that's never happening, Ron. You know, I mean, come on. First of all, let me be totally honest with you. The Drake's Passage. I don't like rough seas. I get sick fast. I'm a very tall guy. The taller you are, the more this makes a big effect, okay? So even if they gave me the trip, I'm not gonna take the chance because they say, listen, you can have Drake's Lake or you can have Drake's Shake. I don't know if you've ever gone on YouTube and looked at Drake's Shake. Everybody's gonna die. That's what I'm thinking. Everybody's gonna die. The last time I got seasick, I thought I had to get better to die. So I said, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. So I want to kind of go with you here and take you to this place because now anybody could do it. Anybody. This is almost like taking a trip to Yellowstone. I'm not exaggerating. Antarctica has become the most accessible place you could ever imagine, and folks, take advantage of it before things are changing. The climate is changing. Things are changing so quickly. But it's a freaking utopia for anybody into wildlife outdoor photography. It's like going to another planet. But the only reason I went was because now you can fly in. You get on a little plane. It looks like this, it looks like a little penguin. And you get on the plane, and instead of 2 days of going, blah, blah, you just, in a little plane. So you get up on the plane, you start going on the plane, it's beautiful, right? You see the sunset, and then all of a sudden, you go, oh God. And the plane starts going, you think you're gonna die. I mean, when I say I think you're gonna die, you're gonna die. And then finally you land and you go, okay, I'm alive, but you're already feeling a little bad. Then you get out of the plane and you realize, I gotta take pictures as you're going, there's the ship we gotta go to. This is it? This is what Antarctica is? Oh my God, I'll never get any pictures at all here. This is just, I mean, we have these zodiacs. Everybody gets to the zodiacs. It's freaking miserable. The wind is blowing. I'm going, what did I come all this way for? And the first time I had to turn back. The first time coming out of Punta Arenas, Chile, we're flying in 10 minutes before we land, we got to turn around. The whole trip was canceled because we couldn't land the plane. The weather changes like that in Antarctica. I didn't know that. I mean, my photographer, we're doing a little documentary. My photographer's there, like, he looks at me like, what the hell have you brought me to? He's like, unbelievable, you know? And I'm looking at our guide. The guy looks like some monster just came out of the snow. And I'm going, oh, Jesus Christmas, this is horrible. But like I said, the weather changes like that. Like, I mean, it's just all of a sudden, the curtain goes. And then it clears and you look and it's like, oh, whoa. You're like on another planet. Look at this. I mean, as far as the eye can see, you don't see another human being. You don't see a pole. You don't see a telephone. You don't see a car. You see nothing. It's like another planet. And it's like gray and it's like misty. And you go, man, this is like I'm on Star Trek. This is fantastic. I'm waiting for some like Vulcans or Klingons or something to come out. And then all of a sudden, like a curtain, it just goes, whoo, and it clears and the blue comes out. And you go, whoa. I mean, it happens that fast. You go white like a curtain. It goes, whoa. It's fantastic. And you're going around, and it's ice everywhere, man. I mean, you look at these glaciers and these different shades, and the air just smells different. You breathe different. You just feel so healthy you're being there. You get up close to these glaciers, you don't realize how big they are. And you go right up in the zodiacs, and you get up to the glacier, and you look at the deep cuts in it, and you go, oh my gosh. You know, you're watching, I think Art was talking about all these different things about shapes and sizes and stuff. You don't even have to like nature at all. If you're just into like shapes and figures and into all that abstract, crazy stuff, you can look at the shapes of the ice and different colors and stuff. Look at the icebergs and the colors of the iceberg and how it goes underneath the water. And you know, I didn't even realize there's so many different kinds of icebergs. You know, there's the tabular icebergs, look like big tables. There's the dome icebergs, have the big domes. There's a peak icebergs. I mean, there's all kinds of icebergs, weathered icebergs, and the shapes. You could just do a book just on icebergs. You go out there and the different shapes and the colors. I got to tell you, this trip, 95% of every one of these pictures was taken either with a 12 to 24 or a 100 to 500 lens. Those are the two lenses that I use on this entire trip. Because in Antarctica, you know, you might want to take some long stuff to compress things, to get closer to the iceberg. You don't want to get right next to an iceberg because the thing can freaking calve and then it tips over and your ship blows over and you die and it's horrible. So what you want to do is you want to be able to get, you know, safely there, but then when you get on land, it's fantastic. You know why? Because these animals do not have a natural fear. For those of you who've been to the Galapagos, it's like the same thing, except it's really cold. So what happens is you can get down low and these seals look at you and the sea, the birds, it's just fantastic. So you get to take all these different shapes and then you get into the textures. We talk about textures and stuff. I'm going crazy. I don't know where to shoot next. The beautiful textures of the ice, all different shapes and textures. It's fantastic to watch. It just never gets old. And then sometimes you'll hear the ice, you'll hear the icebergs that kind of go, and they split. And when they split, the underneath of the iceberg comes up and it's this clear ice. It's like this incredible clear ice. It's just this infinite number of things to photograph. And as I said, the icebergs are all different colors, and the skies, right? It's these gray, incredibly, almost haunting skies. And sometimes you hear the wind, it's just, and I'm sitting on the boat. Listen, guys, I've traveled around the world many times, and I'm here in this place, and it's like surreal. You look out there and you go, my gosh, look at it. Get up to the different color of the ice. Remember I told you about these different icebergs. They have what's called the tabular icebergs, which look like big tables. And that's what they are. They're like big, huge tables. That's like 4 football fields, totally flat on the top. And when the light starts coming in, man, you can play with the light in Antarctica. A lot of times it's really gloomy, but a lot of times the light comes through. You'll see that in a second. I'm going to show you. It's just mind-blowing. You get up close to these things. It's fantastic, fantastic to watch. The shapes of these different things and the deep blues. The colors of the blues. And the reason why is because this ice is so old and so condensed that it refracts the light, the red lights and the orange lights, but it keeps the blue light and makes it denser and denser. So you look into these things and the blues are just beautiful when you look at them. And again, this is one of these domed icebergs. Then you have, I forget what they call this one. This is kind of a freaky one too. And the water is just zooming all over the place all the time. It gets rough out there sometimes. And you see how they shape the icebergs. That water comes blowing through and it makes these holes go through and you see how water just splashing through. It's fantastic. The power is fantastic to watch. You just keep shooting away. I tell people all the time, I'm not out there going click, click, click. Every time the water comes down, and you get back and it's fantastic because you get back and you get back to the ship and you start going through your images. You go, oh, look at the splash there. Oh, look at the splash. It just never gets old, man. This is fantastic, the power of it. And then again, the weird shapes. And there's different islands throughout Antarctica that you go through. And again, once you're here, once you're there, the ship doesn't get rough at all. This is pretty good. The ocean, the water is going through these icebergs and doing all kinds of things, giving you all crazy shapes and things like that. So it's really incredible to see how the wind and the water shapes these icebergs, okay? Now, I was a little nervous about putting this in here, but I just think you guys got to see this because this is amazing. And I don't want to offend anybody. I really don't. But this is really phenomenal. I don't know if you're going to look at it the way I looked at it. So we go into this place called Peterman's Island. And in Peterman's Island, there's a port, and it's called Port Circumcision. Why is this thing called Port Circumcision? Well, I don't know, but the first iceberg I saw when I walked in goes looks like that. And I said, come on, this is kidding. This is somebody's punking me. And we were at another corner, and there's another iceberg looks like that. And I'm thinking, really? And they said, the captain's even shocked. He goes, I've never seen this before. I go, yeah, right, port circumcision, you pull me in, and the last one looks like this. And understand, you're only seeing the tip of the iceberg here. Nature is phenomenal, folks. And you know what? The more you open your eyes, the more you enjoy it, the more you look at it, the more you'll be amazed. The more you'll be amazed how things happen. It's fantastic. Now understand in Antarctica, another thing is you don't have sunset at 6 and sunrise at 6. You have sunset like at 3 in the morning, okay? And when the sun starts to set, you get this light that goes forever and it gleams and all of a sudden these things just start to open up and the sun will stay there, stay right here like this for hours. And the colors start coming out and you go, oh, wow. I mean, listen, I'm a 63-year-old man. I feel like a little kid. I'm going, I can't shoot enough. I'm using 512 gig cards in a minute. It's like unbelievable. I just can't shoot enough. And then you see when the light comes through and it brings through and it starts just painting the sides of these things that are just pristine. It's this pristine area. It's the kind of stuff, I'm watching this and I hear in my head, it's like, dun, 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 dun. It's like what I saw as a little kid, on these little black and white televisions, how this light just paints these icebergs. It's just beautiful, these mountainsides, this pristine, gorgeous thing that tips as the sun just peeks through. You just can't get enough. These are straight out of camera. I haven't doctored any of these things. And when that light comes through, you see these little tabular, these icebergs again, just that little light flickering through, man. Oh, yeah, I know I'm boring you because it's so much of the same crap, but I just can't get enough of it. It's like fantastic. No, really, I look at it, look at the way the light just hits a couple of things, doesn't hit other things, and you go on through. It's just so beautiful. There's enough. And then, oh yeah, you'll hear, and you look, and there's this big avalanche that goes, oh, look at that. The trouble is you usually miss it because the things happen far away and sound doesn't travel as fast as light does, So by the time you hear it, you go, oh, geez, and it's kind of over. But still, it's magical to watch these snow things come down. You go through these little beautiful inlets. You go through all these things. Keep in mind, in Antarctica, there are no trees. There's no leafy plants. okay? It's a lot of snow, ice, and rock. So there's rock everywhere, and this rock has been shaped by wind, shaped by so many things. The plant life are a series of mosses and lichens that you see, and they can add color. They give these flashes of color throughout the place on the rocks. I mean, this is, you know, Antarctica is the only place that doesn't belong to anybody, but belongs to all of us. Okay, it's a place where I went there with a, you know, Italian research station, a Russian research station, a German research station. They're plotted out, and you see the colors of these things. And it's just, it's not. Another thing is people think Antarctica, oh, it's so horribly cold. You know, it can be. I'm not going to lie to you. It can be. But then we have some days where you go, oh my gosh, it was beautiful. I get out there, I take the gloves off, you're sitting down, and you're surrounded by these animals, and you go, this is utopia. To be in a place, I'm here to tell you, everybody can do this. You can do this. I mean, it's not the cheapest thing in the world, but if you can afford it, don't think, oh, you know what, I'm too old or I'm not really in shape, I can't. Anybody can do this. You've got to go out and take that chance to go out there and look at these reflections. And the size, you put things in perspective, you know, give some semblance of size. Look at the little people walking, you know, you walk and you just got these walls of snow and of rock. You know, you see how you go out on these little zodiacs and you just get these wonderful. It's utopia. I cannot say it enough. It's so peaceful. You can go out there in kayaks. The animal life, there's bird life. The skuas, this one skua, he would keep following me around on the Zodiac, and he'd come down really close to me. Literally, I thought he was going to land on my head. It was fantastic to watch, and he just looked at you. There's a curiosity in these birds as they fly around and look at you. But these are thugs. These birds are thugs. I've watched them. No, they're horrible. They go out and they grab the little penguin chicks and they kill them and they swallow them. And you know, the ladies on the trip, they're like, oh, they're crying, oh, so bad. It's the circle of life, and here you go. But they're thugs. These guys can be really, really bad. You know, you got the Arctic gulls there, you got the sheathbills, you got the Arctic terns, you got the petrels. So it has a good series of bird life there, but it's really the landscapes. And I never thought I'd say that, because I'm really a wildlife guy. I'm really getting into the animals, right? But it's the landscapes. And you get across these rock sides, they're rookeries for the Antarctic shag or cormorant. And you see the lichens, and they build these little nests all along the cliffs there. And you see the little guys getting ready to fledge, and they're all along the cliffs, and all the guanos on the cliffs. But of all the birds in Antarctica, it's the penguin. The little gentoos, probably one of the most common ones out there. There's millions of gentoo penguins. And again, these guys, people look at penguins and they go, they're so cute, they're so adorable. They're horribly noisy. It's a horrible noise they do. And they stink. They absolutely, you know, any fish-eating bird, and it's bad because they'll walk by you sometimes. I'm not exaggerating. I don't mean to offend anybody again. I just want to be honest with you. They'll walk by you and they kind of aim, and that thing comes out like a shotgun. And if you get it on you, you will stink like that for days. You have to wait for the skin to die off. It's really, really bad. But they're really wonderful to watch. And you get out there in these landscapes because the gentoos have to nest on rockwork. They don't nest on snow. Okay, they have to, or on ice. They have to nest on the rockwork. Now, sometimes the rockwork is right there by the shoreline, and they'll be all there in their colonies. And they're doing all their colony stuff. You see them going around, and they're calling for their mates. Hey, where are you doing? Where are you? You know, they're really fantastic to look at. You look at the details of their face. Again, yes, I have the 200 to 500, but that's at the 200. You know, focal length. That's the word I was looking for. So I'm sitting on the ground, and they're coming up to me, and they're looking at you. You just can't believe how beautiful it is to see this. And then the poor things are also going through the molt. And when penguins go through a molt, it's very stressful for them. You can see their hair, their feathers starting to come out. It's a stressful time for them, and you have to be very careful not to overstress them. They look kind of pathetic, to be honest with you. And they sit there, and then when they hit the peak of the molt, you almost think they die. They hit the ground and the feathers just explode off of them. I mean, you go right up to them. They wouldn't even open their eyes. Oh, no, I'm molting. I'm sorry. I'm so tired. I can't do it. Okay. So it's really fantastic to watch this stuff. You sit there and it's just so amusing. Then you go out, and sometimes when the ice comes right down to the shoreline, they got to go a long way to get up to the rockwork where they're going to have their nests. Okay, because again, they lay their eggs on the nest. So you see them way up there in the rockwork, and you realize how they get up there. They have this wonderful, they call them the penguin highways. So it's like a freeway. And they're going a long way, man. They're climbing up these mountains really way. And they make these little penguin highways where they follow the highways. They go down the highways. This is so cute to watch. They come walking through, and they go through these penguin highways until they go up and then they have to come back down. And then they go through the courtship. Oh, the courtship is so, you know something? I think our relationships as human beings would be a lot better if we could watch animals court. because the way they coordinate, no, it's fantastic. You sit there and you watch, I love you too, and it's, they do the dance and they do this wonderful thing. It's beautiful to watch, it really is. It goes on all the time and the sounds are just beautiful, you know? One thing leads to the next thing and the next thing, and then you got the little chicks and everybody, oh, look at this, it's so beautiful, it's just, oh my God. And there's different stages, you know, you got younger ones, you got older ones, it's fantastic. Then you watch them get up and you watch them start to feed. You watch this bond between chick and the offspring. Folks, none of these pictures are extraordinary pictures, but what they are is they're images that you will treasure for the rest of your life. It's something that I can tell you, these images, I love going through this stuff because it brings me back to being there, man. I couldn't believe, you know, I was a kid who's raised as a Cuban immigrant in a small apartment in New York City, never thinking in my wildest dreams. I was a kid that every Sunday night, 7:30, right before the Wonderful World of Disney, I watched Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom, okay? It was my going to church. And I watched that show, and Jim Fowler was the guy that I wanted to be. Jim was the guy, you know, jumping out of helicopters on Caribou. I watched that guy freaking careen down the side of a mountain in Chile, grab a condor with one hand. I saw him catch a jaguar with a throw net in the Amazon. The flipping guy was a god. To make a long story short, I met him about 35, 36 years ago. He became my greatest mentor. He took my hand, he taught me how to work around animals, he taught me how to respect animals, he taught me how to present animals. And I can never thank that man enough for making me the person I am. He passed away a couple years ago, but he is like a second dad to me. He did incredible things. And every time I get to take an image like this, to be in a place like this, it rocks my world. It really does, to be able to watch these animals interact, to be able to, is that how much time I have left? Holy crap. Okay. Then you watch, I talk too much. So what happens is, then you watch them drink. You ever watch it? You ever wonder how penguins drink? They're not gonna drink out there, right? Because it's salt water, they can't drink the ice water. So they drink the snow, and you watch them, they'll bury their heads in the snow, and they'll get the snow, and they kind of, and then they swallow the snow, and they let it melt in their mouth, and they swallow, and then they go out there, and then they gotta go back in the water. They gotta go hunting. So you just plant yourself, I just lay myself on my belly there, and I watch these guys say, okay, into the water they go. Now this is the challenge shot. Because when they go into the water, then you got to get them. They do this thing called porpoising, but it's fast. It's not like dolphins. You know, dolphins, I come from Miami now, and it's easy. Oh, the dolphins are easy. Okay, there it goes. It's like whales. Freaking penguins are like, it's like a ricocheting bullet. And, you know, but now these cameras, the autofocus of these cameras is fantastic, so I just put it on that animal eye focus, my little 3D tracking, man, they come out of the water, and boom, I get them. This guy coming right at me, and I mean, they're coming at you fast, boom, they get him. It flashes that. God, I couldn't believe that was in focus. I mean, the camera, fantastic, just incredible. And then they're going around, it's going really fast, and the three of them are going around, and then they got to come back in the shore. Okay, and they come back in the shore, and they're very clumsy when they come back in the shore. They kind of crash against the rocks. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to do that. It comes out, oh, yep, okay, here I am, okay. Another type of penguin, the chin strap penguin, another one, okay? The chin straps are kind of interesting. You look at them, because they'll go up on the rockworks also, and you look at them, and of course they get the name chin strap from this little black line on their chin, right? It looks like a chin strap. But then you'll see a penguin and you look at this guy. The first time I looked at this guy, I go, holy crap, it's been a penguin drive-by. What happened? He must almost got killed by an orca or something like that. And my guy looked at me like an idiot. Well, he didn't look at me like an idiot, but I can tell he was thinking that. He goes, that's not blood. Because what they do is they get all the krill that they're feeding on, and when they feed the chicks, I know this is gonna sound disgusting, but this is their life. They just go, and they throw it all up. And they throw it all up on themselves. So they're up there feeding their chicks, and they got all this bloody blood, and then they have to go down and clean off. So then they go back down the rockwork again. And look at these vistas, you know, you got these monolith icebergs behind them going down the rock, and they're going down, so okay, we gotta get cleaned up, gotta get showered up. They look at us and they go, oh, okay. And then they just start diving into the water, man. It's just like this free-for-all. And you're thinking they must be dying because they're hitting the water and the water's slapping them up against the rocks, but they're like little rubber balls. They just keep bouncing off the thing, nothing happens. And you try to get them porpoising too, coming out of the water. Again, you have to understand how fast this is to understand how good these cameras are to catch this stuff. And then we got the Adelie penguin. Anybody ever see the pebble in the penguin? That's these guys. These guys, and I watched it happen. I was a kid who watched the pebble in the penguin. I used to love that story. And now I'm seeing it in real life. He looked at his girlfriend and goes, oh, you're cute. How are you? I'm gonna get you a present. And he got his little pebble and he brought it over there to her and he did the little pebble thing and she's, oh yeah, that's great. They hooked up. It was beautiful. It was beautiful to watch. Anyway, then we got seals. Lots of seals. We got the crab eater seals. The crab eater seals is kind of, I don't know where they got the name. You know why? Because they don't eat any crabs. And there's hardly any crabs in Antarctica. But they are the most common seal. There are literally millions of them throughout the world, but they're very common in Antarctica. And these guys also go through a molt. See this guy? Half of his face looks like it's peeling off. And that's another stressful time for them too. But no, they're usually just up there just laying out in the ice, yawning, doing their thing. Sometimes they give you the side eye. You gotta be careful. But you see the molt line there, has the fur is coming off? But what you do is you go out in these zodiacs and you get really close to them, okay? This is actually a Weddell seal there. And there's another Weddell seal here in the sun. But to give you an idea of the access that you have, not on some specially permitted, Frans Lanting team, we get special access to her. This is, anybody can do this now. You get on the zodiacs, man, you're going right there. You're right there, you get to see and they look at you like, hello, no problem. And nothing's afraid, everything's acting naturally. You get these incredible looks that you never forget. They kind of look right through you. It's a fantastic thing. See these icebergs, these bridgebergs. You see these guys going out there on the ice, and here's another Weddell seal out there just kind of hanging out. It's so pristine, it's so beautiful to see this and to be part of it and to realize it still exists. And it's threatened, folks. Things are changing in our world. And I think that's what all of us who talk about wildlife photography are trying to get across to people, that we've got to protect this stuff. You see them, they'll find the little isolated icebergs where they make little things. These are the fur seals. These guys are also thugs. These are the closest relatives to the sea lions. Why? Because one of the big differences between seals and sea lions is the seals don't have external ears, but fur seals do. Okay, if you look at fur seals, see that little ear hanging out there? And they are nasty. They're always fighting with each other. You can look at them closer, you see those little ears coming out. And they'll look at you. I'm literally on my belly there just shooting, looking right at me. It doesn't care at all. You don't go up to these animals. You don't disturb them. But they accept you if you just act normally. Don't act like a... And if you get too close, they'll let you... They make that noise. I think the reason they make that noise is because every time they get in that water, it's like, oh, this is cold. Anyway, another distinguishing feature in these guys is that as pinnipeds, which means, flippers, the fur seals have big flippers on the front and their back flippers can rotate. Okay, whereas the true seals, their flippers can't rotate. That's why you see the true seals, they come on the ice, they kind of just use their blubber to get up there, blah, 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 blah. Whereas the fur seals, you'll see them use their flippers to go in there. And then you got the big elephant seals. These guys are huge. An elephant seal can get to be close to 9,000 pounds. 9,000 pounds, think about that. Almost 20 feet long of flipping blubber, big nose, and teeth. Unbelievable animals. And they just sit there like a big load, just kind of, penguins will get on top of them, they'll give you the look. It's fantastic to watch, it really is. And then you got the leopard seal. Oh, yeah. This is the guy, #1 predator after orcas in all of Antarctica. And I watched this guy. This guy was about 10 feet long. He saw me come up there, and I'm right next to him in the Zodiac. He said, hello? And then he looked at me, and I could tell, no, this guy's serious. He's giving me the look, right? And all of a sudden, he looked up and he saw a penguin. This doesn't end well. As soon as he saw the penguin, boom, he's in the water. And I'm trying to get him in the water. He's going, gives him the eye. And then as soon as he gets close enough, he goes under. And he used our Zodiac. He went under our Zodiac. And I'm like, what's he going to do? He comes up on the other side, goes right next to the penguin, and just goes, ah, and he grabs the penguin. I know, it's terrible. And what's really terrible, he's like a cat, okay? A cat seal. You know how cats will take a mouse and they won't kill it? They just play with it forever until it doesn't move anymore? That's what he did, man. He grabbed that thing, and then all of a sudden, he's just playing with it. He let it go, and the penguin's, no, I'm sorry. And he grabbed him again, and I'm not gonna show you the rest of it because it just isn't pretty. But he ate the penguin. But it's important. You gotta understand this balance. These predators have to have a balance there. Now, one of the greatest things you'll see out there are, of course, the whales. But usually before you see the whales, you hear them. You hear in the distance, and you look and you say, oh, what's that? And you go, oh, what's that? And it's there, so you go up moving close, and all of a sudden as you move close, you see the little fins coming out, oh, it's whales. And then you see that fluke come out, you go, oh, whales. You get up with the Zodiac, and they start going really close to you, and then they'll get really close to you, and you go, this is fantastic. You look at these flukes, you go, oh my gosh, this is fantastic, going down in the water. And then the head comes up, and you go, oh, geez. And you don't understand when you see these flukes come up in the front, and you see them kind of grab, and the tail comes up, and the water's coming up, and you're thinking, I'm not shooting this with my 100 to 500, okay? I'm shooting this really with my 12 to 24, believe it or not. Cropped a little bit, but these things come right in front of your boat. They will do that, the tail comes over, oh God! And you get a little nervous. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm a little nervous because you're thinking, is this thing gonna come up under our zodiac? But they never do. They seem to be aware of what's going on. You're going around, you see this going on. Folks, I can't say enough what a magical experience this is. Then you watch them start doing their dances in the water where they'll start doing these belly rolls and they'll start flipping their pecs and making a big splash in the water. They go, bam, and they splash it really hard and make these sounds. And then something really amazing happened. So we're watching this young humpback going around our zodiac, and then all of a sudden, boom, a pod of killer whales comes in. Whoa, what's gonna happen here? And these killer whales are zooming in with the offspring, and that yellow, you know, people are used to seeing these things in the freaking theme parks where they're stark white and black, but the yellow shows healthy killer whales because it's an algae that grows on them from the healthy oceans. And he's going at them, and all of a sudden, they're going towards this humpback, and I'm thinking, oh, geez, this is gonna be amazing. What's gonna happen here? And then puffs to the people go, oh, don't hurt the humpback, don't hurt that. This guy comes right at my zodiac. He's coming right at the zodiac. This is fantastic. I mean, I'm thinking, if I'm gonna die here, this is gonna be epic, okay? So this thing comes by, and then all of a sudden, the humpback whale starts to panic, and you see it just start flipping around and splashing around, and these orcas are going all around it. I never saw the orcas bite the humpback, but I saw them bump the humpback, and the humpback is literally panicking. He's starting to twirl in the water, and you see the orcas right there next to him going after his tail and stuff like that, and they're doing this thing, and it's like this epic thing, and you know, as a wildlife photographer, you can't believe you're witnessing this going on, and you just watch the splashing, everything goes down, and then all of a sudden, he just sits there, and he goes down, and he makes this big thing over the water, and he sits that tail, and boom, went straight down. And I said, oh gosh, what happened? And then the orcas just went away. They were just playing with him. I talked to Brian Scary about that. I asked him, I said, Brian, have you ever seen that? He goes, that might have just been a bunch of punk orcas just playing games with this humpback whale. Because if they were gonna kill him, they would have done it there. But they do kill the whales. So it was interesting to watch this thing. But again, then we get into the sunsets. You got the sunrises that last for 5 hours, you got the sunsets that last for 5 hours. And you get this light that comes in as the sun goes down. That is 3 o'clock in the morning, that shot, okay? So now I'm taking you to a place far, far away. But you don't have to go far, far away to tell great wildlife stories and get people connected. This last series I'm going to show you, I'm almost at time. Okay, this last series I'm going to tell you is a story about the single most endangered tiger on the planet, the Sumatran tiger. The Sumatran tiger, found on the island of Sumatra, there are less than 400 left in the wild. Less than 400. Of the 9 original species of tigers, 3 are already extinct, there are only 6 left. This is the most critically endangered. It is the smallest of the tigers. It gets to be a male, it gets to be maybe 350, female, probably 200. So they're not huge, but they get these beautiful jowls on them. They have dark, dark orange color, and they have broad stripes. They're spectacular animals. So this is Barani, our male. Now I want to make something very clear, folks. I've worked for a zoo for 43 years, but I would never, ever support taking an animal out of the wild to put it in captivity, unless it was a last-ditch effort to save that individual animal's life or to save the species it represents. Having said that, zoos work very carefully with populations that were all born under human care, not taken out of the wild, to serve as an insurance policy for some of our most endangered species. And this is a classic example. We work in a program called the SSP, the Species Survival Plan, which is basically, to put it in very simplistic terms, computer dating for endangered animals. It's a stud bookkeeper that tells us which animal is best suited to breed with another animal, and we then can put those animals together. We might have to ship a male from Zoo Miami all the way to the San Diego Zoo because the San Diego Zoo has the female that's best suited genetically to be with him, okay? Then you have to put them together. You have to get them to breed, and that's not easy. People have this misconception, oh, they're animals. Put them together, male and female, they're gonna do it no matter what, right? Because they're animals. Especially some of the more intelligent animals, they gotta like each other before they're gonna do that, you see? So you can have some real big problems. I'm sure you've heard sometimes when zoos have lost something like a tiger, when they put the male and female together and the male either kill the female or vice versa. So there's a big risk there and there's a lot of work that goes into it. So people look at this guy and they say, oh, look at Barani, he's just a big pussycat, right? No, he's a Sumatran tiger, and he'll let you know that, okay? He's an incredible, beautiful animal, does incredible things. He's fairly easy to work around. And then on the flip side, we got Lilu. She's a sight job. She's just an angry tiger, no matter what. I've never seen this cat happy in the sense that she's always like, she looks at you and she just says, you know, I don't like you. And she does that to Barani all the time. So we can't put them together. We won't put them together. We have to literally check her urine every day so we can plot out the hormone level in her urine to know when she's cycling, when she's in estrus. So that's when we know to put them together, because if we put them together at the wrong time, things go south very quickly. But Lilu, man, I'll tell you what, she'll go down into the water and she'll look up at me. Oh, I thought you were gonna like give me the hook. Jeez. And she'll give me the look and she's like, oh, geez, okay. And we've got a lot of challenges now managing these animals under human care. We all heard about COVID. COVID doesn't only affect people, it affects animals. We had to put our big cats through COVID tests, okay? Immobilizing them in the back areas. Geez, I got Jerry Guionis doing like video, wow. And this is not easy, you know, we've got to mobilize these cats, we've got to do these COVID tests where we have to take not only samples from the nasal cavity, we have to take samples from the eye, we have to take samples deep in the throat, and there too, okay? They all have to be turned in, and we have to make sure that these cats are healthy, to make sure we're protecting them from that type of thing, because COVID can infect these animals. They go through a tremendous amount of work. This is Barani. We had to make sure that Barani, I don't want to say this in the wrong way, please, gosh, I hope I don't get the hook on how to say this. We got to make sure that he's fertile, okay? So to make sure he's fertile, he's got to have a fertility test. To have a fertility test, we've got to immobilize him, and then we've got to artificially collect his semen, and that takes a little bit of a electric prod that goes in there. We collect it, we look under the microscope. Barani doesn't have a whole lot of good swimmers. He's an older cat. But we're gonna say we're gonna try, because he's got some. It only takes one. Only takes one. So he goes to the x-ray, we do all the work on him. This is all the behind the scenes stuff that happens. And my job is to try to get out to the public what we do behind the scenes at the zoo so people understand it's more than just putting an animal on exhibit. And we do, you know, anytime we immobilize an animal, we do all kinds of work on them. We do heart exams, we do lung exams, we do urine exams, we give them dental work, they get free tooth cleaning and polishing, the whole 9 yards. So now everybody's healthy, everybody's cleared for the love dance. So this is the big time where we say, okay, we put her out first, so she's out on the big habitat by herself and she's got the advantage, and then we put him out, we cross our fingers, oh my God, what's gonna happen? He goes right up to her, hello, how you doing? And she gets all kind of, in Spanish we say coqueta, flirty, okay? She goes, hi, how are you? And he goes, I don't know, but now she knows she's got him. She knows she's got him. She starts walking away, presenting the attractive side to him, and he follows immediately. Oh yes, hello. Hello. And the females are releasing pheromones in their urine, and he gets that pheromone in his mouth, and they do a behavior called phlegming, where they open their mouth and they do this. They look kind of stupid, okay? It's kind of like a wine tasting. He's just figuring out, he's going, okay, what's going on here? No, I'm serious, that's what he's doing. And he realizes, okay, the wine is ready. The wine is ready. So now we're going back to the wine cooler, and now she gets incredibly promiscuous. This is a cat who is miserably mean all of her life, and all of a sudden she's super happy going, this is fantastic. Here I am. Look how beautiful I am. He's, yes, you are. Oh, yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes. And she gets, I mean, she's literally presenting like, I don't know how to say it without being offensive, but she just really wants to have babies, so to speak, okay? And then she'll present it, and she goes, oh, hi. And then as he goes to mount her like this, she goes, nope, and she goes away. And you can read his face like, I cannot believe you. You're doing this thing in front of me the whole time, the whole urine thing, and then you walk, you don't watch, she ran away. But then she did it again. She does it over and over. It's like, it's a power thing with her, I think. She does this thing over and over. And then finally she stays in place, and that's when okay, don't you run away this time. And you see it, and you see the look on her face. She's like, she's cuddling right now. And then all of a sudden he gets in place, and he does the same. But look at the expression on his face here. This is it. Yeah, this is it. Okay, look at his eyes. Good cat breeding always involves biting the back of the neck. So he does that, and as soon as he's done, he gets away because she'll turn around and slap him. So now we're thinking, okay, did it work? Did it work? About 90 days later, there it is. I know, it's fantastic, isn't it? This is so good. So we're laughing. So we gotta go. He's gotta go through all of his exams. This is a precious animal, represents the precious bloodline for an animal that's almost extinct, less than 400 left in the wild. So we have to separate him from the mother, which is a tough thing in itself, but we do, and then it goes to all these exams. Gotta get all the veterinary exams, gets weighed, gets his shots, starts growing, getting better, starts supplementing it with a bottle to make sure everything's okay. And now it's time to introduce mom and son out onto the exhibit. But we've got to make sure that this tiger can swim. We got to give it a swim test, because the exhibit, for those of you who've not been in Zoo Miami, it's a huge, beautiful island, but it's surrounded by a moat with water. And there's a pool in the center too, because we have these big areas for the tigers to go around and enjoy their lives. So how do you teach, or how do you know if a tiger can swim? You just throw it in the flipping water. He wasn't happy with this. So we sit there, get in the pool, we got one person in the pool in case it can't swim, and so we can rescue it, and then the other keeper just goes, there you go. Oh, goes in the water, he's like, oh, gee, ah. And you look at his face, I can't believe you threw me in the water like that. Look at his poor face. He's, oh, God. But you know what? It swam. It swam. It was fantastic. It swam, and then it looked at me like I threw it in the water. I'll kill you. What the heck is going on here? I'm looking at her. I didn't throw it in the water. She did. So all we got to do is just give it this little bot thing, settle down right away. We know now that it can live out in the exhibit. It lives out in the exhibit. We can put it out with its parents. You see it, and you start seeing it explore. You start seeing it enjoy the habitat. You start seeing these great looks. Folks, there's no way that I can tell you in words how rewarding it is to know what we're doing to help save this species, okay? It's such a rare animal. And that day when we put him out the first time with Mom, oh, she was defensive. He came to the doorway to come out to the habitat, and you saw Mom standing over like, oh, yeah. And he's like, that's right, nobody's gonna screw with me now, are you? Come on, try to throw me in the water now, okay? And the mother would go out cautiously, and you see them frolic, and you could tell he was a pain in the butt cub. He'd grab her by the tail. He'd jump on her head. He was just amazing, doing all this crazy stuff with her all the time, non-stop. It was so rewarding to watch, folks. There's no way to tell you, as a photographer, documenting from the time he was conceived to the time he was born to the time he goes out onto the habitat, and you see this blending with his mother. You know, I know that I'm a little bit biased, but we hear that term anthropomorphism, a term that indicates that we're giving human emotions to animals, such as fear, love, happiness, sadness. I think it's very self-centered for us as humans to truly think that we are the only ones that can feel those emotions. I can tell you, thank you, I can tell you 100%, after working with animals for over 4 decades, they feel those emotions. They feel those emotions. They may not show it exactly the way we show it, but they do feel those emotions. We need to understand that. We need to respect that, because when you watch this type of, Lilu is a crazy psycho freaking tiger, but you watch her with her cub and you realize everything is right in the world for her at that time. And the way she takes her cub, and her cub is, like I say, he's a freaking little tyrant. He just jumps everywhere, he runs everywhere, he does all kinds of things, but he's having fun. This is what he was born into. He's enjoying himself. He enjoys being with his mother. It's one of these things that you just never forget, those moments. So I want to make it clear. You don't have to travel to the ends of the earth to bond with wildlife. You can do stuff in your own backyard. You can do stuff here in Central Park. You can do stuff here in the parks around New York City. There's wildlife everywhere, and there's stories to be told everywhere. And you as photographers are the best storytellers we have. Those images do more than any words can do. By capturing those images, by sharing those stories, by sharing your passion, you're helping protect this. You know why, folks? And again, I don't want to come off as an extremist. If there's a roach in my house, it's dead. I'm stepping on it, okay? I'm not one of these people, oh, no, the little roach, you gotta live, I go put it on. No, it's dead. Sorry, you made a mistake. You're in my house. But having said that, animals that we don't see, okay, whether it's the bees and the butterflies that pollinate the plants that help feed us, realize, folks, 1 out of every 3 bites of food you put in your mouth is directly connected to a pollinator. 1 of every 3 bites. Whether it's, for me in Miami, the coral reefs that protect our shores, provide fisheries for hatchlings and the health of the ocean. Whether it's the Amazon forest that provides the lungs of the earth in so many ways. Whether it's our ocean. If anybody hadn't seen Brian Scary's talk, man, he moved me to tears with his talk. Do you understand what he said, that over 90% of the ocean we haven't even studied? And how much oxygen we get from the ocean, how much we depend on that? Even though we may never see these things, they are directly connected to our quality of life. Even the tigers in Sumatra. By protecting these things, we are protecting ourselves. And though I'm not any kind of extraordinary photographer, I'm very privileged to be in places where I can capture images to help convey to you how important it is. So you can look at the eyes of a cat like this and understand we have a moral obligation to protect this. There's an old saying that says we have not inherited this earth from our parents, we are borrowing it from our children. And we need to keep that in mind and do everything we can to pass that down to them. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you guys being out here. I know it's the end of the day, and everybody's real tired, and I'm a little crazy. So, do I just walk off stage now? Okay. You guys, this has been a great conference. I love coming up in the butt end of it. Thank you. I just can't believe you're all here. I mean, I told Jerry, I said, Jerry, it's just going to be you and Charmy, great Nikon ambassador friends of mine who just feel sorry for me because they come to the front. But you guys are great.
Hey, I got a question.
Yeah.
So your still photography is fabulous. It's amazing. No one tells stories like you do in the animal kingdom. On your Z9, are you shooting much video?
Oh, no, I'm actually shooting some video with the Z8, but now the Z8. See, I'm not Jerry Gayonis, I'm not Charmy Pena, I'm not these gods and goddesses of photography. They really are. I mean, I look at them, I can't believe I'm in the same circle with these guys. Like, I was on stage when they gave us the thing last night at the dinner. I'm like, holy crap, look, I'm standing next to her. This is unbelievable. I shoot the video, but I got to learn something. We got like Christy Odom is another one of our great ambassadors doing great video. So I'm getting into the video stuff now. I'm trying to learn a little bit more. I'm just not that smart. I'm not that good at that kind of stuff. I'm not the brightest bulb in the chandelier by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just really lucky to be where I get to go, connect with what I get to do. So lucky that Nikon kind of felt sorry for me and put me in their family. It's just been one of these really, such an incredible luck trip for me. And I stand here in front of you guys and I can't believe I'm here. You know, I mean, I'm used to a wheelbarrow, a rake, and a shovel. I mean, that's what I do. So I thank you for being here. Video is incredible, but the Z8 is the one I'm really doing the video with now. It's the Z8, man, because you can go from video to still. You can shoot that thing at 8K and you can take prints off of your video and print them 8x10s. I've done it, it's fantastic. So you don't even have to be, it's like I don't have to worry about getting the shot. I said, there's a shot right there. I'll take that one. It's fantastic. So the technology that is available to you guys as photographers now, oh my God, I would have saved so much money if we had it back then. So again, thank you very much. I don't mean to keep you going. Thank you, David.
Thank you so much, Ron. You're the best. Okay, as we say goodbye to Ron, I have a question. Is he more humble or is he more high energy? I don't know. Thank you so much. One more time for Ron. Okay, everyone, we're going to be rounding out our last presentation with the incredible Mark Seliger is going to be jumping on the stage in about 15 minutes. So everybody, come back in the room, whatever you got to do from 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock. Mark is going to blow you away. Thank you so much.
JVC.
Like a machine, yeah, let's go.
Plain and simple, if you're getting paid for your work, your gear needs to be able to adapt and overcome any environmental challenges you may encounter.
JVC.
Like a machine, yeah, let's go.
Plain and simple, if you're getting paid for your work, your gear needs to be able to adapt and overcome any environmental challenges you may encounter.
Okay, everyone, thanks. I'd say that we saved the best for last, but actually everything's been the best. This is just the bestest lastest. So I'm very happy to bring to the stage Mark Seliger, who is a photographer's photographer, an amazing kid from Texas, comes to New York to hang out with his brother and ends up being like the celebrity photographer for New York City by shooting for Vanity Fair and Rolling Stone, the dream job. And I've told this story before, but in my formative years of photography, when I was trying to figure stuff out, I came across, remember when like racks of postcards were in record shops and kind of all over? You guys remember postcards? Right? So in the postcards, there was one company called Modern Postcard, these postcards, and I pick out this postcard of this really cool guy with this jewelry that like morphs out of his hands, and his name is Axel, and he's a metal artist, and it's a beautiful portrait, and I'm just like, this is great. I love this guy, he's underground, I love the way he's photographed. Who's the photographer? It's Mark Seliger. So I looked the guy up, and I'm like, wow, he's got a lot of work, this is pretty amazing. Then I got to actually meet Axel and B. Bullitt, his wife. They were in East Village, and they were like the most real people I've ever met in the world, and I'm look at this picture, and I'm like, wow, this is great, Mark Seliger, and whatnot. I kind of make the whole connection together. And then later on, I get to source photographers, and I'm like, let me give Mark Seliger a call. He's a customer of B&H, go figure. And I find this incredibly nice guy, this amazing studio. We went down to his studio, and we did an interview with him. He's got an amazing staff that works with him. He's got the best damn photograph of Kurt Cobain ever taken. And so prepare to be wowed, because this is sort of like when you're a little kid and you're growing up and you're like, I want to be a photographer, you kind of want to be Mark Seliger. So everyone, let's hear it for Mark Seliger, folks. Thanks, Mark. Right on. Thank you. Guys, let's really hear it.
Oh, come on. Can you guys hear me? You guys hear me? Am I on? Yeah, there we go. Howdy, everybody. Yeah, so thank you, David. That was wonderful. I thought you'd be up here for a little longer, but it's okay. Anyway, I kind of put together this interesting show for you guys, something we haven't really done before, which is, I hope you're okay with the way we're going to do this. I wanted to present you more of a walkthrough of creativity rather than just showing slide after slide. We have plenty of slides to show, but I just wanted to see if that'd be okay with you guys. I wanted to kind of get into your head a little bit and kind of give you a little entree into the way that I think about making photographs and taking photographs, and then also about process. I think process for me has always been kind of the kickoff. Like I was a teenager in Houston, Texas, and I set up a darkroom in my parents' bathroom, and I just loved making prints, but I really didn't even care about taking pictures. And it wasn't until I was in college in my junior year that I sort of stumbled on documentary photography and realized that I had an affinity for storytelling. And so that really brought me into starting my journey in editorial. And the first time I dropped off my book for an assignment was to a magazine by the name of Avenue Magazine in New York. And I remember hey Rachel, you can hold for 1 second. And the editor-in-chief, who I won't mention his name because it's not very nice to say things about people unless they're very nice things. He left me a note. I was really excited because this is my first time to do it, and I get the note. I get the book back, and there's a note inside by the editor-in-chief, and it says, "Dear Mark, thank you for dropping off your portfolio. You have some very serviceable pictures here, but I don't see any personal style." And it said, "Thank you for dropping off your book, and good luck," basically. And I thought, oh, well, that's bad. And the next time I sent my book out was a couple days later after I was licking my wounds, and put it back out there, and I got a job at Forbes magazine to do a portrait. And so things started to roll. But I realized that, personal style is kind of in my opinion, is a non-functioning word for me. It doesn't really do anything for me because actually, if you think about it, if I think about my work, I really don't have a personal style. I have imagery that I want to take, and I'm a photographer. I think of myself as an artist. I don't really want to go out and take the same picture over and over and over again. So what I put together for you today is kind of a talk. And we'll get down to some questions if you guys are interested at the very end. But a talk about imagination, right? Your imagination is limitless. Everything you experience is fair game in how an idea is formed. A movie, a piece of music, a walk on the street, even people watching adds to your intelligence and helps fill up the filing cabinets of creativity. Now, I'm not saying that your equipment and your gear is not a great additive to the process, but I am a firm believer that it starts with an idea. Now, let's say that you're assigned a portrait or a story. Do you go to a session without preemptively knowing something about your subject? No. I've often said that it is your responsibility to fall in love with your subject. Obviously, I mean that metaphorically, but not only will it help to conceive an idea, but it will also help to navigate a conversation with your subject and move the session into a place of confidence. Remember, having your picture taken is a very unnatural experience for most. And so your ability to communicate well and put your subject at ease will help direct them to patiently meeting your vision. Now, when we think about that, right, like we approach a subject, we approach an idea to a portrait. Are we telling their story or are we telling our story? And that is what you are confronted with. And as a photographer, you make the decision, do I walk in there and do a picture, or do I have an idea behind something that I want to do, and do I need to somehow collaborate with this person that I'm working with? Now, that can be in many different forms. That can be in a very theatrical way, or that can be in a very simplistic way. So today, what we're going to do is we're going to talk a little bit about how we create an idea. Is that okay? Okay, cool. How to prepare to create an idea. See, basic shit here. Number one, who is the person I'm photographing? What is the project that they are promoting? What does the past work represent? Number two, what's the destination? Where am I? Am I in a daylight studio? Am I on a rooftop? Or am I in some fabulous location? And then number three, am I asking them to play a character or simplifying it to just a portrait? So, that's kind of the beginning of the way I start. Then we go to making a list. Now, this is something that I've been doing for years and years and years. I start with just a blank piece of paper, and I've done my research. I've thought about this person or this situation, whether it's a portrait or fashion story or, you know, a documentary thing, and I try to figure out like what it is that I want to tell, the story I want to tell. So I'm making a list of everything that comes to mind. And after you've done the research and you make the second list of ideas, you make a second list of ideas that are antithetical to your first ideas. Then you go back over the two columns and you start crossing everything out that feels uninteresting or impossible. Then look at that list again and maybe keep a few impossibilities because you never know and everything is possible. Now that you have your short list of ideas, and I mean maybe a half dozen or so, try sketching them out. Again, asking the question, where am I? And by drawing out your ideas, you will start to build the storytelling. Now comes the fun part. How the hell am I going to pull this off? It's probably the most common question that I ask myself. And typically I will enlist the support of talented stylists, hair and makeup artists, location scouts, and assistants. There could also be a set designer, a prop stylist to boot. Lastly, are there any extras? Once this idea is formed and in motion, then the gear comes next. All I can say is that feel free to experiment, but also keep things simple so not to be bogged down by tedious, unnecessary weight. Let the idea be the hero. So, very simple idea. Does anybody know what this picture is? This is a picture I did of Nirvana, actually of Kurt Cobain. So, if you go back, Rachel, I had very crudely created a little mock-up of something that probably I'd only understand, which was this shrine with baby doll heads and something that I thought resembled Kurt Cobain, but I don't really think so. And I built it while they were on tour, and I built it in a little studio that we set up to photograph them when we had an hour and a half. So that was the first, that was one of my first drawings that I did early on. This is, so I had an idea for Whoopi Goldberg because of her hair. So I kind of drew this out, and of course I showed it to her, and she was like, "Is this really me?" And I said, "Absolutely not. This is my idea of you." So she did not hesitate and let me pin her hair up on a piece of foam core. This is for what's the band? Why am I spacing here? Yes, thank you. So we go to the actual photograph. The next one. This is for Conan O'Brien. Now this was a little tricky because I always thought that he looked like Kip's Big Boy. I grew up in Texas and we had lots of them. So I thought his hair was kind of Kip's Big Boy. So we had to actually have a model made of the body, and then I had to find a diner that we could shoot it at, and then he met me at the diner and we put the two together. So next. So this is my version of what I was going to do for a cover for Rolling Stone. Now, I didn't know it was going to be a gatefold, but I figured if I made it big enough and wild enough that they'd probably do a gatefold. So this was the cover. And this was for a GQ magazine shooting J-Lo. And I had this idea because she has this very sort of epic back, as we say. And I thought it'd be really cool if there was like an artist who we cast, and we built this artist studio, Northlight Studio, in my studio, inside of my studio. So a studio inside of a studio. So here's the image that we came up with. I actually wanted to get more back in that, but she was not as comfortable as I was. And so this was a series of images I did of Will Ferrell, and we used Will as the ancillary characters within that. But this one we actually did not use Will, we just used an ancillary character. And we're going to get back into a little bit about comedy in a second, but I wanted to show you sort of the way that I start in the process of when I'm making a photograph and how I draw things out. And this is Bharat. And Demi Moore, this was for the cover of Harper's Bazaar magazine. So this was actually on a beach in Los Angeles. And we built this kind of staircase. So we found the staircase, but we built this set, and then we brought a giraffe onto the set, and we did this photograph with her. So I want to read you a quote. When I was starting out, one of the things that I played with was the idea of kind of simplicity and listening to a photograph coming to me rather than me creating an image. And kind of mid-career, I started to be a little bit disappointed with the work that I was doing when I was just setting up Photograph. And so I started to work on this project, which was kind of more formal in terms of the content, which was landscapes, and if you'll hold on, Rachel, 1 second, landscapes, nudes, and still lifes. And so before I started, I remembered a quote by Minor White. When you approach something to photograph it, first be still with yourself until the object of your attention affirms your presence. Then don't leave until you have captured its essence. Now, I stepped out on a New Year's Day. It was a particularly warm day in New York City across from my place in the West Village. And there was this beautiful low-lying fog, as you see in this picture, in these piers that no longer exist. And I remember taking my 4x5 out and kind of huffing over there to get the last light. And I set up and I was shooting multiple exposures with a 4x5. And as I was wrapping up, I looked behind me and there was 25 people standing behind me. And what that did tell me was that what I was seeing was pretty exquisite and that people were also noticing it. Our ability to see things that others may not observe is an acquired vision drawn from awareness. My first experience with this was handed down to me by my brother Frank, who suggested that I take pictures at night because of the contrast of shadows. Shape, form was exaggerated by incandescent lighting. I had to trust that my long exposures were accurate, and lo and behold, I started to see things differently. So, this is a series, really me kind of bending the lines of formal photography, but really starting with platinum palladium printing and adjusting the material that I wanted to shoot in order to accommodate the printing. And this was the cover of the book called Listen. These are some other additional images that we put in that was from a book that I did over the lockdown, which is of New York City. So this gives you kind of an example of kind of what I call us listening to photographs. This is a snowstorm on Coney Island. Again, Coney Island. So what I did with my brother Frank when we started to work on this little project of seeing, if you go back one, is that, well, I'm using the same formula, right? Like I'm eliminating all other sensory to focus on the idea of anything within a black, of contrast basically, of white and black. And as you see in the landscape, there is a definitive composition really brought to you really through only the blacks and the whites. The grays are really inconsequential. This is a modern day project I'm working on. Now, I threw this in because this is something I'm toying with where I'm doing multiple exposures on a 4x5 sheet of film. So I'm starting with clouds, and then I'm photographing my subject, and then I'm going out and I'm photographing some kind of piece of architecture and seeing where it all lands on the piece of film. I'm not trying to line things up. I'm trying to have a little bit of a spontaneous experience within these. And then we're printing these on paper, black and white, silver, and then also platinum. Again, during the lockdown. Again, during the lockdown. Again, this was for Listen. So a funny story about this, the reason why I threw this in there, because I don't really think about this as a portrait. I think about this as more like a still life. And the reason why is because I don't think you think about necessarily about just his face, maybe his eyes being almost like objects. But the idea that the adornment on this man's face is really an object. So I was at a Jane's Addiction concert, and I was going to the restroom, and I see this sea of people open up, and here's this guy walking through. People were terrified of him. And I ran over to him, and I said, oh man, here's my card. I'd love to take a picture of you. And I was a little nervous, but he looked at me and kind of thought for a second. He goes like, oh, my name's Dennis. I could use a headshot. So, hey, you never know, right? Again, this is from the triple exposure. So that was really a phase for me back in probably 2010 when I was kind of reconnecting with more basic ideas of photography. Over the years, I've always put a pretty big effort in creating my own personal work and stories and things that interest me. And I wanted to read you a quote by Henri Cartier-Bresson. Photographers deal in things which are continually vanishing, and when they have vanished, there is no contrivance on earth which can make them come back again. The next body of work that I'm going to talk about really deals with the idea of things that were interesting to me that I noticed were going to be vanishing. And I'll explain that as we go through the work. My personal work or self-assigned projects are usually split down the middle in terms of coming to fruition. Once again, I start with a destination, and I will experiment with what tools make most sense in accomplishing a striking image. The final outcome is, of course, the print. Like Bresson's quote informs us, a moment is a vanishing paradox that is seemingly contradictory and opposed to common sense, yet perhaps true. These moments are lost as soon as they happen, but through photography, they serve as a record of acknowledgement of time and place. The worst picture I ever took was the one I never went out and did. What I mean by that is when times I felt as if I had failed were the times when I didn't seize the moment. Every person we meet, no matter of age, place, commonality, or familiarity, has a story to tell. So, if you start back at this body of work, is this the first slide? Okay, if we can start back on this. In 1996, I grew up Jewish, Reformed, sorry B&H, in Houston, Texas. And, you know, we were taught in our Sabbath school about the Holocaust, obviously, like, you know, all good Jewish kids. But I never really had an experience with a survivor until I went to a bakery with my parents that we used to go to pick up our challah and our bagels. And I noticed one day when we were there that one of the gentlemen, the older gentleman behind the counter, who was one of the three brothers that owned the bakery, had a tattoo on his arm. And I realized that he was a survivor. And then I met his other two brothers who were also survivors. And it was really disturbing to me. And when I finally felt like I had something to say as a photographer, and somebody approached me about a book, I worked with a wonderful writer by the name of Leora Khan, and we came up with this idea of doing a book sharing stories and photographs, modern-day photographs of survivors. And so these are the three brothers. So I went back to Houston and I photographed the three brothers together, which was pretty joyous for me to be able to do that. And as you go along, you'll see some of the imagery of some of the other survivors that we included in the book. And you can start, Rachel. These were actually Mingala twins. So they were, when they were in prison, Dr. Mingala and his crew operated on them and performed experiments on twins, and they were involved in that experiment. Now, I don't think that's the reason why she's in a wheelchair. I think, unfortunately, a different fate came upon her, but just wonderful brother and sister. This is a 4-day trip to Cuba where I just went with found a little wagon and brought a bunch of equipment and brought my assistant with me, met a translator, and we just walked on the streets of Havana and took pictures. Now, this guy was asleep on a hammock when we were walking through these apartment buildings. And my translator woke him up and said, like, hey, we'd like to take a picture. And he had really long hair. He goes, like, oh, 1 second. And he ran upstairs and he was gone for like half an hour. I go, is this guy coming back? And I think so. Came back and he had his little Richard hair on. So this is, I think, one of the more successful images. Anyway. So if you look at this last image, I was on my way back to New York after I did this last picture. This picture planted a seed in my head. I was so taken back by the theater at this burlesque show and how welcoming the performers were. I thought to myself, wow, this feels really familiar. And I live right near Christopher Street. And for years, I've avoided that street because of the theater. It was always just so loud and crazy. But I did really love, like, getting up at 8 o'clock in the morning and going outside and seeing, like, the theater continuing on my block. And it was just like streetwalkers and performers and all kinds of stuff going on. And so I started to think about a vanishing Christopher Street. And I went out and I took these pictures of some of the streetwalkers and some of the people. Now, obviously, not all of them were streetwalkers, but I got to know some of the characters, and they said, you know, this is a changing landscape. Christopher Street was kind of our Ellis Island, and it turned into be a transgender book. And I worked on the project for 3 summers, and it came out, I think, in 2016. And these are some of the pictures I took in my own backyard, just in summertime and in the fall. So everything is the opposite of what you see in terms of gender. So the simple portrait. I want to read you a quote by Richard Avedon, because I think this is important. You know, you guys, it can be really intimidating looking at work that's had 30 years of brushstrokes on it, right? And you go, wow, how do you even start? Well, then I'm giving you a little piece of that. But I want to also interject the idea that, you know, there is a period when you're working and you're thinking that you can simplify it. And by the idea of simplifying a portrait doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to be less impactful, but it's going to be an easier sort of navigation in terms of being able to find something that you're really pleased with. Richard Avedon said, I worked out a series of no's. No to exquisite light, no to apparent compositions, no to the seduction of poses and narrative, and all these no forces me to yes. I have a white background, I have the person that I'm interested in, and the thing that happens between us. A simple portrait can be the most difficult to pull off. I've spent more time, this is me actually, I spent more time carving out the shape of a modifier in a situation like this than actually setting up a big production. Much of my prep is preemptively testing, whoop, did I just do something? Much of my prep is preemptively testing my lighting so that my subject is not waiting around through the process. However, I will take the time to change the shape or even change the light if I feel it will make a better picture. So that's another tool in our toolbox that we have to remember, that not everything needs to be a big production. Now, what is a kind of a big production, but I think very interesting production, is the idea of comedy. Now, comedy is something, if you look at my work and you go like, God, this guy really doesn't have any personal style, that I really don't. I mean, I like serious shit, I like funny stuff. I've always been drawn to humor. I learned a lot of humor and the idea of what's going on? I've learned a lot about it, taking funny pictures by studying silent movies and by working with comedians. Now, comedians tend to guide the conversation where they want to go, but I always try to come with ideas before they give me their ideas. So this is the exception to the rule. Will Ferrell, after giving him 100 ideas, he and his manager came back and said, well, Will has an idea. And I go like, well, what's that? And he goes like, Will giving birth to a chimp. I said, great, I like the idea, let's do it. So we found an old hospital in LA, recruited my assistant to become Planet of the Apes, and my friend Gabe Bartolis, who's an incredible prosthetic artist, helped me carve out these prosthetics for their faces, and we did this picture. This was one of the first times I worked with Julia Louis-Dreyfus and Jerry Seinfeld. And I found out that Jerry was a big fan of Harry Langdon. And so I studied a lot of the silent movies, be able to propose this idea, and this idea came to me and I did it and we did it together. I don't know why I came up with this. I just think Melissa McCarthy is like such an awesome human being, and she's got such, chutzpah in everything she does. So I just thought she would be, the great Troy, woman of Troy. And again, I'm thinking very antithetical when I did this picture. Jonah Hill, that, he was like, kind of like my idea of a Playboy bunny. Now, who doesn't want to go see a cabaret with Amy Schumer and stormtroopers? So this is a whole thing that we did on kind of a parody of Star Wars. I have no idea. It just came to me that Steve Carell should be in a baby crib, screaming his head off in a onesie. Tiffany Haddish having steak at a John George restaurant with her 2 poodles. I don't know. And she said, when I told her the idea, she was like, yeah, I love bitches. Very early on, working with Drew Barrymore, who has been an incredible muse over the year, I had a series of images, and one of them was the idea of her ball dancing with a sumo wrestler. Chris Rock as Jimi Hendrix. I'm not quite sure. This is kind of funny because I had made this outfit for Robin Williams, and we were kind of getting the idea ready on the first day. We had him for 2 half days, and we had a weekend in between. And he walked over and he saw this set, and he took the shoes that I had for the costume, and he gets on his knees and he put them on his feet, and he goes like, Toulouse-Lautrec. And so we ran out and we got this costume made, and we made him Toulouse-Lautrec. That was done by a lot of peanut butter and not a real happy Larry, even though that's not unexpected. This was a big cover for me for Rolling Stone because this was kind of the breakthrough of Friends. And we wanted to figure out a way to kind of incorporate all these people in a very like hyperactive, great retro feel. So I used Rockwell as kind of an inspiration. Very last portrait of the day with Eddie Murphy. And he kind of didn't want to do this, and I just sort of squeezed it out of him, and he gave me these two beautiful faces. Somehow we talked our way into the Museum of Natural History to do this. I think we had like 30 minutes in the morning on a Monday morning when it wasn't open. And we were able to get in and do this picture with Alec Baldwin for a story of him for Vanity Fair. So, last thing that we go into are basically, I kind of jumped the gun, but these are the simple portraits. So I'm going to kind of let you guys, because we're running out a little bit of time here, but I'm going to let you guys sort of understand how I approach a simple portrait. If you go back one, I ended up doing a full shoot with John Lee Hooker, and the first thing that he said to me when I met him was, "Feel my hands, they feel just like velvet." And they did. They were just this soft and this beautiful and so much character. And I went all day and I did all these other pictures, and I went back to my hotel and I realized he had given me the biggest clue that his hands were a piece of art. So I called him up and I told him, I said, "Man, I think I might have screwed up some of the film. I'm wondering if I can come back for a half an hour and do a picture in the morning." And he let me come over. I had to set up in his driveway. He's like, "You can't come in my house." I was like, "All right." Set up in his driveway, and I did probably 10 sheets of film, and this is one of the pictures I got. Misty Copeland. This is really funny. You look at stuff and you go like, "Wow, how did you light that?" So I call this prison lighting. Literally, it's 2 light bulbs from the hardware store with, like work lights, and then 6 on my background, and that's it, and an 8x10 view camera. But it's not about trickery, it's not about lighting, it's all about how you sort of like solve the problem. Johnny Cash, again, shot in a hotel room. That's Zoe, that's prison lighting. This picture I knew that I wanted to take, but I didn't know how I was going to get around an entire rose garden full of editors and White House people. And I had 6 minutes with the president. I'd already done the cover, and I knew I just had a couple of minutes, and I said, "Mr. President, I want to do a little piece of art on you." And he goes like, "Sure, I'm into that." And I said, "I want to do a diptych. I want to do the front, and I want to do the back. We'll do it really quick." And I'd set up a white background, 9-foot background in the rose garden, right? And I look, and everybody's wondering what I'm doing, like I'm kind of going rogue now. And I do the portrait of him in front, right? And they're like, "Oh, okay, just chill out." All of a sudden I say, "Okay, let's do the back." Turns around, flips around. And I go, "Put your hands in your pocket." And he goes, "Okay." By this time, everybody in the White House is like starting to freak out. I go, "Okay, adjust your elbows." He adjusts his elbows. Okay, good. Smile. Okay, that's enough art. 3 frames were out of focus, but the one frame that you saw was tight. So, got there. Again, Brad Pitt with prison lighting. This is a book I did called In My Stairwell. The reason I brought this in is because this was a place that I found when I moved into my studio in '97, and it was an old elevator shaft that we converted into a stairwell. And at the very top of it had this beautiful north light window that I thought, wow, this would be a beautiful destination for portraits. And it kind of started to do portraits in there, and then it turned into a series, and then it turned into a book and an exhibition and traveled to museums. And anyway, Mary J. Blige, another prison lighting of Snoop doing what he does. awesome, this was shot on a piece of 665 Polaroid film, so I got a negative. And I shot all this film afterwards, and nothing compared to that first moment that his guard was down. And then 2 months later, he was gone. The great Tony Bennett, prison lighting. That's in the stairwell. This is a prison light. This is a recent picture I did of Mr. De Niro. Kendrick. Sir Ian McKellen. Prison lighting with Misha Baryshnikov. Drew, one of my muses. Judi Dench. Dalai Lama, real quick story. Dalai Lama, right? Dalai Lama had 100 monks with him during this seminar he was giving, a prayer seminar. And I had 10 minutes in a basement in Washington. They said, head monk goes, don't ask him to take his watch off. Do not ask him to take his glasses off. Do not shake his hand. I go, okay. I'm okay with that. I don't need to. Keep his glasses on, damn. So he comes up, they introduce me to Dalai Lama. First thing he does is like, how are you? I go, you mind taking your glasses and your watch off? I'm just that guy, right? Like, I'm that guy you don't tell not to do something, because I will fucking ask you to do it. So originally when I talked to David Bromer, who you guys know, and B&H, and I want to thank everybody. This is going to kind of wind it down a little bit. Thank you guys obviously for coming out, and David and B&H, thank you guys for having us. We've got Rachel Crow from the studio over here, and Maddie and Sky from the studio here, and just want to thank you guys. But I'm going to finish up. This is a project I've been working on for 10 years. No earthly idea. Going to shoot the Oscar party in the middle of the Vanity Fair party, where they said, okay, just set up a background and shoot some portraits. We'll bring people in. I was like, for what? For Instagram. I was going, Instagram? Are you kidding me? I'm not putting my work on Instagram. I maybe had like 1,500 followers. I woke up the morning after the first year and I had 37,000. I was like, oh, I guess people really like this thing, Instagram. So we kept doing it, and every year we get a little bit more innovative with the theater of the set. And I was working with my dear friend Thomas Thurnauer, who would help me construct these. We'd spend probably 2 months prior to coming up with an idea, and then flushing them out with the magazine, and then eventually kind of putting it to test. So these are all shot during the Vanity Fair party, and people, really tiny crew, and people go out and try to pull people out of the party to come in and be photographed. And so after 10 years, we're doing a book, and it's coming out in November. So this is the body of the 10 years of work. That's where we start. That's kind of our destination. Now, this is about 15 by about 25, this room, and it's all contained in the back of the party. So if you go back, you'll see the sketch, and then you'll see Lady Gaga on the steps, and she was one of the last people that came in that night, especially just to be photographed. So this is when she won. This gives you a little sample of everything through the years in terms of building. This was kind of a Zen tea house. That was our inspiration. And then we kind of created these rooms in different areas to be able to photograph in. It was last year. So So the last thing I wanted to show you, and I guys want you to kind of end on this is a moving portrait that I put together. I've done a dozen of them, a little bit over a dozen of them, and I haven't shown them publicly, but this is kind of our post-talk meditation. So I just kind of want you guys to meditate. Isolation means it's kind of your interior thoughts, for me, your interior thoughts, where you go, where you kind of find your inspiration, where you find your fears, and kind of walking through it. Anyway, I'll let you guys just have a moment of meditation on this. All right. Thank you, guys.
All right. Do you want to take a question or two?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to do a couple of questions. Then we're going to ask everyone who is going to the party to exit the room and head right and get onto that balcony for the party. Mark and team are going to be joining us on the party, so if you want to say hello to him, he'll be out there at the party following up. So a question, yes? Can we see the photo of Brad Pitt on the motorcycle?
Oh yeah, the first one, right? Rachel? Brad Pitt on the motorcycle.
One Brad Pitt coming up, hold on. It's whatever. Everyone wants
One Brad Pitt coming up. Did you want extra cheese on that?
Yeah, of course.
Extra cheese?
A little Nespresso.
Yeah, that picture was done in Humboldt County, and we got Brad to come out and meet us there for a couple of days. Now, Brad's the ultimate artist. He wants everything to feel like an experience. And are you able to pull that up, Rachel? We're working. Oh, okay. And so he brought his motorcycle out there, and essentially my executive producer I strapped myself on the top of the car, and she drove, and we just followed Brad in this little park. Little park, huge park. So that image, which could possibly come back up, if these technical people knew what they were doing.
Let's take another question while we're waiting. Yes, Lori.
Oh, there you go.
I just wanted to mention, Mark, can you just tell everybody about your band real quick?
Rusty Truck?
Oh, my band?
Yes.
Yes, it is true. I have a band called Rusty Truck, and we actually are going to start playing again back over at, right over in Hudson Yards at a place called Midnight Theater, where we do a presentation of films to music, which I think is pretty fun, and then we usually do a little slideshow at the end with an artist. Last time we had Jacob Dylan came and did a talk with me, and it was really fun and really cool, and the theater's very nice, and you guys, if you guys go to the studio, Rachel? What do I give him? Your email? They don't let me have an email. Rachel@seligerstudio.com. She'll line you up on the guest list. Any other questions? You guys are ready to party, I think.
Yes, yes, you're right over here. Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as like lighting, you know, whenever you're doing those, you're obviously doing like all different types of lighting looks, and I'm sure you know, prepare ahead of time.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering, like, I'm kind of like curious, like, what is the like set size, like the amount of people that you have on set to make all of those things happen?
Yeah, great question. Now that was an evolution of my own interest in lighting. So we started with just like a simple modifier. Like the early pictures, you can kind of tell they're just, you know, like a one light source. And then we started to work up these kind of continuous light systems where we had an operator that could control the different lighting patterns through different openings of the studio. So we went from basically all the lighting in the interior of the studio to putting it outside with constants and being able to move lights around on a board. So we spent a day essentially building programs so where if I go like, oh, I want it to be Tuscan sky, or I want it to be like, you know, early dusk or late dusk or whatever. So there's ways that we kind of navigate that, but it was an evolution to get to that point. Thank you.
Got a question over here, Mark?
Yes.
Say yes.
I was wondering if your team can put up the Michelle Yeoh photo again.
I couldn't hear her.
The Michelle Yeoh Oscar photo.
I'd like to see the Michelle Yeoh Oscar photo. I think everyone talked ahead of time and they said, let's try to give the most difficult questions so they have to dig into the presentation to see the photos. They're pretty good, but can we pull up? No? Okay, no more showing photos then. Yes, sir.
I want to ask, at what point in your career did you feel like your play has started to become recognized by others?
My
Like what you do for fun / what you do out of passion started being recognized by others.
pretty immediately. I mean, I think, you know, I never thought I would make a penny being a photographer, so I always kept it as like, I just want to do imagery that I'm excited about. And even though I think I'm a mildly competitive human being, I didn't really compete against people. I competed against, or my peers, I competed against myself. So, you know, I also drew from humor pretty early on, and that I think was rare for a lot of people. And so that really helped me to kind of get people interested in my work, because it was more about the idea than it was about just a pretty picture of somebody. And I've always used that as my kind of template to starting in a project. So I would say within a year and a half, I started working for Rolling Stone and for other magazines and started shooting covers. It was pretty quick. Thank you.
Okay, you're right there.
Hi.
I was wondering, what advice would you give for people who are just starting off in the field, who would like to work specifically with musicians and kind of get their foot in that world?
Yeah.
Really have access to it?
That's a great question. You know.
Can we repeat the question?
Yeah, so the question was, you know, what would be good advice for somebody who's interested in photographing musicians, right? And how to sort of navigate that. Well, I think, for me, I didn't really care about taking pictures of musicians live. Right? My interest in music was more about kind of breaking down the music symbolically and to the artist and how it related to the image I was doing. So a lot of the images I took of musicians really related to who they were. So I would say that if you're interested in portraiture, that the best way to do it is to get to know musicians, go to shows, give them your card, ask them if you can photograph them, you know, give them prints, do kind of a barter with them, and just start to research them before you photograph them and see if you can come up with something that's interesting. But if you really are interested in photographing live musicians, then you just have to go out there and do the hard work, which is going to shows and taking pictures, getting access.
Hey,
One question right here.
Yes.
You did not show a lot of couples in the Vanity Fair party, but I do admire all those poses that you get them to do.
Yeah.
Does that come naturally, or is it you who coerce them into those poses?
You'll have to wait till the book comes out. Yeah, so the interesting thing about the Vanity Fair party is that it has really built my speed as a photographer in tenfold. So when I work with somebody, I literally have 7 to 15 images with them, and then they're gone. The last thing they want to do is have their picture taken. So I have to really be specific about what I want to do. So for instance, and couples are really, it's tough. You'll see it in the book, we have a lot of couples in there. But you have to navigate that so it doesn't feel like just a grip and grin kind of a thing, just like sitting somebody in front of a wall. So I would go like with John and Chrissy. John, yeah, thank you. I would say, have your wife lie down on the ground and you're going to be stroking her hair. And he's like, what? I'm like, just do it. And so she laid down, we moved the dress around a little bit and we shot one picture and I knew it was going to be great and we did the series really quickly and they were gone. But you never know what that picture is going to represent until, it has a little bit of time to resonate. And so, I don't know. I think the whole Vanity Fair thing just kind of sped up my process, but it also made me much more acute to the way that I work with people.
Okay.
Do one more? Are we good?
One more, that one hand right there with the glasses on top of your head, yes.
Hi, how's it going?
Hi.
Hello. My question is, in terms of your relationship to the actual people that you're shooting, especially if they're like a brand new client, like you just met them. I know you said Drew Barrymore was your muse, so you've known her for a bit.
Yeah.
In terms of like the human experience between you and the person you're shooting, how do you break down those barriers to find them at a vulnerable state, or do you like to shoot them if they do have their guard? Some people maybe are nervous in front of the camera.
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, well, one of the things I tried to explain when we were talking about process is that the more you know about your subject, right, you create an environment knowing something about them that has a familiarity to it. So even though it's very odd to them and unnatural, you make them feel at ease. You talk them through things. You show them sketches, references. You get to know them. You inquire about like their project they're working on, or just show an interest in who they are, because people love to feel as if you've done the homework. So that's really the best secret I can tell you, is just become familiar with your subject way in advance, so that when you get to know them on set, you can kind of be going through your choreography of working and still have a conversation with them, so that it doesn't make them feel as if they're just standing there. You're always engaged with them. You're always breaking them down. You're always watching them and observing them. Great. Well, guys.
Let's hear it from Mark Seliger.
Go party.
Thank you so much, Mark.
Thanks.
Okay. Guys, thank you for bearing with us this entire past 2 days. I know it was really hard to come here to Build. I know you just really dredged going around and seeing all the amazing speakers, the expo, the Build Challenge, the portfolio reviews, and those tiresome photo walks. Really sorry to put everyone through it. I do have 10 wristbands for the party that's going on now, so come on up if you want to see that. And then while I'm kind of handing out these last 10 wristbands, who's excited for next year? Who wants to come back to Build next year? Oh boy, a lot of hands. I remember this before. Uh-oh. All right, hold on a second. We're gonna have to make people work for this. What does B&H stand for? Okay. What else does B&H stand for? Who said that? Oh, okay, and that's it. That's the last one. All right. All right, I got a couple more. Okay. Thank you. All right.